Chapter 460. The stars in the sky were sparse. The night wind on the grassland was bone-chilling. Two hump wolves were carrying Goo Tribe's investigative Goo Masters, one old and one young. Huff, 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 so cold. The young Goo Master curled up his body and breathed out hot air. I told you to wear more clothes, but you refused to do so. This is called not listening to the advice of the old and suffering losses. The old Goo Master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe, long sleeves and boots, as well as a felt hat, so he did not feel cold at all. Uncle, this is my first time scouting. I lack experience. The young Goo Master mumbled and swore. Damn it, when I go scouting tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes. Don't be too thick. Clothes that are too thick will affect your movements in battle. Also, if it is too warm, you will fall asleep easily. We are Goo Tribe's eyes. We need to be vigilant at all times. It is best to keep warm, or you will feel cold after staying still for a long time. This is the best. It can invisibly urge you to continue scouting. The old Goo Master's expression was solemn as he imparted his experience. 3 days had passed since the Turtleback Wolf Group's defensive battle. The old Goo Master's partner had died on the battlefield. The young Goo Master had replaced him. He was still immature and needed the old Goo Master's guidance. Uncle, the young Goo Master was about to speak. Sure. The old Goo Master suddenly raised his hand to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the bright light in the distance. What is that? The old Goo Master immediately became vigilant and activated his investigative goo, but he did not see anything. Lad, quickly use your handier goo to listen. The old Goo Master ordered. Yes. The young Goo Master did not dare to be careless. He quickly got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. As he infused his true essence into it, his right palm began to sprout like grass, producing a granulation. The flesh blossomed and formed an ear. The young Goo Master stuck his right ear to the ground and listened to any movements. Nothing much, just the sound of the wind. The young Goo Master listened attentively, but there was no result. He laughed. Uncle, you are really scary. There is no fart at all. Maybe the battle just ended, and I was too nervous. The old Goo Master sighed. He had looked again, and there was no abnormality. He felt his eyes were playing tricks on him. What are you nervous for? Our tribe has the old tribe leader and Wolf King Chung Shanin. Even if another group of turtleback wolves comes, I am not afraid. When the young man talked about Fong Yuan, his eyes flickered, and he could not help but reveal a look of reverence. Yes, it is our tribe's fortune to have Wolf King's help. The old Goo Master sighed as he recalled the scene on the battlefield. So. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. Who is it? The old Goo Master shouted, subconsciously jumping down from the hump wolf's back and rolling a few times. Thump, thump, thump. A series of sharp bone spears stabbed into the ground. Enemy attack. The old Goo Master's mind immediately had this thought. He quickly stood up and glanced at the young Goo Master. The young man had already been pierced by the bone spear and died on the spot. The old Goo Master's heart twitched. He did not have time to grieve and immediately took out the signal goo from his aperture. But before he could activate it, he suffered a fatal attack. He was like a stone statue, standing there in a daze. A line of blood gradually appeared on his neck, and then it became more and more obvious. Finally, his head tilted and separated from his neck, falling on the grass. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Several figures walked out from the darkness. Leading was Man Tribe's external elder, Sherwu. He looked at the two corpses in front of him and said proudly, "Ants of this level, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm." Elder is mighty. With Elder, these investigative Goo Masters of Goo Tribe are practically useless. Several accompanying Gu masters immediately flattered him. Sure, Wu squinted his eyes in pleasure and looked towards the direction of Gu tribe's main group. Humph! Gu tribe could win earlier because their reconnaissance was effective and they made a lot of preparations. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has sent almost all the elders here. Gu tribe cannot escape this calamity. He. I really want to see the panicked expressions of those Gu tribesmen when 10,000 night wolves attacked the camp. Although Gu tribe had already moved for several days and left Hongyan Valley and even successfully repelled the turtleback wolves, Man tribe did not intend to give up. 3 days after the turtleback wolves attacked, Man tribe's Gu masters secretly led the second wave of night wolves towards Gu tribe. At the same time, Man tribe's elders also moved out and killed large numbers of Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters. A huge plot had already started against Gu tribe. When this myriad wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from Gu tribe's camp. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! The investigative Gu master on the tower shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several signal Gu were shot into the sky and exploded into dazzling fireworks. Wake up, there are wolves! 10,000 night wolves! Gu tribe's camp woke up from its deep sleep. Quickly report to tribe leader. The investigative Gu masters ran with all their strength. From every part of Gu tribe's camp, people gradually walked out, asking questions in confusion and shouting in panic. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression changed when he heard the news. These investigative Gu masters deserve to die. This was the old tribe leader's first thought. But soon after, he frowned deeply. Night wolves were hard to detect in the night, but with so many night wolves, why didn't any investigative Gu masters report in advance? The astute him could smell a trace of a plot. He quickly tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. The night wolf group is so close to the camp, it is too late to set up defenses. What should I do? In the boundless night, the situation of the enemy was unclear. Gu tribe leader only knew that this wolf group had a large number, at least 10,000 wolves. But he did not know if there were other wolf groups. Would Man tribe's Gu masters be hiding in the surroundings? Unable to think of a countermeasure in this urgent situation, Gu tribe leader could only shout, "Quickly send my order. All Gu tribe's Gu masters are to gather in the main tent." The night wolf group's speed was extremely fast, rushing to Gu tribe's camp. The wolf group is here. Block them. We must block them. Quick, activate light ball Gu. A Gu master at the front line shot a rank 2 light ball Gu towards the sky. Under the light ball's illumination, the densely packed night wolf group was revealed. These night wolves were tall and strong, with glossy black skin and no fur. Their black wolf eyes and claws were emitting a cruel and cold light. 100 wolf king howled and charged over. Oh my God! The Gu master only had time to scream before he was killed by the wolf king. The night wolf group was like a torrent, destroying the simple wooden pillars around the camp and ruthlessly charging into the camp. At this time, Gu tribe's Gu masters were still gathering in the main tent. The huge outer camp had already fallen into hell. The wolf group's excited howls, the mortals' cries of death, and the terrified screams erupted together. The night wolves moved quickly, destroying the tents one by one. Many mortals were still in their dreams when they were brutally killed. They used death and fresh blood to give a warning. In the inner camp, the mortals rushed out in fear, tangling together, trampling on each other as they ran around crazily. The camp was howling. Gu tribe leader stood outside the main tent and saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. The wolf group's slaughter did cause casualties, but the greater casualties were caused by the stampede of the mortals. Such a chaotic situation had already gone out of control, causing Gu tribe leaders' plan to organize the mortals and counterattack to fail. Most of the Gu masters were trapped in the chaotic crowd. Only most of the tribe elders and a few elite Gu masters managed to gather in the main tent. The situation is hopeless. Gu tribe leader closed his eyes in pain, his limbs turning cold as he fell into deep despair and regret. After this battle, even if we manage to gather the remaining mortals, Gu tribe will fall to a small-scale tribe. Gu tribe declined in my hands. I have let down my ancestors. I am the sinner of Gu tribe. In the main tent, some elders were shouting, some had lifeless expressions, and some were panicking. Gu tribe is not finished yet. Everyone, there is only one way to turn the tide. Following a voice, Fang Yuan charged into the main tent. Gu tribe leader's eyes brightened like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last straw to save his life. "Brother, speak quickly." He looked at Fang Yuan and asked anxiously. Fang Yuan went straight to the point, resolutely saying, "Gu tribe is in chaos now. We simply cannot defend ourselves. The situation has already collapsed. Only by attacking instead of defending can we have a chance of survival." "Wolf King, what do you mean?" Gu tribe leader muttered. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Brother Gu, have you forgotten that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement, Gu?" He looked around and saw everyone's expression. He continued, "Here in the main tent are the elites of the Gu family, the strongest fighting force. We will set off immediately and form a group to go against the current and take down the myriad Wolf King. In the battle formation, I will subdue the myriad Wolf King, and the situation will turn around." The elders' expressions changed. This was the worst idea ever. One had to know Gu masters had always defended against beast groups and fought a battle of attrition, but even so, they still suffered huge losses. Now, they actually wanted to use their bodies to charge against the myriad beast formation and assassinate the myriad wolf king amidst the myriad wolf group. This was simply courting death. This method was too risky. If anyone else said it, they would probably be scolded and mocked mercilessly. But now that Chang Shan Yin suggested it, everyone could only remain silent. "Crazy, this is too crazy." An elder mumbled. The others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the wolf group was a near-death experience. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Chapter 4, 61. Old Gu tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Gu tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Gu masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being, and Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Gu tribe. This night wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Gu tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. "Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chang is right. This is the only way to save the tribe." Gu Guang spoke, looking at the hesitant people. He felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Gu tribe to have such a weak side. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity. He wanted to grasp it, But to enslave the myriad Wolf King under this situation, he needed Gu Tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fang Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu Tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder. What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Gu Tribe's men so afraid of death? Listen outside. Those are the Gu Tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Gu Clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Chang Shan-in, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth. I have felt the deep love in Gu Tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud. Even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's roar, and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone, and the rims of his eyes turned red, his heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Then, the young patriarch of the Gu clan roared, "No! Gu Tribe's bravery is still here. Gu Tribe's saber is still here. Our ancestors are watching over us, our descendants. O Wolf King, other people are afraid of death, but I, Gu Guang, am willing to die with you." These words immediately provoked a few of the hot-tempered elders to the point that they roared in anger and humiliation. "At worst, we will just die. What's there to be afraid of? Bullshit Night Wolf Group, I will kill you. Wolf King, young tribe leader, count me, Gouda in the charge." Not only did these people agree, but they also looked around with disdain and contempt. Even more people's killing intent was aroused. Northern Plains people had always been valiant. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of Gu Tribe's men. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Count me in. I also want to fight. A fanatical atmosphere gradually filled the main tent. Even the elders who did not want to participate in this action said they wanted to count them in. They did not want to have a reputation of being afraid of death. In Northern Plains, which revered martial arts, once they had such a reputation, they would be spurned by others. The situation developed so quickly that the old tribe leader who had been hesitating was caught unprepared. He was old and prudent, not willing to gamble. Originally, he was already thinking of retreating. As long as there were higher-level Gu masters, Gu Tribe would have a foundation and could start over again. But if they charged, the risk was too high. Who knew how many night wolves there were in the dark night? Besides that, there might be man tribes sneak attack, and Changshan might not be able to subdue the myriad Wolf King. Even if everyone charged, what if the Night Wolf King did not fight them head-on and moved away on its own? Fang Yuan's plan had too many loopholes. it was not reliable at all. Damn it! Gu tribe leader saw the surrounding elders' bloodshot eyes and immediately understood that their earlier hesitation was useless. They could only fight now. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. At this moment of life and death, it will depend on our bravery and hot-bloodedness. Inside and outside the main tent, there was an uproar. The morale rose sharply, and the morale of the troops could be used. Fang Yuan's few words led the situation to the direction he wanted. Everyone's wills were strong. Gu tribe leader could only go with the flow and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Wolf King, you have the spirit of a true hero. Tonight, Gu tribe's future is in your hands. We will follow your wolf group and kill our way out, taking down the myriad Wolf King. Everyone accepted the order. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Gu tribe leader's meaning was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect Gu tribe's Gu masters. But it did not matter if they sacrificed some. As long as they obtained the myriad Wolf King, it would be a profit, no matter what. Everyone, follow me and charge. Fang Yuan shouted, and led all the Gu masters out of the main tent. Some 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings also gathered. Brother Chong, why are there only these? Where's your myriad Wolf King? Where's your wolf group army? The old tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. Why should he sacrifice his own Wolf King to reduce Gu tribe's sacrifices? All living beings lived in this world. All living beings were equal. No one was born noble, and no one was born lowly. Wolves and humans were essentially living beings. Putting aside their standpoints, wolves and humans were equal. Why should they sacrifice the lives of wolves for the sake of humans? Could it be that humans were born nobler than wolves? That was not the case. Any kind of nobility or lowliness was a class, and class was derived from the difference in strength. Be it Earth or this world, the greatest law was survival of the fittest. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. The so-called nobility had a foundation, and that was great strength. Without this foundation, no matter how pure and elegant a lady was, she would only be a prostitute who could be married to anyone. Fang Yuan needed Gu tribe to travel with him earlier because he had few wolves, and traveling alone would be risky and difficult. But now, he had the myriad wolf group, and Gu tribe's value was greatly reduced. The wolf group listened to him. They would live and die if he wanted them to. But could Gu tribe do it? Sacrificing my trusted aide for an outsider? Do you think I am really like you, a hot-blooded idiot? Although he felt such disdain in his heart, Fang Yuan smiled warmly and confidently, saying to old Gu tribe leader, Brother Gu, don't worry. The situation is chaotic now. The ranches have been destroyed, and the wolf group has been separated. I have already ordered the turtleback myriad Wolf King to regroup, and soon we will have reinforcements. Gu tribe leader looked deeply at Fang Yuan and was about to speak, but Fang Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, Everyone, Gu tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me. Saying so, he clamped his legs together and urged the hump wolf under him to take the lead. Kill these wolf cubs. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. Everyone followed and shouted. Young tribe leader Gu Guang followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed his son and shouted in his ear, Remember, you are Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Next, the father and son charged towards the night wolf group under everyone's encirclement. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and several rank 2 elites gathered into a powerful force, like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the battlefield. They were aggressive, and no wolves could stop them. They quickly charged out of the camp, and towards the night, wolf myriad beast king. Once out of the camp, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly, especially the Gu masters at the periphery. Their eyes were filled with night wolves. Wind blades water dragons, fist stones, golden awls, all kinds of attacks were like cheap fireworks, fiercely blossoming. The wolf group was caught unprepared, and countless sacrifices were made. Everyone fought their way out a bloody path. Howl! With a howl from the myriad wolf king, 12,000 wolf kings and dozens of hundred wolf kings gathered together and charged towards Fang Yuan and the others from all directions. Myriad wolf kings saw through Fang Yuan's thoughts and fought tit for tat, using elites against elites. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan had already shrunk to the innermost area of the group. He shouted enthusiastically, "Charge, charge, charge! Speed up! If we don't charge, we will all be finished. If we enslave the myriad wolf king, we can turn defeat into victory." A moment later, 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings joined the battle. The group's speed fell by a large margin. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. "Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence. We can only activate self-detonation goo for the tribe." An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The wolf king opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 wolf king on the spot. This was Gu tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 462. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Fang Yuan, shouting, "Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised?" "Brother Gu, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me and kill. We will take revenge for our dead elders." Fang Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. "Quick, protect Lord Changshanin." Gu Guang immediately shouted, "Wolf Wangda, you are the key to our victory. Please retreat to the middle of us. We will protect you. Kill all these beasts." The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot. They had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Gu Guang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader. "Follow behind me." Gu Guang shouted loudly. After charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Gu tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him. "Follow behind me. Don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader." This old man. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only 2 clear-headed people. "You guys go. I will restrain these damned wolves." The battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. Battle hall elder. Old Gu tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the 2nd expert in Gu tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. Don't let the Battle Hall elder's life be in vain. We must turn defeat into victory. Fang Yuan shouted, "Come, beasts, let this old man play with you." "Ha ha ha." The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. With his help, the group finally reached the myriad wolf king. Kill. Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The night wolf king spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan shouted. Asterisk, roar. Asterisk, the wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, Other than Goo Masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf guards. The Goo Masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King, as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Goo Masters died. They used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate Goo Master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Goo Masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Goo had not been destroyed yet. The siege did not last long. A large group of Night Wolf Kings rushed over from the back. The Battle Hall Elder died, and could no longer stop these Wolf Kings. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Goo Tribe leader shouted anxiously. They will be here soon. Fang Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered Gu Guang, bring a portion of people to restrain these Wolf Kings. Understood. Uncle Chong, don't worry. As long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over. Gu Guang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these Wolf Kings. Goo Tribe leader's face turned purple from anger. Fang Yuan shouted again, Brother Gu, don't be in a daze. Quickly destroy the Night Wolf King's Golden Shield Goo. Once we enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Goo Tribe will be saved. Chang Shanin, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Gu Guang back. This was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power, and their morale rose. This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary. He hit it really deeply. Even Fang Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Goo Tribe for so many years. He was smart and capable. He was not a simple person. The Wolf King was beaten up by the old tribe leader. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Goo was a rank 2 soul path Goo. To advance, there was a rank 3 Ghost Fire Goo. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 Ghost Fire Goo residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The ghost fire surged and surged. The coldness was bone-chilling. The Goo Masters had no choice but to retreat. The tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. Don't even think about it. Goo Tribe leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, Swallow Fire Goo. This Goo was not an attack Goo, to be precise. It was a storage Goo. It was specially used to store flames. This old guy has a lot of good Goo. Fang Yuan was inwardly astonished. Goo Tribe leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time, his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and other parts. Rank 4, Vine Claw Goo. Goo Tribe leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed. It struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Gu tribe leader's expression changed. Although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were violently torn off, and Gu tribe leader cried out in pain. His left hand returned to its original shape. His 5 fingers were all torn off. Wolf King, the old tribe leader roared. Fang Yuan knew he wanted to ask where the reinforcements were, so he rushed to his side and shouted, "Brother Gu, be careful!" Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail swung over. Fang Yuan activated Azure Wolfskin Gu and moved in front of the tail, acting like he was blocking the attack for Gu tribe leader. Slap! With a crisp sound, he was sent flying by the wolf tail, flying far away. "This, I can dodge." The old tribe leader was shocked. "Quickly go and save Wolf Wangda," the academy elder shouted furiously. He rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The Night Wolf King charged over. It felt that Gu tribe leader was the greatest threat to it, so most of its attacks were aimed at the old tribe leader. Bam, bam, bam. The old tribe leader dodged and continuously used Gu worms to bombard the area. 1 man and 1 beast engaged in a life and death battle. Dragon head drill. The old tribe leader retreated as he fought. Suddenly, he shouted and activated 3 Gu worms at the same time. Using his killer move, a 4-clawed wood dragon roared. The dragon head turned into a spear tip, continuously rotating and crashing into the Night Wolf King's body. The golden shield Gu on the Night Wolf King's body flickered. It was finally broken. The dragon head drills Mike did not stop piercing into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. Its voice was so loud that it almost broke everyone's eardrums. Even the noises on the battlefield were drowned out by it. The Night Wolf King suffered such a heavy injury. Its speed fell and blood flowed out. But before the Gu Masters had time to rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned red. Its battle intent burned fiercely, forgetting all pain. It counterattacked crazily. Its battle strength did not fall, but instead rose to about twice its original strength. "This is a rank 4 bravery, Gu. Damn it! Where is Chang Shanin? Chang Shanin?" The old tribe leader shouted. "Wolf Wangda is unconscious. We are saving him." The academy elder and the others were protecting the unconscious Wolf King, surrounded by the wolf group. Of all times to fall unconscious, of all times to fall unconscious. The old tribe leader heard this and almost spat out blood. His eyelids twitched as he furiously shouted, "Then we won't wait for Chang Shanin anymore. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. Once we kill it, the wolf group will also collapse." Although the Night Wolf King's battle strength rose, it did not have the Golden Shield Gu's defense, so it was easier to get injured. The battle became extremely intense. Almost at every moment, there were rank 3 Gu Masters who were heavily injured or even killed. At this point in the battle, the Gu Masters' apertures did not have much primeval essence left. To win, they had to put their limited primeval essence into attacking, exchanging injury for injury. It depended on who could last longer. The side that could last until the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more frenzied. The Gu Masters were in a mess. Only the old tribe leader was holding on. "Hold on, hold on." The old tribe leader charged left and right, acting as a firefighter on the battlefield and saving an elder in time. He roared again and again, causing his voice to be extremely hoarse. His speed was getting slower and his mind was starting to slacken. He was old after all. "Old tribe leader, be careful," an elder not far away shouted. The old tribe leader turned around in time and saw the Night Wolf King pouncing down from the sky, its berserk killing intent surging towards him. "Retreat." The old tribe leader thought this in his heart, but his body staggered. The accumulated fatigue finally made his old body unable to bear the burden. He was exhausted. Bam! At the next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced down and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. "Old tribe leader!" Everyone shouted, rushing over without any regard for their lives. Goo tribe leader poured his primeval essence into the defensive goo crazily, erecting a thick wooden shield. Bam, bam, bam. The Night Wolf King's claws slammed again and again. The wooden shield lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The huge wolf claws directly slammed on Goo tribe leader's body. The old tribe leader had also used goo worms like bronze skin and essence iron bone, but they could not withstand the Night Wolf King's brutal attacks. "Old tribe leader!" Everyone cried out in shock and attacked crazily, trying to attract the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Good tribe leader in its eyes. It endured the fierce attacks and wanted to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger. Chapter 463. "Father!" Gu Guang saw this and immediately screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bravery Gu's effect faded. The Night Wolf King's battle intent dissipated, and it let go of old Gu tribe leader, being forced back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment. Fang Yuan was excited as he woke up. Rank 4, Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu turned into a large cloud of smoke and enveloped the Night Wolf King. This Night Wolf King's battle intent had faded, and it was heavily injured. Its consciousness was close to going crazy, and now it was fighting with Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul was already stronger than 100-man's soul. The Night Wolf King had an intense feeling of resistance, but from Fang Yuan's Wolfman soul, it felt a similar aura. The feeling of resistance thus fell sharply, and under the pressure of Fang Yuan's soul, it did not last long before the smoke fused into its body. Success! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Wolf Smoke Gu. He rushed to this battlefield and breathed out a large amount of wolf smoke, wrapping the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's severe injuries quickly stabilized. It let out a long howl, and with this howl, the Night Wolf group was in chaos for a while before turning around and retreating. Gu tribe's crisis was resolved, but the surviving Gu masters did not have much joy of victory. They gathered around a deep pit. In the deep pit, old Gu tribe leader was lying down. Several Gu masters were lying beside him, doing their best to heal him. Old Gu tribe leader's body had already turned into a pile of mud, but with this healing, half of his body gradually recovered. But it was useless. His injuries were too severe, and as the healing Gu master's primeval essence was used up, the faint hope of saving old tribe leader completely disappeared. "Father! Father!" Gu Guang knelt on the ground. Gu Guang knelt on the ground, grabbing old Gu tribe leader's hand and screaming in pain. "Old clan leader!" The rest of the elders also had tears streaming down their faces. The old tribe leader's face flushed red as he grabbed Gu Guang's hand. "My child, be careful," he was about to say Chang Shan Yin's name. But at this moment, Fang Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked in. "Brother Gu." His face was full of grief, and his shoulders were trembling slightly. Hot tears trickled down. The old tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan deeply. His mouth moved a few times, and he had to change the topic. "Son, from today onwards, you are the tribe leader of Gu tribe." "Father, you can't die. I still have many shortcomings. I still need to listen to your teachings. Gu family still needs you." Gu Guang called out, tears flowing down his face. The old chief was like a fish on the shore, panting weakly with his mouth open. His eyes were unfocused, and his senses were quickly disappearing like the ebbing tide. The smell of death. It was incomparably dense. "But I'm worried. I really have too many things that I can't let go." The obsession in his heart made the old clan leader muster the last drop of strength. He grabbed Gu Guang's hand tightly, and his unfocused gaze focused in an instant. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He shook Gu Guang's hand with slightly turbid air. Son, you need to remember that you are the Gu tribe leader. For the tribe, don't be rash. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After saying this, the old tribe leader's body stiffened. Then he fell down with his head facing upwards. His life was far away from him. This Gu tribe leader, who gave his all, ascended to the position at the age of 38, and died in battle at the age of 87, gave his all for Gu tribe, and shed his last drop of blood. In defending Gu tribe, in the bitter battle against the wolf group, he sacrificed himself heroically. Father? Father! Gu Guang shouted, not willing to accept this cruel reality. But the truth was the truth. Since it had already happened, it could not be changed or reversed. Father, old tribe leader, on the battlefield, a heavy sorrow shrouded everyone as sobbing sounds lingered in everyone's ears. As dawn approached, in the main tent, the bright light lasted for the entire night. At daybreak, Man 2 finally received a letter Gu from the front lines. As long as we swallow Gu tribe, our Man tribe's strength will double. With such expectations, he opened the letter Gu and looked around. Very quickly, his gaze dimmed, and his brows were filled with disappointment. Lord Father, did our Man tribe not succeed even after mobilizing almost all of our forces? Man Duo sat at the side, waiting for a long time. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Originally, the Night Wolf group had already charged into Gu tribe camp, but Gu tribe leader and Changshanin worked together, gathering all their high-rank battle strength to counterattack. In the wolf group, Changshanin subdued the Night Wolf King. It caused the originally decaying situation to come to an abrupt halt. Gu tribe has made a comeback. Changshanin, it's Changshanin again. Man Duo fell into deep thought. Soon, his eyes brightened as he suggested a plan. Lord Father, we have not lost yet. There is still the third wave of wind wolves. I have another plan. Oh, tell me. Our Man tribe lost twice. The true reason is because of Wolf King Changshanin. This person is truly amazing. As long as we get rid of him, Gu tribe will be a plaything in our hands. Man Duo said, What plan do you have? Tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Man Duo laughed sinisterly, speaking with assurance. Changshanin subdued the Night Wolf King. This is his strength, but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, the entire Night Wolf group was subdued. Such a strong battle strength has already surpassed the entire Gu tribe. Changshanin is already a fierce beast beside Gu tribe. As long as he has any bad intentions, Gu tribe will be in danger. Gu tribe leader is such an astute person. He will definitely be wary and even panic. We can use this to spread rumors and make Gu tribe suspect Changshanin, driving a wedge between them. Man 2 sighed with regret. This plan is good, but it is useless now. I did not tell you earlier, Gu tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King's claws. Gu tribe leader has already been succeeded by Gu Guang. What? Man Duo was stunned. That old fox actually died? How can there be such a coincidence? With the death of Gu tribe leader, Gu tribe only had one rank 4 Gu master left, Changshanin. The others could not compete with him. Moreover, Gu tribe had gone through 2 battles, while Changshanin's wolf group had increased to over 20,000. The strength of both sides had completely flipped. Fang Yuan's momentum was gone. His prestige was so high that it could not be shaken by mere rumors. Gu tribe leader is dead, but the Wolf King is still alive. He has also subdued the huge wolf group. Lord Father, doesn't that mean we have no more chances? Man Duo asked unwillingly. Man 2 snorted coldly, placing the letter Gu on the table, and leaving his seat, pacing around the main tent with his hands behind his back. What else can we do? Do you want us to mobilize the entire tribe? Gu Yao's excuse has already been lost. We have no proper reason. This time, we listened to your plan and mobilized the tribe elders. We have already overstepped our boundaries. Chang Shanin, our man tribe lost to this person. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Man duo hesitated, asking again. Ruthlessness flashed in Man 2's eyes. We have already reached this step. Let's lure them over. Let's cause more losses to Good Tribe. If these wind wolves are also subdued by Chang Shanin, then I will be waiting to see the great Wolf King become a joke. A few days later, Fang Yuan took the initiative to lead his army to fight against the Wind Wolf group. Under his meticulous control, he obtained a great victory. Apart from killing the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King, he also obtained a great victory. Other than killing the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King, they also subdued a large number of 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings. After the battle, Fang Yuan found that his wolf group had already grown to an enormous number of 35,000. Like doing business, the beginning was always the hardest. The initial stage was the most difficult. After accumulating capital, it would be easier to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's wolf group army had already taken shape. But to this extent, Good Tribe had also paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of mortals died. A large number of high-ranking Gu masters died. Less than half of the elders remained. Even old Gu tribe leader had sacrificed himself. Uncle Chang, it is all thanks to you that our Gu tribe can truly escape from Man tribe's control. A few days later, Gu Guang visited Fang Yuan, bringing a rank 4 Gu impermanence bone. Uncle Chang's kindness to Gu tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Gu tribe is facing difficulties internally and externally. We do not have the strength to repay this kindness. Junior found this rank 4 Gu in the tribe treasury. It might be useful to Uncle, so I brought it here. Gu Guang said calmly. Setbacks made people grow. After his father died, Gu Guang took over as tribe leader. His entire person seemed to have changed. He was much more composed. You have just become the tribe leader recently. If you need any help, you can tell me. Or if the other elders are not satisfied, you can tell me. Fang Yuan took the impermanence bone Gu and asked with concern. Are there any elders who are hypocritical? But right now, the tribe does not have enough Yuan stone. Most of the rations have been destroyed, and the compensation for the injured has caused the tribe treasury to be empty. Recently, the situation has stabilized, and some tribesmen have even secretly escaped a few days ago. Sigh, especially the food. If this continues, the rations will be used up in less than half a month, and the whole tribe will starve. Gu Guang said this, and looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan chuckled. I know what you want to say. Your tribe is facing a huge burden in order to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang quickly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chang is our Gu tribe's benefactor, but now we still need Uncle. No matter. Actually, even if you did not mention it today, I would have said it. The wolf group is indeed too many, and I do not want to implicate Gu tribe. This way, I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, when hunting, I will purposely reduce the numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for Gu tribesmen. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Uncle Chang, I really do not know what to say to express Junior's reverence towards you. Gu Guang was moved, his eyes turning red. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of which, I am also responsible for your father's death. After all, I was the one who suggested this idea. I will weaken the wolf group to 3 kings and 2,000 wolves. I will accompany Gu tribe along the way. I think Gu tribe also needs this force to protect them. Do you understand what I mean? Nephew understands. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard. Don't let down your father's expectations of you. You may leave. Yes, Nephew will take his leave." Seeing Gu Guang leave, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Youngsters are so immature. If Good Tribe leader was here, he would have already started to weaken the wolf group by all means possible. Chapter 464. The sun rose from the east, shining on the vast grassland of northern plains. The huge iron-shelled flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pink-skinned bunny jumped out of the greenhouse. This was the pink flower rabbit, one of the most commonly seen animals in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but lived in the heart of the iron shell flower. The petals of the iron shell flower were as hard as steel and could defend against the attacks of those wild beasts. The pink flower rabbit jumped and jumped, putting its nose close to the wild flower and sniffing it. After finding it was not poisonous, it swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears trembled, and an intense warning rose in its heart. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, an iron feather pierced through it like an arrow, killing it on the grassland. Two investigative Gu Masters rode, on hump wolves running from afar. "Brother, your iron feather arrow Gu has 100% accuracy. Sigh, the food in the clan is getting lesser. We have no choice but to hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs." The two talked about Gu Tribe's current situation, looking worried. Although Fang Yuan reduced the number of wild wolves, and the dead wolves were made into jerky, to a huge tribe like Gu Tribe, it could only alleviate a bit of the conflict between supply and demand. As the clan's rations got lesser, Gu tribesmen started to panic. The two investigative Gu Masters continued to move forward. Not long after, Gu Tribe's main group also moved here like an old giant beast. Most of the mortals were leading big-bellied horses. Families that were slightly wealthier would have curved horned running bulls, pulling carts filled with goods. Gu Masters mostly rode on hump wolves, and because they did not need to fight, the hump wolves also had large amounts of goods tied on their backs. Other than that, there were also many lizard house Gu moving like elephants in a herd of deer, moving their forelimbs and moving around. Fang Yuan was inside a lizard house Gu, resting with his eyes closed. Ever since he subdued large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. He had to ensure at least 4 hours of sleep every day, and other than that, he had to rest from time to time. It was not so easy to become an enslavement path Gu Master. Every Gu Master had a glorious side. They all had their strengths, but at the same time, they also had their weaknesses and their own pain. His body moved along with the lizard house Gu, slowly moving up and down. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture. In the aperture, the true gold sea rippled slightly. The crystal walls were bright and clear. At this level, into a mortal-blessed land, he could already break through to rank 5. But now, Fang Yuan was in northern plains. His cultivation was temporarily stagnant. He checked the Gu worms. His vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, was still hidden, sleeping in the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf floated. This was wolf smoke Gu, specially used to heal wolf groups' injuries. On the primeval essence sea, the rank 5 battle bone will still had many cracks as it chased the waves. Similarly, there was also snow wash Gu. It was like a snow-white willow leaf floating on the surface of the water. As for Clues and Clues Gu, it was like a cuttlefish swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Most of them were rank 2, few were rank 3, and none were rank 4. Other than that, there were 2 strength of 10 Jun Gu. Fang Yuan had bought 5 strength of 10 Jun Gu, but now he had used 3. Only 2 were left. A Gu worm with a wolf head and fish belly was lying at the bottom of the sea, moving around from time to time. This was wolf swallow Gu, a rank 4 storage Gu. Fang Yuan still had 1 storage Gu. It was shaped like a cup. It was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Of course, originally, its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture, in Fang Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil. It was wolf care goo. In his throat, there was wolf howl goo. Under his tongue, there was ghost fire goo. On his chest, there was an azure wolf tattoo. It was azure wolf hair goo. On his back, there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo. It was rank 3 eagle wings goo. The bone bamboo goo and wolf soul goo that he had were all used up. On each of his legs, there was a rank 4 wolf sprint goo used for movement. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned. It was buried under poison grassland. Chang Shanyin's set of goo worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level, he could bully the weak, but against experts, he was still lacking. What enslavement path goo masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Fang Yuan had cooperated with goo tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against goo masters, it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot, they would target Fang Yuan first. Back then, Chang Shanin was able to kill Hatu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white-eyes wolves. Fang Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Chang Shanyin's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck. I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman's soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use guts goo. Unfortunately, I am in northern plains and cannot return to Hu immortal blessed land, and Dang Hun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of immortal goo gruel mud, there are very few complete guts goo. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had used impermanence bone goo, turning all his bones into impermanence bones. A human's body was like a skin bag containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fang Yuan's skin bag even sturdier. It was no longer a problem to contain 1,000-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region's suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 June goo to nurture 30 June of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food, or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky, they will have to starve. The burden is too heavy, and the resource consumption is also too high. If not for Gu tribe, I would not be able to raise them by myself. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the number of wolves. It was to reduce the pressure on himself. Enslavement path Gu masters expended too many resources. Only large clans could afford to raise them. Even super clans would only focus on nurturing 2 or 3. These days, Fang Yuan had been thinking about how to solve this problem of feeding the wolves. Different from others, he had a huge advantage. That was, he had a blessed land. If he could send the wolves to the blessed land to feed them and teleport them back when needed, this problem would be perfectly solved. But Hu immortal blessed land was in Central Continent, and whole Earth Gu's range was limited to one region. That is to say, whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in Central Continent. But outside of Central Continent, it would not be able to do so. Whole Earth Gu was useless, so Fang Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This Gu was a new Gu invented during the 5 Regions Chaotic War in his previous life. It was also a rank 5 consumable Gu, and had even more restrictions than Whole Earth Gu. Only when the night sky was filled with stars could it activate the power of the stars in black heaven. But its range was huge, and it could cross the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had the recipe of Stargate Gu, but the materials were scarce, and many ancient goo worms were needed. One or two of the supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the success rate of Stargate goo was extremely low. There might not even be one success in 100 attempts. Fang Yuan did not have any thoughts of Stargate goo when he transacted with Crane Gate. This was one of the reasons. There was another important reason. That was Blue Charm Lightning movie. Ever since the Blue Charm Lightning movie was kicked out of the Blessed Land by Fang Yuan, it had been lingering on Tianti Mountain, not giving up on attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Crane Gate also did not care about this problem, and the Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain only cared about the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on other people's roof. Why was Stargate Gu's usage related to Blue Charm Lightning movie? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed to attract the power of the stars in Black Heaven to form. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was its own domain. It did not have a sun or stars in the sky. If it wanted to attract the power of the stars, it would need to open the door and attract the starlight from the outside world. But this way, the Blue Charm Lightning movie would take the chance to enter. This was something that absolutely did not make up for the losses. Dang Hun Mountain was dying. Its power was greatly reduced. If the Blue Charm Lightning movie entered the Blessed Land, it would be even worse. This way, Stargate Gu would not work. It seems I can only see if there is a solution in Langya Blessed Land. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the Crescent Moon Lake in about 7 days. Fang Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya Blessed Land. In the dark night, the moon shone brightly, the stars were sparse, and a cool breeze blew. On the grassland, there was a crescent-shaped lake. The lake was 15,000 li long and had an average width of 5,000 li. The two ends of the lake were curved and sharp, while the middle part was slightly wider, resembling a crescent moon. The lake was calm, sparkling with light, reflecting off the crescent moon in the night sky. It was Crescent Lake. Water plants were abundant here. It was tranquil and beautiful, with many living beings living here. There were 3 horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron shell flowers, cliff grass, and horseshoe trees surrounding this lake, forming a sparse forest. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds. One of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance. His forehead was bulging. His eyes were deeply sunken. His eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu Immortal, Gue Wang. Lang, your blessed land is hidden here. Loner Hong, you casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He had a youthful appearance, a round face, and was clean. Chapter 465. Time passed bit by bit. Several figures stood silently on the dark clouds. Other than Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu, there were 3 female immortals. These 3 immortals were all beautiful and graceful. They were Huahai's 3 immortals. The green-clothed woman had a cold expression. She was Fairy Qing Suwa. The yellow-clothed woman was petite and fair. She was called Fairy Huang Sha. The pink-dressed woman was charming and charming. She was called Fairy Fen Meng. The 3 of them stood together, separated from the Ghost King, and Loner Hongyu by a distance, clearly separated from each other. Fairy Qing Suwa stared at the Crescent Lake below, while Fairy Huang Sha and Fairy Fen Meng conversed softly, their gazes sweeping towards Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu from time to time. Their gazes were filled with vigilance. Not mentioning Gue Wang's ugly appearance, the 3 beautiful immortals were disgusted by him. Loner Hongyu, in order to refine Gu in the past, he killed his parents and betrayed his brothers. This made the three righteous path female immortals despise him greatly. But Langya Blessed Land was no small matter. The Gu immortal who had once lived inside was the famous #1 refinement path immortal of all times, Long Hair Ancestor. This person was extremely skilled in refinement path. He had rank 8 cultivation and was one of the few refinement path geniuses in history. He had lived for a long time. He had lived through 2 generations of venerables, thieving heaven demon venerable and giant son immortal. What did this mean? That was to say, the 2 rank 9 Gu immortals had not lived as long as him. Even thieving heaven and giant son, the 2 venerables were in awe of his refinement path talent and admitted defeat. They had even once asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only a summary of historical events. It did not include those legends and stories. But such a person could not resist the river of time. He eventually died of old age. According to rumors, after he died, he turned into a land spirit and continued to refine Gu in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was Long Hair Ancestor's residence. Thus it had a vast number of Gu worm recipes, including immortal Gu recipes. Although the 3 Hua High Immortals did not like Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu, the allure of immortal Gu recipes was enough to make them abandon their righteous path identities and secretly cooperate with these 2 demonic path Gu immortals. Time slowly passed. Crack! Suddenly, with a soft sound, the void above the crescent moon lake shattered, revealing bright lightning. The earth disaster has begun, the Ghost King shouted excitedly. For a time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the center of the crescent moon lake. Without a doubt, this was the sign of an earthly calamity causing a hole to appear in the blessed land. Loner Hongyu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the hole, without blinking. The 3 Hua High Immortals looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also quickened. Immortal Gu were hard to find. These 5 Gu immortals did not have any immortal Gu. Of course, there were still rank 5 Gu worms, and there were many of them. Each of them was of high quality. But no matter how many mortal Gu there were, they could not compare to an immortal Gu. Gu immortals' desire towards immortal Gu was even greater than a lustful wolf seeing a peerless beauty. Rumble, in the sky above the lake, thunder kept exploding and lightning kept striking. It even formed lightning, water, and lightning that poured down like a torrential rain. The second hole, the third hole, the earthly calamity created one hole after another, appearing one after another. This is the earthly calamity, myriad lightning rain, such terrifying power. Loner Hongyu's eyes revealed shock as he saw this. If it landed in our Hua High Blessed Land, even if we 3 sisters join hands, we might not be able to resist it, right? Langya Blessed Land is indeed Long Hair Ancestor's possession. Can we really obtain the immortal Gu recipe this time? The 3 Hua High Immortals looked at each other, their faces pale. Earlier, the Ghost King had given them many benefits. The 3 Hua High Immortals had rushed overexcitedly. Now, the 3 felt that this trip would not be easy. It would not be easy to barge into Langya Blessed Land. All Gu immortals were geniuses among men, possessing extraordinary wisdom. Be it the 3 Hua High Immortals or the Loner Hongyu, they became vigilant. The Ghost King saw everyone's expression and laughed hoarsely. This dog's hit heaven and earth has always wanted to maintain balance. The blessed land has fortune. So heaven and earth send down calamities and tribulations, using all methods to wear down this fortune. The better the management of the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Look at this myriad lightning rain. Its power is simply on par with those blessed lands with secret forbidden lands. Think about it. How many recipes are stored in this Lang Ya blessed land? There are bound to be many immortal goo recipes. Otherwise, why would the wretched heavens send down such a powerful calamity and tribulation? The immortals' hearts jolted at these words. Thinking of immortal goo, these people's gazes became heated. The Ghost King is right. I have also entered some blessed lands. Some of them are ownerless, blessed lands that are about to be destroyed. Their earthly calamities are nothing more than a drizzle. But blessed lands are very important, which Goo Immortal doesn't want to manage them well. Loner Hong, you smiled bitterly. The better the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Goo Immortal cultivation is not easy. Ha ha ha, cultivation is defying heaven. The wretched heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us, so we have to defy heaven. Ghost King added, your words are somewhat biased. Immortal cultivation is actually following heaven's will. We use goo worms to learn the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth. We manage blessed lands in place of heaven and earth, nurturing countless blessings and bringing blessings to all living beings. Fairy Ching Suo retorted. Her voice was crisp and sweet. Loner Hong, you stopped speaking. Considering the situation, he did not want to continue on this topic. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path. It had been differentiated since the immemorial era, and even now there was no clear difference. Ghost King chuckled. He pointed at the hole below and said, everyone, the earthly calamity is getting more and more intense. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we might as well take action now. All right. Loner Hong, you immediately expressed his support. Ghost King, please go first. The three immortals reached a consensus. Ghost King chuckled, taking out a bead of green grape immortal essence and activating a goo worm. It flew into the hole with the green grape immortal essence in its mouth. When this goo worm entered the blessed land, it was unknown if it was suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, but it instantly lost contact with Ghost King. But Ghost King's green grape immortal essence was also sent into Lang Ya blessed land. It immediately exploded and started to consume the immortal essence in Lang Ya blessed land. To Goo immortals, every bead of green grape immortal essence was extremely precious. Normally, Goo immortals would focus on accumulating. They would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that the Ghost King had taken the lead, the other four then followed suit and threw one each. Ghost King threw the second bead, and according to the sequence, the others also threw the second round. After a Goo immortal died, although they formed a land spirit, they could no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence in the land spirit's hands decreased as time passed. While Ghost King's group had 4 people, they had the advantage in numbers. But after 100 rounds, this Lang Ya blessed land still had immortal essence to use. Other than Ghost King, the other immortals were hesitant. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Goo immortal. Although he died, he left behind white lychee immortal essence. 100 beads of green grape immortal essence cannot compare to 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Fan Meng's turn, she held a bead of green grape immortal essence, but did not immediately throw it. Ghost King's gaze flickered with a sinister light. He sneered. Fairy, what is there to fear? Long-hair ancestor was a person from thieving heaven demon Venerable's era. He tried to prolong his life, struggling at death's door until Giant Sun Immortal's era, when he finally died of old age. Although he left behind white lychee immortal essence, he had also experienced the eras of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The former Lang Ya Grotto Heaven had already fallen to a blessed land. How much white lychee immortal essence is there now? I'm afraid only some immortal water remains. Loner Hong, you also chuckled. Ghost King is right. You guys have seen the earthly calamity earlier. Lang Ya blessed land has so many recipes, Many of them involve immortal goo. The fortune is too great. Every calamity and tribulation is so intense. No matter how much white lychee immortal essence there is, it will be used up soon. This world has always been like this. The courageous die from overeating, while the cowardly die from starvation. Everyone has already thrown in so much immortal essence. Are you going to give up? Maybe you are not far from success. Ghost King tempted. The three female immortals looked at each other. And Fairy Ching Suwa said, "What the two of you said is correct, but the immortal energy of us three sisters is also saved bead by bead. It's not something that grows out of nowhere. How about this? Let's throw in another 50 rounds and see the situation." After another 50 rounds, Lang Ya blessed land finally showed signs of not being able to hold on. Gue Wangda was overjoyed and laughed wildly. The three female immortals had always felt Ghost King's laughter was hoarse and ear-piercing, but now they only felt joy when they heard it. It was as if they could see immortal goo recipes waving at them. After another 30 rounds, the four immortals' immortal essence entered the blessed land and expanded, affecting each other and causing a chain of explosions. But the blessed land finally showed no signs of movement. This meant the blessed land's immortal essence was exhausted. "Everyone, I'll be going first." Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings and entering Lang Ya blessed land through the hole. "Oh no!" Loner Hongyu shouted loudly, afraid of falling behind. He turned into a red light and flew in. These demonic path goo masters are truly devious and crafty. Hua Hai's three immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked, they quickly followed behind. The three immortals entered the blessed land and could use all their rank 5 goo worms at will. Lang Ya blessed land's immortal essence was indeed used up. Fairy Huangsha said excitedly. The three immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the blessed land. The blessed land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea, there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters, looking grand and magnificent. It was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions, there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. This is cloud soil. It is like stepping on solid ground. The soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil. Fairy Ching Suwa stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly, "This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor." Fairy Fenmeng exclaimed in admiration. In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today. Fairy Huang Sha felt extremely blessed. "Ha ha ha, these are all mine." Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard. He was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Chapter 466. Several days later, carriages rumbled and horses neighed. Goo Tribe's group arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp near the sparse Horseshoe Forest. Goo Tribe's higher-ups finally let out a sigh of relief when they got here. Water and grass were plentiful here. There were large numbers of beast groups. They could hold a proper hunt and replenish their rations before setting off. We finally arrived here. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. That night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt and left Goo Tribe's sight. There was no moon tonight, but the sky was filled with stars. The wolf group galloped in the night wind, devouring any small or medium-sized beast groups they encountered. The wolf group howled in excitement. They had been half starving these last few days. They could finally eat their fill tonight. Even with 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully controlled the wolf group's movement. Although the wolf group was huge, Crescent Lake also had hidden dangers. There were even larger water wolf groups three-horned rhino groups, as well as thousands of mutated beasts, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of insects. Of course, these insect groups and beast groups had their own territories, unlike the beasts and insects on the grassland that moved around. Crescent Lake had plentiful water and grass. They did not need to move around to look for food. As long as Fang Yuan and Gu tribe did not invade their territories, they would not find trouble with them. According to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan followed the lakeside and headed east, arriving at a stone forest. This stone forest was very ordinary. There were stone pillars of gray-white, purple-black, greenish-yellow, and other colors separated from each other, quietly standing upright. There were many stone forests around Crescent Lake, but this one was rather special. If someone looked down from above, they would only see the gray-white stone pillars. They would find that the stone pillars formed the word thieving. Speaking of this stone forest, it had a huge origin. It was personally arranged by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable asked Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu for him. He made a bet with him, winning 3 out of 5 rounds. Longhair Ancestor lost and had no choice but to admit defeat, agreeing to refine Gu for thieving heaven demon Venerable. Thieving heaven demon Venerable had always wanted to enter the legendary Void Gate. He asked Longhair Ancestor to refine an immortal Gu, Space Escape Gu, which could allow people to enter the Void Gate. He took out the secret recipe that he had spent his entire life studying. Longhair Ancestor was rather excited when he saw it. He felt that the recipe was very good and correct, but there were still some areas that could be improved. After discussing with thieving heaven demon Venerable, he was very happy. Longhair Ancestor's refinement path, attainment, was much higher than his. The two immortals worked together and spent 21 years to finally refine Space Escape Gu. But even though this Gu was refined and thieving heaven demon Venerable could use it, he could not enter Space Door no matter what. The demon Venerable was disheartened. The proud Longhair Ancestor also suffered a huge blow. Later, Longhair Ancestor. There was no progress in his research with the giant sun, Immortal. Space Escape Gu became Longhair Ancestor's only failure in his life. It was said that before Longhair Ancestor died, he couldn't forget it either. His good friend, Immortal Yen, could not bear to see his old friend pass away like this. Thus, he spent 50 years of his lifespan to perform a divination for him. Even after countless years, after 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men, and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. And the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of Space Escape Gu, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Immortal Yen was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He was proficient in divination and often hit the nail on the head. Thus he was called Immortal Yen. And the prophecy he deduced was the famous prophecy of 3 venerables that was known by later generations. As expected, the world continued to change and develop after Giant Sun, Immortal, Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable really appeared. After the demon, Venerable died. A rank 9 male Gu Immortal appeared. He belonged to the righteous path and was called Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died of old age. The prophecy of 3 venerables was more than half correct. Only Great Dream Immortal Venerable had yet to appear. Moreover, Longhair Ancestor was both happy and sad when he learned of this deduction. He was happy because the problem of Space Escape Gu could finally be solved. He was sad because he would not live to see that day. After Longhair Ancestor died and turned into a land spirit, he only had one obsession. That was to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as she could solve the problem of Space Escape Gu, the whole of Lang, Ya Blessed Land, would belong to her. Back then, When long-hair ancestor refined space escape goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable, he obtained a failed product and could not find any problems with it. He was greatly ashamed and agreed to refine 9 more goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable. The materials for the goo refinement were all provided by him. Thieving heaven demon Venerable then asked long-hair ancestor to refine 6 more immortal goo. Before thieving heaven demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he set up his inheritance in the 5 regions and made an agreement with long-hair ancestor to leave the remaining 3 goo refinement opportunities to his inheritor. After long-hair ancestor agreed, the two agreed on a secret code. More than 10 years later, one of thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritances was suddenly opened and revealed to the public. The contents of the inheritance was a riddle, and the answer pointed to Langya blessed land. Northern Plains became a craze for guessing riddles. Countless people tried to solve and excavate them. Rumors spread, but no one succeeded. Next, Ma Hongyun was defeated in the battlefield and was forced to flee to Crescent Lake. At the lakeside, he encountered an ambush that had been planned for a long time. In a panic, he escaped to this stone forest and unexpectedly found a passageway in the stone forest. Through this secret passageway, he entered Langya blessed land and met the land spirit. After getting the secret code, the land spirit of Langya refined 3 goo worms for him according to the agreement. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 goo and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the 2nd time. Fang Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base, and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, "Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun, I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you. I want to tell you in front of your face. I love you. I was wrong." At this time, the enemy had already arrived. His saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly vanished. He had entered Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Fang Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hongyun is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman. She would become a wisdom path goo immortal in the future. She was Ma Hongyun's wife. She helped him plan and scheme. But right now, she was just a little girl. Fang Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar, thieving heaven demon, Venerable, had once used a mysterious goo worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage. There was still the second requirement. That was to say the word, want. The moment Fang Yuan said these 2 words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted, he was already in a room. In the room, there was a pill furnace's fragrance. Dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's, and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Chang Shan has come to pay respects. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. You are Chang Shan. The old man opened his eyes, slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Fang Yuan, his gaze seemingly solid. Your skin is quite interesting. It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass. There is also pill fire goo and medicinal strength goo. And some. The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Fang Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin goo's recipe just by observing. Lad, do you want to exchange for this goo worm recipe? I will use a goo worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a goo worm recipe of the same level. Oh, right. Secret code. Right? Secret code. Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. The secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then? That means there is no secret code. As for the human skin goose recipe, I cannot exchange it now. You are actually not exchanging? Why? The land spirit was furious. A heavy pressure descended from the air. Fang Yuan could not move, his bones creaking from the pressure. But he sneered, not minding it. I naturally have my reasons for not exchanging. You don't need to know. The land spirit laughed eerily. Hee. Even if you don't want to exchange, I will imprison you here, peel off your skin, and after some research, I will be able to deduce this human skin goose recipe. No, you won't do it. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. I am the Demon Venerable's descendant. Before completing the agreement of 3 goo, you cannot do anything to me. According to Earth's understanding, the land spirit was equivalent to an intelligent program. It was just that the land spirit, that long-hair ancestor, had transformed into had high intelligence and was good at scaring others. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyan was scared by him and lost the precious opportunity to refine immortal goo, only refining 3 rank 5 goo. After that, Ma Hongyan was filled with regret. After becoming a goo immortal, every time he thought of this matter, he would wring his hands and sigh. The land spirit glared at him. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire, as if he was angry enough to kill someone. But Fang Yuan was unmoved. The land spirit stared for a long time, and suddenly, like a deflated balloon, his whole body became dispirited. Next, he sullenly got off the cloud bed and walked towards Fang Yuan, pulling his sleeves and begging softly, "Young lad, do a good deed, and exchange this recipe." Fang Yuan was speechless. What situation was this? The change in attitude was too fast. Chapter 467. Young lad, please have some tea. This is high-quality cloud smoke tea. Quickly have a taste. Land spirit of Langya sat beside the cloud bed and personally brewed a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sat on the land spirit's previous seat, speechlessly looking at this clown land spirit in front of him. After Fang Yuan chatted with the land spirit for a while, he understood this land spirit was extremely fond of collecting secret recipes and would do anything to get an exquisite recipe. If it was someone else, the land spirit would have already extorted them. But towards Fang Yuan, the descendant of the Demon Venerable, he could not intimidate him and could only use soft words to beg. "Handsome young lad, is the tea nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, you can exchange for the human skin goose recipe." Land spirit of Langya smiled fawningly, winking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan drank his tea silently. The image of the sage-like, mysterious, and powerful land spirit of Langya in his heart was rapidly collapsing. "Young lad, do me a favor. Have pity on an old man like me. I live here alone. How depressing, how lonely, how thirsty. I can only look at these recipes to relieve my boredom. Could it be that you have the heart to cruelly reject a pitiful old man like me? Land Spirit had the image of a white-bearded, white-haired, white-browed grandpa looking at Fong Yuan anxiously. Hey, can you have some self-awareness? You are a land spirit, not a human. Fong Yuan's eyes twitched. Young lad, whatever you say is true. As long as you give me the recipe, I will do anything you want. The grandpa winked at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan resisted the urge to kick this guy down and shouted, No, I won't exchange. Land Spirit of Langya's body froze for a moment. Then he burst into tears and rolled on the ground. No, I want it. I want the recipe. I want the recipe. Young lad, you are too cruel, too savage, too heartless. You actually won't exchange. Will you die if you exchange? You can change now. Really, seeing is believing. Fong Yuan's forehead was full of black lines. The mysterious and powerful image of the land spirit of Langya that he had in his heart had been shattered into pieces. Then he was ruthlessly trampled into dregs. However, this also showed the innocence of the land spirit of Langya. The old land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground a few times and cried for a long time, but Fong Yuan still did not let go. He had to stand up. His face was covered with tears and snot, and even his white hair, beard, and eyebrows were smeared with it. Young man, your conscience is very bad. It's too cruel. No wonder you're the heir of the demon lord. The old man looked at Fong Yuan with a bitter expression. He looked like a woman who had been abandoned by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan finally couldn't stand such a gaze and shuddered. He sighed and said, Forget it. I can give you the recipe for the human skin goo, but that will have to wait until the time is right. Young man, you're too good. You're really a good person. When will the time be right? The land spirit jumped 3 feet high and was extremely happy. 500 years later, the old land spirit grandpa's raised eyebrows immediately relaxed. So long. Humph, this is my biggest concession. Why, you don't want to exchange? Of course, how can I not exchange? Looking at 500 years, I can also wait. Young man, I will always wait for you. This is our lifetime promise. The old man said affectionately. Fong Yuan covered his face and sighed deeply. I still have the recipe here. I want to exchange it for a connecting heaven goo. Hearing that Fong Yuan had a request for him, the land spirit of Langya's expression immediately changed. He straightened his body and slightly raised his head, showing an arrogant expression. Oh, you want to exchange for connecting heaven goo? He spoke slowly and continued. To tell you the truth, young man, I have a huge amount of recipes here. If I have the recipe that you took out, I will not exchange it. Fong Yuan smiled confidently. Old man, you are already outdated. Bring me a pen and paper. I will write one for you. Halfway through, Fong Yuan stopped writing. Write, quickly write. What else is there? The land spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, his eyes shining brightly. He had already confirmed that this was a brand new recipe that he had never seen before. This is a rank 5 recipe. Where is your connecting heaven goo? Here. The land spirit waved his hand and moved a connecting heaven goo to the table. After Fong Yuan finished writing this recipe, he refined the connecting heaven goo and stored it in his aperture. At the side, the land spirit happily looked at this recipe. The goo worm in the recipe was a new goo developed by goo masters in the Great Era 500 years later. In that chaotic era of the 5 regions, the flames of war burned the whole world. All kinds of new goo emerged. In such chaotic times, rank 9 goo immortals would often appear. Fong Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he had forgotten a lot, he still had a large number of recipes in his mind. These recipes, to exaggerate, were simply ahead of an era The land spirit had naturally not seen them before. "Do you have divine sense goo here?" Fang Yuan asked after keeping the connecting heaven goo. "Yes. Do you want to trade? Do you have a goo worm recipe?" The land spirit grandpa was surprised and happy. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, spreading out the pen and paper, and started writing. But this time, halfway through writing, the land spirit laughed. "Young man, I also have the secret recipe for this goo worm of yours." "Oh." Fang Yuan stopped writing with a shocked expression. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. The land spirit was simple. If he said he had, then he had. If he didn't, then he didn't. "If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this." The land spirit Langya grabbed at the air. A cowhide recipe was moved over and placed on the table. Fang Yuan took a look. It was really so. "It seems that although the goo worms in my memories appeared 500 years later, they might not be brand new goo worms." Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled and said to the land spirit, "Don't worry, if this one doesn't work, I still have another one." But this time, Fang Yuan only wrote a third when the land spirit clapped and laughed. "Although I do not have this goo worm recipe, I have a similar one. Take it and take a look." Saying so, he gave Fang Yuan a recipe. The similarity was as high as 90%. Fang Yuan immediately understood. This recipe of mine is very likely a goo master's modified old recipe. "Young man, this recipe of yours is not worth much. I will not trade it," the land spirit said. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he liked to collect recipes and research them. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal since ancient times, and had lived for a long time. He had collected countless recipes, and could be said to be a master of recipes. And in Fang Yuan's own era, it had not reached its most intense moment. At least Great Dream Immortal Venerable had not appeared yet. These goo worm recipes in Fang Yuan's memories, compared to Langya Blessed Land's accumulation of countless eras, seemed shallow. "Take a look at this one." Fang Yuan continued writing. But these recipes were not originally in Langya Blessed Land. They were modified from ancient recipes. They could not enter the land spirit's eyes. Fang Yuan was helpless. In his memories, there were some goo worms. He was sure they were new goo worms, but these goo worms were very important. Each represented huge benefits. Each goo worm could change the situation of a battle. Once they flowed out of Langya Blessed Land, the loss of benefits was a small matter. The key was to change the course of history, and to Fang Yuan, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. "Land spirit, take a look at this recipe." Fang Yuan thought for a while and wrote down the Stargate Goo's recipe. The land spirit looked at it and became interested. The more Fang Yuan wrote, the more interested he became. "I have never seen this goo worm recipe before. It is quite strange, quite strange." The old grandpa smacked his lips, unable to contain his joy. This was a rank 5 goo recipe. Fang Yuan thus successfully exchanged for divine sense goo. "Young lad, this Stargate goo is interesting. It actually has the effect of crossing regions. The 5 regions are separated by a barrier, but it ingeniously borrowed the power of Black Heaven. This goo worm, in history, has only been the whole Earth goo and connecting heaven goo. Once you use this Stargate, it can be on par with these 2 goo worms. Did you conceive this goo?" The land spirit asked. "Of course." Fang Yuan admitted without hesitation. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for impersonating someone else then. He shamelessly boasted, "The previous few recipes, some of them were developed by me or modified according to the recipes." This action no doubt deepened the relationship between him and the land spirit of Langya. "Young friend, you have talent in refinement path. I have a whole new level of respect for you." The land spirit grandpa no longer called Fang Yuan young lad, but called him young friend instead. But this Stargate goo also has its drawbacks. It needs to be activated by drawing starlight at night. Other than that, the success rate of this goo refinement is also low. But if you add some supplementary materials, the success rate can be increased by 30%. Next, the land spirit listed the names of several materials. Fang Yuan frowned as he listened. He had never heard of these materials. From the looks of it, if it wasn't an archaic material, then it was something extremely obscure and rarely used. The land spirit continued. It seems that this Stargate goo is best matched with starlight fireflies. With starlight fireflies, there will be starlight, and Stargate goo can be used anytime and anywhere. What? Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart jumped, quickly asking, Starlight fireflies, what are starlight fireflies? You don't know about starlight fireflies? That's right, this goo group was rare even in immemorial times, and had already gone extinct since the olden antiquity era. When the immemorial nine heavens still existed, most of the starlight fireflies lived in orange heaven. The land spirit revealed a secret. Fang Yuan was immediately disappointed. Since they are already extinct, what's the point of talking about them? The so-called extinct is only referring to the mortal world. Recently, I saw a group of starlight fireflies during the transactions in jewel yellow skies. It seemed to be Star Lord Wanxiang's goods. The land spirit recalled. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. The reason why he exchanged for connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo was to impersonate a goo immortal and transact in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for resources and breaking away from the trade blockade of Crane Gate. The land spirit's words increased his interest in starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and smiled craftily. Land spirit, I have many recipes here, but I will only exchange for starlight fireflies. The land spirit shook its head. This cannot be exchanged. Why? I don't have starlight firefly goo. The land spirit replied, as a matter of fact. Fang Yuan said snappily, if you don't have starlight firefly goo, can't you use connecting heaven goo and buy it from jewel yellow skies? The land spirit looked strangely at Fang Yuan. Why do I need to buy starlight firefly goo? If you don't buy starlight firefly goo, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? The land spirit shook its head and stubbornly said, your recipe can only be exchanged for the goo worms in the blessed land. Fang Yuan was speechless. The land spirit was too stubborn. It couldn't even understand this point. It was not a human after all. It was just a land spirit. It couldn't even be flexible. Eventually, Fang Yuan's lips were about to break from persuasion, but it still didn't work. The land spirit was stubborn. Fang Yuan could only give up, but he suddenly had a thought. Wait, land spirit, you said I will only exchange for the goo worms in the blessed land. Yes. Chapter 468. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a rank 6 immortal goo, a nature goo nurtured by heaven and earth. It was refined by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, and rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus could produce primeval essence and provide great help to a goo master's primeval essence recovery. Rank 6 and above Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence and had great uses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable relied on this goo to become the person with the most immortal essence among all rank 9 goo immortals. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable died, his Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was heavily guarded. It was a famous treasure in the world. But after 100,000 years, it was stolen by an extremely daring rank 7 goo immortal. This rank 7 goo immortal was the descendant of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, thieving heaven demon Venerable. After thieving heaven demon Venerable died, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also destroyed. Long-hair ancestor and thieving heaven demon Venerable had interacted before. After the demon Venerable disappeared for hundreds of years, long-hair ancestor tried to refine goo. Eventually, it was refined into a rank 6 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. Later, according to his preferences, he raised it to rank 8. Immortal goo were unique and had the same name. After the 6th transformation, the name would not change. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. If they were promoted from the 6th to the 7th revolution, they would still be called Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. After Long-hair ancestor died, his obsession combined with the power of heaven and earth and turned into a land spirit. This rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also left in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was later discovered by a soul path goo immortal called Gui Wang by chance, causing the first wave of attacks. In the end, they were all captured by the earth spirits. But news of Langya Blessed Land was leaked by Gui Wang, attracting even more goo immortals. After that, they organized a second wave, a third wave, and so on. Until the 7th wave, the Celestial Court specially sent several rank 7 goo immortals to descend with immortal goo. After a fierce battle, the Heavenly Monarch's army was destroyed. Langya Blessed Land finally broke apart, but the goo immortals also suffered heavy casualties. This was where Feng Joga died. The vast amount of secret recipes in Langya Blessed Land were all stored in the Celestial Court. Because of this, Middle Continent's strength skyrocketed, and with the power of one continent, it fought back against the 4 major regions. With the memories of his past life, Feng Yuan was well aware of what was going to happen next. Now, that Feng Yuan suggested using immortal goo recipes to exchange for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the land spirit rejected without hesitation. Of course not. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence. That's why I have the capital to resist the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, I can use this immortal essence to refine goo. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will definitely not be exchanged. I see. Feng Yuan nodded. Although he had expected it, he was still a little disappointed. But the land spirit's next words, it ignited his hope again. However, I have other immortal goo here. It depends on what secret recipe you have. A rank 7 recipe could only be exchanged for a rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 8 recipes can be exchanged for rank 7 and rank 6 immortal goo. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with divine light. He knew that in Langya Blessed Land, there was a rank 7 beast enslavement goo. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts, and ancient desolate beasts. Long-hair ancestor had used this goo in the past. He had subdued many desolate beasts, and even buried several ancient desolate beasts under the foundation of the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts as guards, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was impregnable. It withstood 6 waves of goo immortals' frenzied attacks until the 7th wave. This beast enslavement goo is extremely important. The land spirit will definitely not exchange it. But Long-hair ancestor had refined many immortal goo in the past. He definitely does not only have beast enslavement goo and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Feng Yuan's heart palpitated. After thinking about it, he started to write down the recipe. The old grandpa land spirit was standing beside him. He had his hands behind his back, staring at it. After looking for a while, he laughed. This is second aperture goo, right? Don't tell me you also have this recipe? Feng Yuan stopped writing. Of course, my Langya Blessed Land has countless recipes. There are thousands of immortal goo recipes. The land spirit said proudly. With such wealth, no wonder the Celestial Court came to attack. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. If that's the case, he pondered for a while before changing to another piece of paper and continuing to write. This time, he wrote the rank 6 recipe of blood deity. The land spirit's eyes shined with a strange light when he saw the beginning of the recipe, but gradually the light dimmed down. After Fang Yuan wrote 3 lines, he said, "This blood path recipe of yours might be mystical, but it is an incomplete recipe. Although it has made up for some flaws, it conflicts with the laws. The chances of success are very small. With this recipe, you cannot exchange for an immortal goo." Fang Yuan sighed. The blood god's recipe that he had obtained back then was also incomplete. After painstakingly researching it and asking other goo immortals to repair it, he obtained this recipe. He also knew that this recipe was not completely correct. The reason why he did not choose to refine blood deity back then was also because of this. Later, he coincidentally obtained the correct recipe of spring-autumn cicada. Thus, he gave up on blood deity and refined spring-autumn cicada instead. But spring-autumn cicada was related to his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Langya Blessed Land did not have this recipe, Fang Yuan would not take it out to exchange for a goo. He exposed it in 3 Kings Blessed Land because he was in a deep predicament and wanted to take a gamble to obtain shocking benefits. In the current situation, he was not in a desperate situation and did not need to take the risk. But this way, Fang Yuan could not continue writing down this blood deity's recipe. He only knew a dozen or so immortal goo recipes, but most of them were incomplete. Blood deity's recipe was already the best among the incomplete recipes. He only had 2 complete and correct immortal goo recipes. One was second aperture goo, and the other was spring-autumn cicada. But the former's recipe was already in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually expose the latter. Fang Yuan was silent after pondering for a while. He asked, "Land Spirit, if I use a rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo, can I?" The Land Spirit shook its head. "No, you can only exchange for the goo worms I have now." Fang Yuan was not resigned and asked, "Land Spirit, don't you want to refine the Stargate goo? After all, this is a brand new goo." "Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and sell it. But when I will refine it and when I can succeed, that is hard to say." The Land Spirit suddenly reacted. At this time, he had become smarter. "Little friend, you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Here, you have 3 chances for me to refine goo for you. But refining an immortal goo, regardless of success or failure, it is counted as 1 attempt. If it is refining immortal goo, I will definitely hand the refined goo to you. If you want the Stargate goo, I will definitely refine it for you." The Land Spirit suggested. Fang Yuan realized there was such a detail. No wonder Ma Hongyan wanted to choose 3 rank 5 goo. When he was reduced to this place, he was only a mortal and did not know the value of an immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal's body could not use immortal goo. Thus, he chose 3 rank 5 goo to increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide and gathered his army, turning defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyan became a goo immortal, he realized how precious the opportunities in Langya Blessed Land were. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late for regrets. Ma Hongyan's awkwardness was also Fang Yuan's awkwardness. Fang Yuan was immortal now. Even if he had an immortal goo, he could not use it. Little who immortal Land Spirit could use immortal goo, but whether it was Grotto Heaven goo, Connecting Heaven goo, or Stargate goo, they could not bear the immortal goo. That is to say, even if Fang Yuan had an immortal goo, he could not bring it back to who immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, there was a precondition for these 3 chances to refine the immortal goo That was Fong Yuan had to provide the immortal goo's recipe. If the recipe was wrong, he could not refine it. Immortal goo were unique. If others already had the same immortal goo, Fong Yuan could not refine it. According to the land spirit's words, if the immortal goo refinement failed, this chance would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to refine the immortal goo 6 times in the past. One was because long-hair ancestor had pride and disdained, purposely failing. Secondly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was overflowing with talent and had great abilities. He had made ample preparations and made use of every opportunity. This caused long-hair ancestor to lose large amounts of precious goo refinement materials, causing him to bleed profusely 6 times. Now that long-hair ancestor was dead and turned into a land spirit. Although he would not play tricks when Fong Yuan refined the immortal goo, he was after all a land spirit, and not long-hair ancestor himself. His goo refinement ability would be reduced. Then, should he waste such a precious chance to refine a Stargate goo? Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. According to common sense, the best way to make use of these 3 opportunities was to imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then and refine 3 immortal goo. But to Fong Yuan, there were many difficulties. Firstly, he did not have the immortal goo recipe. Secondly, he did not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ability. He could not guarantee the immortal goo refinement. If the goo refinement failed, he would have wasted a good opportunity. It would be better to refine a rank 5 goo. Finally, he was immortal. He could not even use immortal goo. Although immortal goo had great value, they were of no help to him, and if he brought them out, it would attract trouble instead. He might as well use a rank 5 goo. Even a rank 5 goo was not suitable for Fong Yuan. With Fong Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using a rank 4 goo was just right. Of course, I can keep these 3 opportunities and not use them for the time being. In any case, this opportunity is already in my hands, even if Ma Hongyun comes personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance appears, it will not affect me. But right now, I really need Stargate goo. Fong Yuan fell into hesitation, feeling very troubled. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength. He urgently needed goo worms that could modify his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, the burden of feeding the wolf group was extremely heavy. Without the clan support, he could only maintain around 30,000 by himself. In terms of soul, the wolfman's soul had already been refined. He only needed to go to Dang Hun Mountain and use Guts Goo to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation realm, he clearly had the conditions to break through, but because of the foreign region suppression, he could not break through to rank 5. His current situation was like a person playing chess. All the pieces that could be moved had been moved to a point where they could no longer move. He had already fallen into a deadlock, a deep bottleneck. Chapter 469. If there was no external help, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly accumulate and break through when the time was right. But because he had spring-autumn cicada, what he lacked the most was time. At the same time, if he wasted time and missed some fortuitous encounters, the advantage of rebirth would be gone. These 3 opportunities are indeed very precious, but if I keep them for later, it might seem like I am making full use of these 3 opportunities, but it is delaying my development. The specific situation needs to be analyzed. I cannot blindly imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Ma Hongyun's choice is wasting these 3 opportunities. After pondering for a while, Fong Yuan made his decision. Land Spirit, I have thought it through. Fong Yuan said slowly, this time I will trouble you to refine Stargate Goo for me. As for the other 2 opportunities, I will leave them for later. You really want me to refine Stargate Goo? Do you know you are giving up a precious opportunity to refine an immortal goo? Maybe you can take a gamble. Use that blood deity's recipe from earlier. Land spirit persuaded Fang Yuan. He was very fond of recipes. Although Blood Deity's recipe was incomplete, he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, I will refine Stargate goo. All right. In this world, there is no strongest goo worm, only a goo worm that suits you the most. You cannot use immortal goo, but it seems this Stargate goo is very useful to you. I will refine this goo for you now. Land Spirit Grandpa said, as he willed, and 5 goo immortals were teleported over. These 5 goo immortals, one was ugly, one had a rosy face, one wore green clothes, one wore yellow clothes, and one wore a pink skirt. They were Gui Wang's group. They attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land and threw out their green grape immortal essence to expend Lang Ya Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. But the result was that the land spirit purposely showed weakness and made a fool out of them. Lang Ya Blessed Land had the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. It never lacked white lychee immortal essence. Gui Wang and the others did not have any immortal goo, so the land spirit lured them into the blessed land. By the time these 5 reached the cloud building, the land spirit had already sealed their rank 5 goo. Ghost King and the rest sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly used all of their celestial elemental energy, but in the end, they were still no match for the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit didn't even summon a desolate beast to capture the 5 immortals alive. For the 5 immortals to be able to cultivate to this stage, they all knew how to adapt to the situation. They immediately chose to save their lives and submit to the land spirit. When they realized that they had been teleported over, they quickly reacted and bowed at the land spirit. They said in unison, "Greetings, land spirit of Langya." The land spirit stroked his snow-white beard and returned to the state of an otherworldly master that Fang Yuan had seen him for the first time. "This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor Chang Shanin. Come and greet him." Land spirit introduced. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heir. The 5 immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The disdain he had for Fang Yuan's mortal identity instantly vanished without a trace. What kind of person was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? He was a rank 9 goo immortal. From immemorial antiquity to remote antiquity, olden antiquity, medieval antiquity, recent antiquity, and now there were only 10 goo immortals in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 goo immortal. This identity caused the 5 immortals to feel envy and jealousy after their initial shock. Why don't I have such good luck to become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, too heaven-defying. He actually became Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once set up many inheritances. It is said that the greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances he inherited. The 5 immortals' thoughts surged as they bowed to Fang Yuan. Goo immortals bowing to mortals was like elephants bowing to ants. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was unperturbed. Even if a rank 9 goo immortal bowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he bowed to a mortal beggar, he would not feel any humiliation. In his opinion, but anyone who could die was equal. It was just a slight difference between dying earlier and dying later. The so-called status and class, nobility and lowliness, they were nothing more than a bunch of fools waiting for death. They were all fake tricks played by them. This kind of trick made a portion of the fools feel that they were living quite well. In fact, those fools who thought they were noble and had status were merely deceiving themselves. Those fools who thought they were lowly were even more pitiful. Kings, marquises, generals, and nobles all had guts. All living beings were born equal. Why should they lower their heads to others? Only eternal life is what we should pursue. If we cannot live forever, what difference is there between a rank 9 goo immortal and a pile of shit in a toilet? I am also a super idiot, but I am an idiot who does not want to be shit. These mental activities and aspirations were not worth mentioning to others. They were even more disdainful. Facing the 5 immortals' greetings, Fang Yuan indifferently accepted them. He looked at the land spirit of Langya. Land spirit, aren't you going to refine the goo yourself? Of course, I am going to refine the goo myself, but using these 5 as assistants, it can be considered making use of trash. The land spirit snickered. Being called trash and being ignored by Fang Yuan, the 5 immortals' expressions turned ugly. They were filled with anger, but they were in a predicament and could not act out. They could only helplessly lower their heads and listen to the land spirit's instructions. But the first goo refinement, with the help of long-hair ancestors' land spirit and the help of the 5 immortals, ended in failure. Humph, this Stargate goo is hard to refine. It is not a mistake on our part, but it has a certain success rate to begin with. The land spirit explained, then said to Fang Yuan, "Don't worry, Stargate goo is only rank 5. It will definitely succeed for you." Hee, then I will wait and see. Fang Yuan was half lying on the cloud bed. He was not in a hurry. The time flow in Langya blessed land was 36 times that of the outside world. A month here was less than a day in the outside world. The land spirit inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and after failing once, his temper was somewhat bad. He glanced over and saw that Fang Yuan's cloud smoke tea was already finished, so he casually ordered an immortal. "You clumsy, big breasts but no brains. I don't need you to refine goo anymore. Quickly go and brew tea for little friend." The female immortal that was ordered was Fairy Huang Sha. She was furious, but did not dare to flare up. Her life was in the hands of the land spirit of Langya, so she could only bite her lips and forcefully suppress her anger, going to brew tea for Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan said, "I don't like drinking tea. Do you have wine here? I only like to drink top-quality wine. This is the Grand Lang, ya blessed land. Don't tell me you don't have any?" "Humph, how can there not be? Pegasus wine and Destitute wine are both top-quality wines. Which one do you want to drink? Take them out and let me have a taste." Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. Thus, Fairy Huang Sha became the maid that poured wine for Fang Yuan. Pegasus wine had milky white liquid, emitting a rich milky fragrance. When it entered the mouth, it was mellow and soft. As for Destitute wine, it was plain, like a clear soup with no alcohol smell at all. After it entered the mouth, it was also bland and tasteless. But this wine had a huge aftereffect. Often drinking one mouthful would make one drunk for 7 to 8 days. While the land spirit was refining goo, Fang Yuan only had a small taste before putting these 2 jars of wine into wolf swallow goo. The second goo, refinement, also failed. The land spirit's expression turned even uglier, shouting, "Humph, I don't believe it. Continue refining." The land spirit naturally noticed Fang Yuan's action of hiding the wine, but because of his reputation, he chose to ignore it. "Young master, please be merciful and save this servant." Seeing the land spirit and the others refining goo for the 3rd time, Fairy Huang Sha, who was standing at the side, was on the verge of tears as she softly begged Fang Yuan. Her skin was white and tender, like a freshly peeled lychee. Her eyebrows were dark green. Her eyes were like a lake, concealing amorous feelings. Her breasts were large and majestic, her waist small and slender. Her figure was not just graceful, it could even be said to be soul-stirring. Right now, her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, not to mention men. Even women would feel their hearts soften. "If you can save this servant is willing to serve young master for the rest of my life. I will listen to young master's orders." Fairy Huang Sha softly begged again. This was a female goo immortal's plea. If it were any other mortal man, he would have already been extremely excited. His third leg would have stood up in anger. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially to conquer noble women. But Fang Yuan did not even look at her. In his previous life, these 5 immortals were all cannon fodder. They died in Langya blessed land. None survived. They paid the appropriate price for their greed and impulsiveness. Although Fairy Huangsha was beautiful, in Fang Yuan's heart, what difference was there between her and a pile of dung in a latrine pit? As long as I don't have eternal life, I am also a pile of dung in a latrine pit. Hee hee hee. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Fairy Huangsha opened her mouth to beg again. She was very confident in her beauty, and at this moment, she vaguely felt that this person might be her only chance to escape. But she did not know that Fang Yuan was an even more abnormal monster than the land spirit of Langya. You are too noisy. Get lost. Fang Yuan stretched out his leg and kicked Fairy Huangsha, who was leaning forward, to the ground. Fairy Huangsha was kicked to the ground. Her expression was blank for a while before she reacted. I was actually rejected? Is he still a man? Intense anger and humiliation attacked her prideful heart, causing her expression to distort, and her gaze towards Fang Yuan became extremely resentful. Hee hee. Fang Yuan sneered and climbed up from the cloud bed, walking towards Fairy Huangsha and raising his leg towards her face. With a muffled sound, Fairy Huangsha was kicked to the ground again, her head hitting the ground with another heavy sound. All of her rank 5 goo worms were taken away. Her immortal essence was also expended, and with Langya blessed land suppression, how could she be Fang Yuan's match? Fairy Huangsha's lungs were about to explode from anger. Her front teeth were broken, and her mouth was full of blood. She let out a low roar, and her expression was ferocious. Compared to her pitiful appearance just now, she was like a completely different person. Humph, just a mere beauty. How dare you tempt me? If you look at me again, do you believe I won't kick all your teeth out? Fang Yuan's dark eyes were deep and cold. Fairy Huangsha's body trembled. Her fists were tightly clenched, as if she had used all her strength to stand up. But she still lowered her head and did not look at Fang Yuan again. On the other side, the Stargate Goo's refinement had failed again. Land Spirit stomped his feet in anger, his expression turning even more pale. He had also noticed Fairy Huangsha's matter. Walking over, Land Spirit smiled at Fang Yuan. Little friend, don't be angry. I have just captured this little thing and have not taught her well. You can play with her first, let her dance, take off her clothes. You can play with her however you want. Hee hee hee, the materials are all used up. I will go buy some first. Hearing this, Fairy Huangsha felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. An intense feeling of humiliation hit her heart like a tsunami. Let me take off my clothes and dance? This suggestion made her feel incomparably cold and fearful. Ever since she was young, she had never been treated like this. A grand Gu immortal was toyed with like this. Fairy Huangsha felt she might as well die. Gue Wang and Loner Hong Yu at the side seemed to have been aroused. They licked their dry lips and stared at Fairy Huangsha with burning gazes. Fairy Fen Meng and Fairy Qing Sua, who were usually like sisters to Fairy Huangsha, were silent, as if they did not hear anything. Chapter 470. Gue Wang and Loner Hong, you were extremely disappointed. Fairy Qing Sua and Fairy Fen Meng let out a breath of turbid air, their expressions complex. Fairy Huangsha's heart was finally at ease. She completely relaxed and almost collapsed. Her hatred towards Fang Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. As long as I escape, as long as I make a comeback, I will definitely tear you into pieces to vent my hatred. Hee hee hee, little friend is indeed the demon venerable's successor. The land spirit laughed dryly and took out Connecting Heaven Goo. This Connecting Heaven Goo was activated and turned into an oval mirror flying above the land spirit's head and embedding in the air. The mirror was pitch black, but suddenly the image changed and blossomed into a bright yellow color. The land spirit activated divine sense goo, sending wave after wave of divine sense into the mirror and receiving wave after wave of divine sense. At the same time, the mirror's surface changed continuously, showing images of materials one by one. The land spirit seemed to have reached an agreement. He took out 2 immortal yuan stones and threw them into Connecting Heaven Goo. The mirror's surface rippled as the immortal yuan stones entered it, while the materials were spat out by the mirror. I bought 20 sets of materials this time. I don't believe I can't succeed. The land spirit said fiercely. At the final stage of the goo refinement, starlight shone brightly and converged into a pair of oval stones. Done. The land spirit laughed heartily, taking these 2 sapphire-like goo worms and personally handing them to Fang Yuan. This is Stargate Goo. I have completed one agreement. How do I know if I can use it or not? Fang Yuan held this pair of Stargate Goo and asked. The land spirit immediately blew his beard and stared at him as if he was greatly insulted. Are you doubting my goo refinement ability? If I can't, you can come in exchange for it. All right, then I will take my leave. Fang Yuan was extremely straightforward, expressing his intention to leave. The land spirit stared at him fiercely. You are leaving just like that? Then you still have 2 chances left. Are you not going to use them now? Of course I will keep them. Where is the exit? The land spirit waved his sleeves and teleported the 5 immortals away, his expression becoming much more relaxed. Do you still have any goo worm recipes? You can write them out for me to see. No more. If I have it, I will naturally exchange it with you. Fang Yuan evaded. I feel like you have a lot of stuff in your stomach. The land spirit looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously and mumbled. Fine, I'll wait for you to come again. After saying that, the land spirit waved its long sleeves again. Fang Yuan's vision blurred. When he looked again, he found himself standing in the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he had been sitting on, and behind him was the purple stone pillar. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the temperature had dropped so low that one's breath would turn into mist. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It gave Fang Yuan the illusion that it was a dream, looking at the night sky. Although they had been sitting in Langya blessed land for quite some time, only 1/36 of the time had passed in the outside world. The Stargate Goo, Divine Sense Goo, Connecting Heaven Goo in his aperture, as well as the 2 jars of top-quality wine in Wolf Swallow Goo were proof, causing Fang Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had planned to use these 3 chances, but who knew that the land spirit could also use recipes to exchange for goo? Thus, I still have 2 chances left. If I can use Stargate Goo this time, it is definitely worth it to use 1 chance to refine goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not stay any longer. He left this place and returned to the wolf group. This was a crucial moment. To prevent any unforeseen events, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the grass beside the lake under the protection of the Wolf King and started writing a letter. The letter was quickly written, and he activated Moving Perspective Cup Goo. After a while, he successfully moved the perspective cup using the space aperture, taking out a rank 4 goo and a letter from the cup. This goo looked like a dried-up small fish. It was called dried pond goo. It was a water path goo, but it had a special effect. It was specially used to increase the effectiveness of other goo worms. Once this goo reached Northern Plains, it was immediately demoted to rank 3. Fang Yuan took out the letter and glanced at it, nodding his head in satisfaction. It seems that while I was not in the blessed land, Little Who Immortal was very diligent. She did not forget my instructions and refined 20 dried pond goo. Very good. Immediately, Fang Yuan wrote back, praising Little Who Immortal a few sentences. Master praised me. I am so happy. Little Who Immortal's face flushed with happiness after receiving the letter. Master, I miss you so much. Little Who Immortal laid on the table and continued writing, Master is not here. I am feeling anxious and uneasy. Master, are you okay? Master, I will send another dried pond goo. Little Who Immortal used her tender hands to fold the letter properly before putting it into moving perspective cup goo. At the same time, she put in a dried pond goo. After a while, moving perspective cup goo slowly flew up and entered the space aperture. After completing the exchange with the other cup, it was sent to Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan immediately took out the dried pond goo and looked at the letter. Next, he absorbed Yuan's stone and replenished his primeval essence, activating moving perspective cup goo again. After doing this several times, he took out a total of 8 dried pond goo. Using 8 dried pond goo together, the effects will stack together. It should be at the level of rank 4. Immediately, these dried pond goo were crushed by Fang Yuan, turning into 8 rings of light that coiled around the moving perspective cup goo. At the same time, in Who Immortal blessed land, Little Who Immortal crushed 8 dried pond goo and superimposed them on moving perspective cup goo. Moving perspective cup goo was a rank 5 goo, but in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Thus, it could only transfer rank for goo worms. Now, after using 8 dried pond goo, moving perspective cup goo's effect rose to rank 5 and could transfer rank 5 goo worms. Fang Yuan waited for a while before taking out connecting heaven goo and solemnly placing it into moving perspective cup goo before injecting his primeval essence, successfully activating. The 2 cups completed the exchange in the space aperture, and the cup with connecting heaven goo landed in Who Immortal blessed land. Little Who Immortal cheered and immediately took out connecting heaven goo. Traces of cracks appeared on moving perspective cup goo. Although dried pond goo could multiply the effect of goo worms, it was like draining the pond to fish, burning the forest to hunt. Although its power rose sharply, the goo worm would also be destroyed due to the excessive power. Next, he sent divine sense goo into Who Immortal blessed land, and the cracks on moving perspective cup goo intensified. Fang Yuan was silent and took out Yuan's stone, quickly replenishing his primeval essence. Next, he took out one of the blue gem-like Stargate goo and sent it into Who Immortal blessed land. Fortunately, the Stargate goo was not an immortal goo, but a rank 5 goo, allowing Fang Yuan to use moving perspective cup goo and send it into Who Immortal blessed land. After sending the Stargate goo into the blessed land, the moving perspective cup goo was already badly damaged, full of cracks, and on the verge of breaking. At this level, it could still be used one last time. Fang Yuan stored this cup in his aperture, not using it again. He started to wait. The moving perspective cup goo was refined by him and had his own will, but he had already lent it to Little Who Immortal, thus Little Who Immortal could also use it. The previous few times, he had used moving perspective cup goo. This was because the time flow in Who Immortal blessed land was several times faster than in Northern Plains. If Little Who Immortal rashly activated it, Fang Yuan's side might not be ready yet. Huff, it is up to Little Who Immortal now. If she fails, then she will send another set of moving perspective cup goo for the last time. I hope she succeeds. Before Fang Yuan left, he had only refined 1 set of moving perspective cup goo. But before he left, he told Little Who Immortal. During this period, Little Who Immortal and Crane Gate made several transactions, exchanging for many goo refinement materials, and had already refined the 2nd set of moving perspective cup goo. Time was getting harder to bear. Be it connecting heaven goo or divine sense goo, they were both rank 5 goo and consumed a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage, Goo Master would only need a few breaths of time. Thus, Only goo immortals or land spirits could consume immortal essence to use them. As for why he did not use moving perspective cup goo in Langya Blessed Land, that was because Feng Yuan did not want to expose the goo worm. Once it was exposed, the land spirit of Langya might demand the corresponding recipe. Time passed by minute, but in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the time flow was several times faster. The night wind was cold, causing Feng Yuan to feel uneasy. He stood up from the ground and started to pace. The night sky was filled with stars, and there was ample starlight. The Stargate goo in Feng Yuan's hand did not move at all. Am I going to fail? That cluster of starlight firefly goo in jewel yellow skies was bought by someone else? As time passed, Feng Yuan's heart sank. He stopped pacing and stood on the grass with his hands behind his back. Looking afar, Crescent Lake rippled with light. It was tranquil. The wolves around him were either standing or crouching with different expressions. He could not help but think of the time when he caught the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain. He laughed in spite of himself, no longer worrying about his gains and losses, and his gaze became clear again. All the worries, all the pressure, all the impatience, all the worries, all dissipated like the wind. He looked up at the night sky and let out all the turbid air in his chest, suddenly feeling that his current life was so beautiful, putting everything into the highest pursuit of his life, with no distractions and no regrets. His heart was clear, like a mirror that was not tainted by dust, like this crescent lake that was bright and tranquil. Ever since rebirth on Qingmao Mountain, he had been racking his brains, and now he had an epiphany. This epiphany could not be explained clearly, but it lingered in his heart, eventually turning into a sentence. Tonight's starry sky is really beautiful. This was a heartfelt emotion. Saying this, Feng Yuan's whole body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he felt like he was floating in the air. His aura also seemed to have changed. The original dark dove aura disappeared, turning into a fresh and cheerful aura. His originally dark and deep eyes were now shining with a clear light like a newborn or like the stars. The Stargate goo in his hand started to vibrate, the vibration increasing. Feng Yuan let go of his hand. The sapphire-like Stargate goo slowly flew into the air. It attracted a large amount of starlight and condensed it. The scene was brilliant like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. A moment later, the starlight formed into a huge circular door. The Stargate goo was finally successful. Feng Yuan looked at it quietly. His lips curled into a smile, showing happiness, but his eyes were calm. He calmly stepped into the Stargate, the starlight in front of him converging into a whirlpool, bringing his body along. After more than 10 breaths of time, he walked out of the Stargate and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, jumping into his embrace. Feng Yuan chuckled, rubbing the land spirit's head. Yes, I'm back, he said lightly. Chapter 471. After several months, Feng Yuan finally entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit was very happy, because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Feng Yuan had spent several months in Northern Plains, but to her, it had been more than a year. Feng Yuan first inspected the Stargate behind him. This Stargate was even smaller than the one in Northern Plains. It was only the height of a person, barely allowing Feng Yuan to enter and exit. The one in Northern Plains Crescent Lake was huge, tens of feet tall, and wide. Stargate goo is not separated into mother and child. It consumes too much primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths of time. Only immortal essence can sustain it for a long time. Little Hu Immortal activates one, and I activate the other one in my hand, so I do not need to expend primeval essence. However, the activation of Stargate goo not only requires immortal essence, but also large amounts of starlight to condense into a door. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions. It is filled with stars and starlight. But here in who immortal blessed land, the starlight is too weak, and the starlight comes from a group of starlight firefly goo. Fong Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the group of starlight firefly goo flying in the air. Starlight firefly goo was a rank 3 goo. It was small and looked like a normal firefly. But what they emitted was true blue starlight. This group of starlight firefly goo originally had over 500, but because of the activation of Stargate goo, 32 had died. And to maintain Stargate goo, one would die in 3 breaths of time. Over 500 starlight firefly goo might seem like a lot, but they could not maintain the Stargate for long. Thus, Fong Yuan ordered Little Who Immortal to stop activating the Stargate goo. The Stargate dissipated, turning back into an oval-shaped blue gem. Little Who Immortal stretched out her dainty hand and beckoned this precious Stargate goo into her hand. Master, for you. Little Who Immortal held the Stargate goo with both hands, raising her head and opening her big watery eyes, handing the Stargate goo to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan rubbed her little fox ears, smiling warmly. I will leave it with you. Take good care of it. In the future, if I need it, I will send a message to you through moving cup exchange goo. Yes, Master. I will take good care of it. Little Who Immortal solemnly placed the Stargate goo into a small pocket on her clothes, patting the pocket. As for the Stargate goo in Northern Plains, it was on the ground, guarded by the myriad wolves. Master, there are 2 more immortal Yuan stone here. I listened to your instructions and used the immortal goo's recipe to buy the starlight firefly goo. Little Who Immortal presented the treasure again. Ordinary Yuan stone was the size of a duck egg and was an oval-shaped gray-white stone. The immortal essence stone was also the size of a duck egg, but it was not oval in shape. Instead, it was the shape of a pearl. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, yet it also had a jade-like luster. If primeval stones were mortals, then immortal essence stones were goo immortals. Immortal Yuan stone. An immortal Yuan stone was and could Yuan stones. In immortal Yuan stones. Mortal. Goo world. Immortal Yuan stones. In Yuan stones. In Fong Yuan sighed with a smile. These 2 immortal Yuan stones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million Yuan stones could not be exchanged for them. These 2 immortal metastones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million immortal metastones couldn't be exchanged for them. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fong Yuan only had 60 or so immortal essence stones in his possession. Fong Yuan put away the immortal Yuan stones. All right, let's return to Dang Hun Mountain. Little Who Immortal happily agreed, then grabbed Fong Yuan's hand and teleported to Dang Hun Palace. Quickly activate connecting heaven goo. Fong Yuan ordered. He was not at ease leaving the other Stargate goo in Northern Plains. Fong Yuan had to make good use of his time and settle Who Immortal blessed lands matters. Little Who Immortal quickly activated connecting heaven goo. Whole earth goo was connected to the blessed land. Once it was planted, it could not be changed. Similarly, connecting heaven goo could only connect to one grotto heaven. Fong Yuan's connecting heaven goo was connected to jewel yellow skies. It could not be changed anymore. Little Who Immortal expended a bit of immortal essence. The entire body goo turned into a boundless round mirror that was embedded in the air. In the round mirror, the scene of jewel yellow skies was displayed. This grotto heaven was empty, with a yellow light that resembled a lemon. There were no mountains, plants, or beast groups like ordinary grotto heavens. Above the blessed land was the grotto heaven. The most famous grotto heaven was recorded in The legends of Renzu, it was the famous immemorial nine heavens. Verdant great sun, refined fixed immortal travel goo, and flew to the nine heavens. In the azure sky, he plucked a jade bamboo in the jade sky. In the blue sky, he collected the 8-pointed diamonds in the starlight fragments. The immemorial nine heavens were white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. But later, Renzu's sun wreaked havoc in the world. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple heavens were destroyed one after another, until now only white heaven and black heaven were left. The origin of jewel yellow skies was related to yellow heaven of the immemorial nine heavens. During the medieval antiquity era, there was a rank 8 goo immortal known as Taoist Many Treasures who unexpectedly obtained a fragment of yellow heaven. After he fused it into his grotto heaven, it formed jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies was a very special grotto heaven. It was completely empty. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, or fish, only treasures. Jewel yellow skies had a rank 8 immortal goo, treasure light goo. Rank 1 to rank 3 treasure light goo were very common. Rank 4 and 5 treasure light goo were usually only possessed by large forces. There was only one treasure light immortal goo above rank 5, and it was in jewel yellow skies. Treasure light goo was used to test the value of items. The higher the value of the item, the brighter the treasure light that would appear. In Shangclan City, the treasure light on both sides would be tested during the battle to evaluate the value of the Goo Master's goo worms, and from there, to estimate the Goo Master's battle strength. Treasure light goo's main use was not only to appraise, it could also be used to search for treasures. Treasure light goo's detection range was very small. It often needed to be paired with other goo worms to expand its detection range. Back then, Taoist Many Treasures used the immortal goo treasure light to find countless treasures. As time passed, the name Many Treasures came into being. Little Who Immortal continued to activate connecting heaven goo. The mirror's surface kept changing, showing the images of all kinds of items. Goo worms, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, mineral veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of resources were sold. Suddenly, the image froze, showing a group of starlight firefly goo. Master, it is that Star Lord Wanxiang who sold it. Little Who Immortal said to Fang Yuan after using divine sense goo to communicate. Starlight firefly goo cannot reproduce. I need large numbers of ordinary starlight fireflies. Ask him the price. Fang Yuan nodded and said. Little Who Immortal said a few words before turning to Fang Yuan and reporting, Master, Star Lord Wanxiang said he is not selling. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed. There is nothing in this world that cannot be sold. Those who are not selling are usually those who do not have high profits and are not tempted. Saying so, he wrote down the immortal goo remnant recipes in his memory on several pieces of cowhide before throwing them into connecting heaven goo. These cowhide were very ordinary, but because they recorded the immortal goo remnant recipes, they were priceless. After entering jewel yellow skies through connecting heaven goo, each piece of cowhide shone with 10 to 10 feet treasure light. These treasure lights were of all colors, beautiful purple and red. It was very beautiful. Tell him the price can be discussed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and said to Little Who Immortal, he was not afraid that Star Lord Wanxiang would not be tempted. The temptation of immortal goo to goo immortals was incomparably huge. Although these were remnant recipes, even so, they were still goods in high demand. Among the older generation goo immortals who had cultivated for many years, which one of them did not have dozens of goo immortal remnant recipes. But these remnant recipes were usually not sold. When the remnant recipes of the same immortal goo were combined, the the correct recipe would be deduced. After refining the immortal goo according to these recipes, others would not be able to obtain them. Because of this, immortal goo remnant recipes were rarely traded. Even if there were, they were only exchanging remnant recipes for remnant recipes. Earlier, Fang Yuan used the most incomplete recipe in his memory. The treasure light was only 3 feet, and he exchanged it with Star Lord Wanxiang for a lump of starlight firefly goo. At the same time, Star Lord Wanxiang also gave Fang Yuan 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Now that there were so many recipes, the treasure light was at least 3 feet. Star Lord Wanxiang could not help but be moved. After these remnant recipes were thrown in, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in jewel yellow skies. A large number of divine senses surged in. Little Who Immortal used divine sense goo to receive the information until her face turned pale. Master, many goo immortals sent their divine senses, asking us how much these remnant recipes are for sale. Fang Yuan laughed. Send your divine sense over and tell them these remnant recipes are for sale, but they have to come one by one. First, we need at least 100,000 starlight fireflies. Little Who Immortal sent her divine sense over, and immediately a female goo immortal called Fairy Yao Guang called out, saying that she had nurtured many starlight fireflies in her blessed land and was willing to exchange them. Fang Yuan chuckled. Sure enough, Star Lord Wanxiang could not sit still and changed his attitude. Soon after, a third goo immortal called Di Yuan said he had starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no goo immortal spoke up. He could not help but sigh. These starlight fireflies are worthy of being immemorial worms. They are already so weak after being in this world. With a competitor, everything would be easy. Fang Yuan calmly sat on the fishing platform, letting the 3 parties bid. This was a blatant scheme, but which goo immortal was a fool? The 3 did not compete viciously. Instead, they negotiated and each offered over 33,000 starlight fireflies. These 3 groups of starlight fireflies entered connecting heaven goo, each shining with a treasure light. Among them, Fairy Yao Guang's group had the weakest treasure light, only 18 feet. Di Yuan's group, however, had a treasure light of 20 feet. Star Lord Wanxiang's treasure light was the strongest, 23 feet. This was because there were many starlight firefly goo in his group. It seems this Star Lord Wanxiang has nurtured a large number of starlight firefly groups. I remember now, after Stargate goo appeared, Star Lord Wanxiang sold starlight firefly goo and earned a large number of immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled a piece of information. 500 years of memories were too much. Fang Yuan could not remember many details clearly. Now that he saw this, his blurry memories became clearer. After Stargate goo appeared, the price of starlight firefly goo also rose. In the future, Jewel Yellow Skies did not even sell starlight firefly groups. They only sold starlight firefly goo. Goo could not reproduce. Only ordinary insect groups had this ability. Immediately, Fang Yuan used 3 recipes and obtained 100,000 starlight fireflies. As long as he nurtured them slowly, Fang Yuan would not need to spend a large amount of money to purchase starlight firefly goo. He could produce them for his own use. Chapter 472. Although he bought 100,000 starlight fireflies, the transaction was far from over. Fang Yuan still needed to solve the feeding problem of these insects. Starlight fireflies feed on star fragment grass. I have a large amount of star fragment grass seeds here. I can sell them to you. Star Lord Wanxiang was the first to transmit his divine sense. I need the grass seeds, but also your cultivation experience. Let's see how strong the treasure light is first. Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense to Star Lord Wanxiang, Fairy Yao Guang, and Di Yuan through Little Who Immortal. Soon, 3 documents entered Jewel Yellow Skies, shining with all kinds of treasure lights. This time, it was not Star Lord Wan Xiang, but Fairy Yao Guang's document, shining with the brightest treasure light, reaching 6 feet. I love planting grass the most. The starlight fireflies are a small group that moved here for the reproduction of star fragment grass. Choose my document. I will not let you suffer a loss. Fairy Yao Guang transmitted. Fang Yuan pondered. He had already forgotten about it. After all, he did not use it in his previous life, nor did he need Stargate Goo. But now, with the reminder from Land Spirit of Langya connecting Heaven Goo, Star Lord Wan Xiang, and the others, his memory regarding this goo was becoming clearer. In his memory, once Stargate Goo appeared, everything related to Starlight Firefly Goo became a secret. No one would sell it. Land Spirit of Langya obtained Stargate Goo's recipe. It might refine it into Stargate Goo and sell it in jewel yellow skies. Once Stargate Goo is placed in jewel yellow skies, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these secrets. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made a decision, letting Little Who Immortal transmit his divine sense. I want all 3 of your documents. I will use Immortal Yuan Stone to settle the transaction. Immortal Yuan Stone's purchasing power was very high. 1 Immortal Yuan Stone was divided into 3 parts. Each of the documents was bought, leaving 1/4 of the stone. Fang Yuan opened the 3 documents and saw many matters written on them. Star fragment grass can only be grown in the sky, on clouds. Thus, we often use high-quality cloud soil to plant it. Star fragment grass likes yin and hates yang. Too much sunlight will kill star fragment grass. But it cannot lack light completely. The amount needed is about. If starlight fireflies live in star fragment grass and help to spread seeds, it will spread faster and grow better. Among the 3 documents, Di Yuan's was the simplest and most reliable. Star Lord Wan Xiang's was the most innovative, and Fairy Yao Guang's was the most detailed. Fang Yuan used their strengths to make up for his weaknesses and quickly memorized everything, becoming an expert in cultivating star fragment grass. He laughed in his heart. With these, I can become the biggest starlight firefly goo seller in the future. When Stargate Goo becomes popular, I will make. It's time to buy wine. Fang Yuan could not forget about the top-quality wine. He had already collected 3 top-quality wines, and only one was left. Goo, he, and goo was it. It was mainly used by goo immortals to refine goo. It was also used as a good beverage to enjoy life. But just as Fang Yuan was about to buy the goo, the whole of jewel yellow skies went into an uproar. Countless divine senses surged. Immortal goo! Someone is selling an immortal goo. Little Who Immortal shouted. The mirror flashed, and an immortal goo's image appeared. Divine travel goo! Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This immortal goo being sold was the divine travel goo he needed. Someone was a step ahead of him and snatched the rights to divine travel goo. I was still a step too late. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing lightly. He needed divine travel goo to refine second aperture goo. But in 3 Kings' blessed land, the situation forced him to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. According to the Legends of Renzu, one needed to drink 4 types of top-quality wine to obtain divine travel goo. Fang Yuan had been collecting good wine, but now someone was a step ahead of him. Without the divine travel goo, the second aperture goo is only 1 step away from completion. Fortunately, I still have decades of time. Speaking of which, it was because I was too high profile when I refined goo on Sancha Mountain that everyone in Southern Border knew about it. So it is not strange that someone was a step ahead of me. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. He had already expected this. The process of him using divine travel goo to refine fixed immortal travel goo was witnessed by many goo masters. This matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Southern Border's Gu Immortals were not fools. How could they not take action? It was just that Fang Yuan had placed his hopes on the infighting between Gu Immortals, thus he had been working hard to collect them. There were always some things in a person's life. Even though there was not much hope, they would not regret it if they worked hard. If they did not work hard, they would not even have a sliver of hope. The matters of the world are often unsatisfactory. I am already used to it. But since the other party put this divine travel Gu in, it means they have the intention to sell it. Let's take a look first. Fang Yuan was indifferent and did not worry about personal gains and losses. His mind was also calm. Even though Jewel Yellow Skies was the largest trading market for Gu Immortals, there were very few transactions involving immortal Gu. The number of immortal Gu transactions in history could be counted on one hand, and most of them were settled by Gu Immortals first before using Jewel Yellow Skies as the intermediary, using the treasure light to verify the authenticity and ensure the safety of the transaction. Most of these transactions were immortal Gu exchanging for immortal Gu, but the Gu Immortal, who sold divine travel Gu, Old Man Inkstone, had an unusual request. I want to use this divine travel Gu to exchange for second aperture Gu's recipe. The information contained in this request was too huge. It attracted a lot of attention. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the divine senses of all the Gu Immortals were fluctuating, interacting with each other. Divine travel Gu. To think I could see this legendary Gu worm today. Although it is an immortal Gu, divine travel Gu's effect is too random. Back then, even Renzu Crown Prince was in danger because of it. It is even more dangerous for us puny Gu Immortals. But divine travel Gu is after all an immortal Gu. With it on me, if I have nowhere to go, I can take a gamble when I am in a desperate situation. Rather than discussing divine travel Gu, I want to know second aperture Gu's recipe more. That's right, I have heard of second aperture Gu long ago, but to think there really is such a Gu recipe. Second aperture. Mortals still can't understand the value of this. But for Gu Immortals, who wouldn't be moved, Fang Yuan had already stood up from his seat, concentrating on connecting heaven Gu in the air. He had second aperture Gu's recipe in his hands. He only needed a thought to exchange for this Gu. But this Old Man Inkstone, who sold divine travel Gu, is probably targeting me. He directly asked for second aperture Gu's recipe, and the timing to sell divine travel Gu was neither early nor late. He chose the time when I was doing the transaction. Amazing. This Gu Immortal's path was likely immemorial wisdom path. He was skilled in deductions and deductions. Right now, I am activating connecting heaven Gu and doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies. He has already deduced it. Wisdom path was an extremely mysterious path among Gu masters. It had existed since the primordial era, and it had been passed down until now. Their numbers had always been very low. The founder of Wisdom Path was the immemorial antiquity era's star constellation Immortal Venerable, the second generation master of the Celestial Court. She had lived for 19,000 years, the second oldest among rank 9 Gu Immortals. Before her death, star constellation Immortal Venerable deduced everything that would happen in the next 3 million years. She calculated that after his death, the Celestial Court would be without a ruler for a long time. The universe would be in turmoil, and 3 demon lords would appear. Thus, she set up 3 traps specifically to deal with the 3 demon lords. He also instructed his descendants to act accordingly, ensuring the peace of the Celestial Court for 300 years. After her death, heaven and earth indeed shook. Eras changed, 3 great eras appeared, and 3 demon lords appeared one after another. The 3 demon lords were invincible in their respective eras. They attacked the Celestial Court, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and failed at the last moment. The Celestial Court thus remained standing. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Old Man Inkstone. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes as he muttered, It was not a good thing to be noticed by a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wisdom path Gu immortals knew about heaven's secrets. They were most skilled at making arrangements and schemes. They often tricked people without leaving any traces, and plotted against people without batting an eyelid. They were the most difficult type of enemy to deal with. My limelight in the southern border is really too great. I attracted the attention of a wisdom path Gu immortal. In this life, I advanced bravely, taking risks and sprinting along the cliff. I was too fast. Even with my mortal body, I attracted the attention of a Gu immortal. This situation was like an ant attracting the attention of an elephant. At once, Fang Yuan seemed to see a pair of eyes filled with wisdom and schemes staring at him through connecting heaven Gu. The air was filled with a formless pressure. But Fang Yuan's current state of mind was different. He raised his head and laughed heartily, dispelling the pressure in his heart. Good. With a wisdom path Gu immortal scheming, it is no doubt more interesting. Humph. Just a mere divine travel Gu, just a mere second aperture Gu. How can they entice me? The 500 years of experience in his previous life had nurtured an intuition towards hidden dangers. Fang Yuan had a vague feeling that this divine travel Gu was highly likely to be the bait thrown by Old Man Inkstone. Although immortal Gu are good, I vow to live forever. These so-called immortal Gu are only tools for my cultivation. At the same time, southern border, life and death blessed land. An old man wearing a black robe, emitting the eerie aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal, was quietly sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were pitch black without any white in them. He stared at the connecting heaven Gu in the air, sensing the countless divine senses in the jewel-yellow skies, expressionless and motionless. It was Old Man Inkstone. In front of the old man, killer ghost Dr. Chojio was kneeling. He looked at connecting heaven Gu for a while, his expression disappointed. Supreme Master, it seems that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Old man, Yen Shi faintly smiled, not showing the slightest bit of anger. This little fish is indeed a bit interesting. He is able to give up and abandon. He is just a mortal, but his spirit surpasses most Gu immortals. But he is too daring. He actually turned you into his slave, offending our shadow sect. This is courting death. Chojio quickly kowtowed. Thanks to the return of Supreme Master, Grand Disciple was able to avoid the miserable fate of being enslaved. Old Man Inkstone nodded. Little Grand Disciple, I have already done something to the slavery Gu in your body. I have calculated that Fang Yuan will definitely participate in the righteous demonic battle on Itian Mountain. At that time, you can be a spy beside him and wait for an opportunity. Yes, Supreme Master. You can leave. Call your junior sister by Ningbing over. Chapter 473. An immortal Gu floated in the air, emitting a beautiful light. The lemon-colored light enveloped by Ningbing's entire body and entered her aperture. The walls of her aperture were already covered with yellow-green light vines, densely attached to them. A moment later, Old Man Inkstone took a deep breath and stored the immortal Gu back into his aperture. All right, your aperture has been activated by my everlasting Gu. It can protect you for 3 months. According to your cultivation speed, you will need to come to me 3 months later to reinforce your aperture. So many days had passed since the battle at Sancha Mountain. Bai Ningbing's aptitude had been restored to 100%, returning to the northern dark ice soul physique, one of the 10 ultimate techniques. 100% primeval essence brought great pressure to the aperture. If not for Old Man Inkstone using the everlasting Gu to strengthen his aperture, Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. Although Elder Inkstone had saved her life, Bai Ningbing did not show any sincere gratitude. Instead, she just stood there with a straight back and a frosty expression. After Old Man Inkstone removed the immortal goo, she opened her blue eyes. Her gaze was cold and her expression indifferent. She was no longer an ignorant child who had just come out into the world. By Fang Yuan's side, she learned many things. Elder Inkstone had approached her through Cho Jiu. It was obvious that he wanted to make use of her. Her joining the shadow sect was just a transaction at best. Elder Inkstone's attitude was very gentle. He smiled faintly and said, "By Ningbing, as long as you sincerely submit to the shadow sect and make a new oath of the sea, I will be able to help you. I'll make a move and turn you into a man." "Humph, there's no need. You help me suppress my aperture, and I will temporarily join the shadow sect to help you deal with Fang Yuan and obtain the fixed immortal travel from him. This is a fair deal. It's better for me to take back my manly body myself. Only then will it be exciting enough. How could I, Bai Ningbing, rely on others for protection?" After saying this, Bai Ningbing turned and left. It wasn't until they walked out of the secret room that Bai Ningbing's cold face finally loosened. Her brows furrowed and her gaze turned cold. She did not like this rank 7 wisdom path Gu Immortal Inkstone. She felt that he had an ulterior motive. Although the other party was a Gu Immortal, Bai Ningbing was not afraid of death. A person who was not afraid of death, why would he fear Gu Immortals? However, the other party's goal was the same as hers. They both wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, so Bai Ningbing agreed to the deal and temporarily joined the shadow sect. Fang Yuan. With this thought, Bai Ningbing could not help but recall the situation at the Three Kings' Paradise. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan flew in defiance of heaven, refining an immortal Gu with a mortal body. After that, the Three Kings' blessed land collapsed. Everyone was in chaos as they escaped from Sancha Mountain. The winds of assimilation blew and eventually leveled the entire Sancha Mountain to the ground. The name of Little Beast King was mentioned by tens of thousands of people. Very quickly, it spread like wildfire in the southern border. Fang Yuan went missing, and the Gu Immortal's orders were sent to all the forces. Bai Ningbing, who was traveling with him, naturally became the target of all the forces. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they all wanted to capture her. If not for Wei Yang's loyalty and intentionally letting Bai Ningbing go, and meeting Chojiu when she was on the verge of death, Bai Ningbing would have already become a prisoner. After Chojiu healed her injuries, he proposed to her to join the shadow sect and deal with Fang Yuan together. Bai Ningbing's scheme against Fang Yuan failed, and was even more convinced that Fang Yuan had a prophecy and deduction Gu. When she heard that Chojiu had a wisdom path Gu Immortal who could also make deductions, she could not help but be moved. Although she was not afraid of death, she was not resigned to losing her life and letting Fang Yuan live. It was truly a huge failure in life. It was not exciting at all. Thus, she agreed to Chojiu and temporarily became a member of the shadow sect. Together with Old Man Inkstone and Chojiu, they used the immortal Gu Si Oath Gu to set an agreement. Once they killed Fang Yuan, she would leave and regain her freedom. At the same time, the entire shadow sect could not deal with her directly or indirectly. When Bai Ningbing's figure disappeared, Old Man Inkstone's expression slowly turned gloomy. Bai Ningbing had a demonic nature. Even a wisdom path Gu Immortal like Old Man Inkstone found it hard to control her. This child is lawless. He was only forced by the situation to ally with me. He is not someone who will stay under others for long. Old Man Inkstone's gaze was extremely deep. But it is not a problem. I have planned for so many years for the sake of eternal life. Why would I be afraid of this small fish? Humph. Old Man Inkstone snorted coldly and looked at the connecting heaven Gu's mirror. Right at this time, a divine sense was transmitted to him. I have the second aperture Gu's recipe here. Exchange it for your divine travel Gu. The owner of the divine sense, called himself Old Immortal Langya. He. Old Man Inkstone laughed loudly. The fish had taken the bait. Who said his bait was only for Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was only a small fish. Land Spirit of Langya was the real big fish. Langya blessed land. Legend has it that there are countless recipes stored here. From a grotto heaven to a blessed land, it can be said to be the #1 blessed land in the world. More importantly, there are many immortal goo stored here. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is the first. I must obtain it. Old Man Inkstone's eyes shone with an incomparably hot light, filled with greed and desire. He had started planning a long, long time ago. Even the second aperture goo in Land Spirit of Langya's hands was secretly arranged by him, purposely falling into the Land Spirit's hands. With Land Spirit of Langya's love for collecting recipes and refining goo worms, he would definitely refine second aperture goo. Now, it is the opportunity one have been waiting for. Old Man Inkstone sneered as he transmitted his divine sense, agreeing to Land Spirit of Langya's exchange in jewel yellow skies. Divine travel goo fell out of the mirror. Even with many goo worms amplifying the effect of connecting heaven goo, it still caused it to be full of cracks and completely destroyed after a few breaths of time. Land Spirit of Langya did not care about this connecting heaven goo. There were still several connecting heaven goo left in the blessed land. Land Spirit looked at the divine travel goo in his hands with a fiery gaze, laughing loudly. I have wanted to refine second aperture goo for a long time. Ha! This is great. He immediately took out another connecting heaven goo and communicated with jewel yellow skies, starting to search for goo refinement materials without restraint. You have fallen into my trap. Through connecting heaven goo, Old Man Inkstone saw this scene and laughed heartily. Regarding immortal goo, this heavy transaction naturally attracted the attention of many goo immortals. Fang Yuan had also been paying attention to it. Who bought divine travel goo? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he immediately asked, Little, who immortal? It was Old Immortal Langya. Little who immortal replied, crisply, Land Spirit of Langya, just as I expected. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, concentrating on connecting heaven goo. After a while, he sensed that Land Spirit of Langya had started to wantonly buy goo refinement materials. His eyes flickered with cold light. Humph! So many goo immortals selling precious goo refinement materials at the same time, and especially selling them to Land Spirit of Langya, this is clearly a trap. Although land spirits have intelligence, their obsession is deeper and can be easily used by goo immortals. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Metal Path Goo Immortal Tai Jiazi selling goo refinement materials, Soul Path Goo Immortal Wang Ganyang, Wood Path Goo Immortal Fairy Tan Xiang, Enslavement Path Goo Immortal Great Immortal Shui Xiong. These names were very familiar. Weren't they the goo immortals who participated in the second wave of attacks against Lang, Ya Blessed Land? At once, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He realized a huge conspiracy that was buried in history and unknown to others. So, that's it. In the 500 years of my previous life, Lang, Ya Blessed Land withstood 7 waves of attacks before finally falling. So there was a mastermind manipulating this from behind the scenes, plotting against us all along. Earlier, Fang Yuan was only a spectator, but now that he was involved, he discovered the truth. This Old Man Inkstone is selling divine travel goo not only for himself, but also for Lang Ya Blessed Land. 7 waves of attacks. How many times did he organize? If he is a southern border goo immortal, then why are these northern plains goo immortals listening to his orders? Is he simply making use of them or directly ordering them? There was no doubt that the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Old Man Inkstone was part of an organization. An organized goo immortal, just this information gave off a formless pressure. Fang Yuan still did not know that this organization was the shadow sect that he had heard of before. But this did not hinder him from guessing the strength and mysteriousness of this organization, an organization that could span between southern border and northern plains. How huge would it be? But Feng Yuan had never heard of such an organization. He had never heard of it in the 500 years of his previous life. How mysterious was such an organization? Of course, all these speculations are based on the fact that Old Man Inkstone is a southern border Gu immortal. Maybe I just happen to be here? Thinking about it, could the first wave of attacks also have been arranged by Old Man Inkstone? Were the remaining waves of attacks also his handiwork? At least the seventh wave of attacks was made by Celestial Court. It was definitely not Old Man Inkstone's doing. Feng Yuan was certain of this. Celestial Court was high and mighty. It originated from Central Continent and had a strong foundation. It was not something that Southern Border's Earth Immortals could interfere with. Among the 5 regions, the largest Gu immortal organization since ancient times was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's strength was suffocating. Only rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortals could enter it. This could be determined from the results. After Celestial Court made a move, they took away all the recipes in Langya Blessed Land. In my previous life, where was Old Man Inkstone at that time? Old Man Inkstone. This was a mysterious person hidden in the depths of history. Behind him, there was an extremely mysterious organization that spanned across at least northern plains and southern border. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, mysterious organization, Celestial Court, the road to eternal life is truly filled with dangers. When I get rid of these obstacles, one by one, how carefree will it be? The more difficulties there were, the more enemies there were, the higher Feng Yuan's fighting spirit soared. The path he walked on, from the start, was destined to be lonely, destined to be enemies with the world. Celestial Court and mysterious organization, they were like 2 giant beasts that occupied this path. At the same time, this dark path was filled with thorny traps, full of schemes and plots. This was an extremely difficult path. It seemed that since ancient times, no one had reached the end. And Feng Yuan was fighting alone. This was his expedition, his holy war alone. The source of all the motivation was the simplest, the most greedy, the most disdainful, and the most incomprehensible dream. Regarding eternal life, it seemed to be an unrealistic dream. Whether he could succeed or not, Feng Yuan had never considered it. He only knew that even if he failed and died, he would not feel any regret. Today, through a transaction, he had discovered a shadow vortex that was originally hidden. Next, he looked at his own path. It was extremely dark, extremely dangerous. Almost every step was a dead end. Since there is no path, I will create one myself. Feng Yuan smiled. His gaze was filled with divine light as he cleared his chaotic thoughts, looking at connecting heaven Gu again. Chapter 474. Relic Gu could directly increase the Aperture's foundation and raise a Gu Master's realm. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were bronze, red iron, silver, gold, and purple crystal Relic Gu. Relic Gu were mortal Gu. There were no rank 6 and above immortal Gu. Among them, bronze, red iron, and silver Relic Gu circulated in large numbers in the mortal world. But for yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu, because they could directly affect the battle strength of rank 4 and 5 Gu Masters and indirectly affect the power structure of a force, they were strictly restricted by all the large organizations and rarely circulated in the market. But in jewel yellow skies, there were yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu. No matter how many purple crystal Relic Gu a Gu immortal used, it would not increase their cultivation. But purple crystal Relic Gu were still very few in number, because yellow gold and purple crystal Relic Gu other than increasing cultivation, were also used in large numbers to refine immortal goo. They had an important catalytic effect in immortal goo recipes, other than refining goo. If a goo immortal had descendants, they would collect many relic goo for their descendants or clan to use. Thus, in jewel yellow skies, rank 1 to 3 relic goo were sold in batches. Rank 4 yellow gold relic goo were few, and purple crystal relic goo were even fewer. Yellow gold and purple crystal relic goo were widely used in immortal goo recipes. Feng Yuan had used them to refine spring, autumn cicada, and second aperture goo. The blood deity immortal goo remnant recipe, he mentioned, also needed large numbers of relic goo. But when it came to immortal goo, the price would always be high. But this situation was much better than the mortal world's restrictions. Feng Yuan immediately bought 3 purple crystal relic goo and spent a lot of money to buy an immediate success goo. This goo was much more expensive than purple crystal relic goo and could increase the success rate of goo refinement. Next, Feng Yuan bought large numbers of low-rank goo and goo refinement materials, preparing to refine rank 5 breath, concealment goo, and so on. Although jewel yellow skies could detect treasure light, just by looking at the height of the treasure light, it could not tell if the goo worm had been tampered with. Therefore, wasn't very safe. So Feng Yuan decided to try his best to refine it himself. After selling all the remnant prescriptions in his hands and purchasing a large amount of resources, and deducting the administrative fees for jewel yellow skies, Feng Yuan had a total of 28 pieces of celestial yuan stone in his hands. Of course, these immortal goo remnant recipes could be repeatedly sold, but the corresponding treasure light would continue to decrease. The treasure light would only return after a certain period of time. The transaction in jewel yellow skies first depended on the treasure light. The stronger the treasure light, the higher the price. The decrease in the glow of the treasure represented a decrease in the selling price. After all, the more people knew about an incomplete recipe, the lower its value would be. If he continued to sell them, Feng Yuan's profits would decrease. The goo immortals who bought them earlier would feel that they were making a loss. Delaying the sale for a period of time was beneficial to both the buyer and the seller. The seller's price remained the same, but the buyer had gained a lot of precious time to research the remnant recipe. After all, immortal goo were unique. In this way, the most precious recipes I have are the spring, autumn cicada, second aperture goo, and blood deity's remnant recipe. The other remnant recipes will be sold again. Of course, it will take at least a few months. This time was naturally referring to the 5 regions time. As for other recipes, like refining fixed immortal travel from divine travel, everyone knew about them. If they were placed in jewel yellow skies, there would not be a single inch of treasure light. Rockmen, I still need to supply Crane Gate as much as possible. This is also to prevent Crane Gate from finding any clues to ease the conflict and delay as much as possible. Now that Dang Hun Mountain was dying, the production of Guts Goo was getting lower and lower. Every transaction caused the Rockmen's numbers to decrease greatly. Crane Gate's patience was also wearing thin. There would be a battle sooner or later. Feng Yuan could only delay as much as possible. Fortunately, they will only think that I am trapped into a mortal blessed land and think that I am a trapped turtle. They would never have expected that I would go to northern plains and even return. Even that old man Inkstone would not expect this. Wisdom Path Goo immortals were good at deductions, but they did not make baseless guesses. Instead, they used all the clues and traces to trace back to the source and make deductions. Feng Yuan's core goo was spring autumn cicada. Its greatest advantage was rebirth. In his 500 years of memories, Stargate goo, moving perspective cup goo, and others were goo worms that were ahead of the 5 regions by an era. I cannot sell remnant recipes for now. Rockmen can only supply Crane Gate, but I still have something to sell. Feng Yuan had a plan This item was none other than soil. The soil in jewel yellow skies was a rare item. For example, cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil, and so on. Many blessed lands produced soil and sold it to jewel yellow skies to exchange with other Gu masters. The soil that Feng Yuan sold was naturally not ordinary. It was gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity descended, Dang Hun Mountain was plotted against and was contaminated by gruel mud immortal Gu's power. The whole mountain gradually turned into mud. But in this world, fortune and disaster were interdependent. The mud that Dang Hun Mountain turned into had the power of gruel mud immortal Gu. In the eyes of some Gu immortals, this was an essential material to refine gruel mud immortal Gu. Sure enough, after Feng Yuan put the soil into jewel yellow skies, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. What day is it today? There are so many good items. Gruel mud. This is the true gruel mud. It has an intense, immortal Gu aura. Unfortunately, I do not have the recipe of gruel mud immortal Gu. This mud is useless. The Gu immortals' divine senses surged. Many people sent out their divine senses to bid against each other. I need the immortal Gu recipe of gruel mud. I will not exchange for anything else. Little Hu Immortal transmitted her divine sense under Feng Yuan's command. This harsh request immediately made the Gu immortals sneer. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an immortal Gu recipe, your way of thinking is too greedy. Gruel mud immortal Gu is a one-time consumable Gu. The recipe is clearly more important than the Gu worm. You are actually shamelessly saying you want to exchange for the recipe? This is too unrealistic. I advise you to exchange for it. Otherwise, this pile of mud can only exist in jewel yellow skies with no one interested in it. But Little Hu Immortal continued, I am not asking for the complete immortal Gu recipe. I will take the one with the brighter treasure light. The Gu immortals stopped talking and started to observe. After a while, a Gu immortal took out an incomplete recipe. The treasure light was 12 feet long. This naturally did not enter Feng Yuan's eyes. He stared at the mirror and smiled, instructing Little Hu Immortal, as long as the other Gu immortals take out an incomplete recipe, we will add 1/2 kilogram of gruel mud. Yes, master. Little Fox Fairy immediately replied in a crisp voice. There was a lot of gruel mud in Hu Immortal blessed land, from start to finish. All the gruel mud was cleared out of Dang Hun Mountain by Little Hu Immortal. It was not expelled from the blessed land, but moved to the western part of the blessed land. These last years, the gruel mud in the blessed land continued to transform. The amount was increasing. It was about to form a mud lake. The calamity of the past had become the current capital. In jewel yellow skies, the divine senses of the Gu immortals started to ripple. Every time an incomplete recipe appeared, Little Hu Immortal would throw out 1/2 kilogram of gruel mud. This attitude was clearly telling others, we have plenty of it here. One by one, the incomplete recipes were thrown out. The treasure light also strengthened. From the original 10 feet, it had already risen to over 20 feet, and was still rising. Feng Yuan watched for a while, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. His soul came from Earth. His marketing methods far surpassed this world's. On Earth, businesses were launched, but here in jewel yellow skies, immortal yuan stone could only barely act as currency. Most of the transactions were still at the primitive bartering stage. Feng Yuan's method could be considered as creating momentum, attracting more Gu immortals to sell the gruel mud immortal Gu's remnant recipe. Of course, this was only a small trick at best. Next, Feng Yuan instructed Little Hu Immortal to take care of the other matters and make arrangements. It is about time. It is time to go back. Feng Yuan had been keeping track of the time. The time he spent in Hu Immortal blessed land was reduced to 1/5 of the time he spent in northern plains. Master, goodbye. You have to come back often to visit. Little Hu Immortal brought Feng Yuan to the western part of the blessed land, and under the illumination of the starlight firefly goo, she activated the Stargate goo again. Fang Yuan carried many goo refinement materials and low-rank goo worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of another Stargate and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Just as he had expected, it was already close to dawn. Dawn was breaking in the horizon. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples to appear on the pure lake water. The air was extremely fresh. The flowers and grasses around his feet were covered with dew, and there were already flocks of birds fluttering their wings on the lake's surface. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, feeling joyful. By snatching Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, Fang Yuan had obtained the help of land spirit of Langya. In Langya blessed land, he used one of the fortuitous encounters to obtain Stargate goo and other goo. After returning to immortal blessed land, he used connecting heaven goo to solve the problem of lacking resources. This way, the pawns that were already gone have a new path of development. The whole chessboard has been revitalized. The sky gradually brightened. Under the escort of the wolf group, Fang Yuan returned to Goo tribe camp. I am going into closed cultivation to refine goo. Outsiders are not to disturb me, he instructed before locking himself in the lizard house and starting to refine a new goo. No matter where the goo refinement materials came from, the goo worms refined in the same place would belong to that goo. That is to say, although most of the materials in Fang Yuan's hands came from Central Continent, as long as they were refined in Northern Plains, the new goo worms would be Northern Plains goo and would not be suppressed. The first thing he needed to refine was moving perspective goo. Moving perspective goo was a rank 5 goo. The original set was refined into immortal blessed land and was on the verge of breaking. It could only be used once more. Through jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan now had materials he naturally wanted to refine a pair of moving perspective goo. At the same time, beside Crescent Lake, Yen tribe's 9 goo masters were riding hump wolves and galloping rapidly. Stop, there are wolf footprints here. Yen tribe leader suddenly reined in his wolf's head, looking at the large wolf footprints in front of him with a bewildered expression. There are so many wolves. This is a myriad wolf group. The other goo masters also exclaimed. Goo tribe camp is not far away. Do you think this myriad wolf group is heading towards them? Not good. Look at these wolf footprints. There are poison beard wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, night wolves, and so on. Wild wolf groups are all singular. With so many wolf groups mixed together, it can only mean that this wolf group is being controlled by a goo master. Yen tribe leader frowned. Goo tribe was once a large tribe, but now that they have migrated, they are no longer as prosperous as before. It is not possible for them to raise such a large beast group. It is very likely that this beast group is the work of a demonic goo master. We are going to ask for help from Goo tribe. Let's go check the situation first. If Goo tribe is in trouble, we will quietly retreat. If we can do them a favor, we will attack the wolf group from the front and back. Yes, Lord tribe leader. Everyone shouted. Go to Goo tribe. The hump wolf galloped again, carrying the group towards Goo tribe camp. Chapter 475. Halt! The patrolling Goo tribe Goo master saw Yen tribe's group and shouted. Yen tribe's group stopped their hump wolves as an elder spoke. This person beside me is Yen tribe leader Lord Yen Tianji. He is here to visit Goo tribe leader. Yen tribe? Goo tribe's Goo master's expression changed. That's right. Our camp is just 100 li away. Lords, please wait a moment. According to Northern Plains time, Goo tribe had just arrived at Crescent Lake and had only set up camp for a day. Goo tribe's camp was currently under construction. Sir, the wolf pack's tracks have entered the Goo tribe's camp. An elder whispered to the Yen tribe's leader, Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji nodded, his gaze solemn. To think that this enslavement path Goo master is from Goo tribe. It seems we made the right decision. We can invite strong reinforcements to deal with Water Demon, Hao Ji Lu. But Good Tribe might not help us. An elder said worriedly. Yen Tianji sneered, as if he had Good Tribe in his grasp. Humph, Good Tribe is also participating in the Heroes' Assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. I will use Lu Tribe's name to ask for help. Do you think Good Tribe won't help? Just as they spoke, the simple camp's door opened, and Gu Tribe's new tribe leader, Gu Guang, led the elders out to welcome them. Yen tribe leader's presence is our Gu Tribe's honor. Please come into the main tent. Gu Guang invited warmly. Why is he only a rank 3 Gu master? Sensing Gu Guang's cultivation level, Yen tribe's people looked down on him. After inviting Yen tribe's group to the camp for a banquet, after drinking a few cups of wine, Yen tribe leader looked at the elder beside him. The elder said, To speak the truth, Gu tribe leader, we are here to ask for your help. Ask for help? The elder continued, That's right. Our tribe's young lady, Yen Shui-er, was captured by Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu is despicable and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a water path Gu master and has great battle strength in the lake. Our tribe's several rescue attempts have all failed. This time, we are here to ask for Gu Tribe's help. Hao Ji Lu. Could it be the water demon, Hao Ji Lu? When Gu Guang thought of this person, his expression changed slightly. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and was infamous in Northern Plains as a sinister and cunning demon. Gu Guang frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he refused. Everyone has the right to punish people of the demonic Tao. As a member of the righteous path, the Gu family should have done their part, but unfortunately, they were powerless. My old father died on the battlefield, and I took over the family in the face of danger. The Gu family has already suffered heavy losses and can no longer support the nobles in eliminating the water demon. What? Clan leader Gu Guang is unwilling? Hearing Gu Guang's words, the Yen clan elders' faces all sunk. An elder sneered and said, Gu clan leader, you are indeed too young and don't know some things. I'll tell you now. Our clan's first young Miss Yen Shui-er was engaged to Lu Wenwu a long time ago, so she is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. If we can't save our clan's young miss, the Lu clan will pursue this matter in the future. Even your clan will have to bear the blame. Gu Guang's expression changed. There were several super clans in Northern Plains, and among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu, Wenwu was like his name, well-versed in both literature and martial arts, with outstanding talent and lofty ambitions. This time, he had led a group of retainers and separated from Lu tribe, establishing his own tribe, and was one of the most popular candidates for the Lord of the Imperial Court. Lu Wenwu's forces were extremely strong, and Yen Shui-er was his fiancé. If Gu Tribe did not save her, Lu Wenwu would definitely make things difficult for Gu Tribe during the Heroes' Assembly. But Gu Tribe was already extremely exhausted, and their higher-ups' battle strength was greatly reduced. If they were to face the water demon again, Gu Tribe would have to swallow the bitter fruit alone. Gu Guang cared about his tribe's benefits and was not willing to provoke the water demon for no reason. But he was also worried that if he did not help, he would attract Lu Wenwu's hostility. Gu Guang felt extremely troubled. Yen tribe leaders saw Gu Guang's hesitation and smiled. The righteous path has always been united. I believe Gu Tribe will not leave us in the lurch. Gu Tribe has outstanding strength. There is no need to hide it. When we came, we found a large number of wolf tracks. As long as Gu Tribe sends out an enslavement path Gu master, our Yen tribe is willing to pay 3,000 yuan stone in advance. Gu Guang was secretly furious. Just 3,000 yuan stone. Were they trying to get rid of a beggar? He restrained the anger in his heart and smiled bitterly. You might not know, but this enslavement path Gu master is not a member of my Gu tribe and is not under my command. It is Lord Changshan-in. Changshan-in. Yen, tribe leader, was stunned, inwardly wondering why this name was so familiar. Gu Guang then explained everything he knew about Fang Yuan's origin, identity, and so on. Yen tribe's people were overjoyed. Changshan-in, he is actually still alive. I remember now, he is of the same generation as me. He was once famous in Northern Plains and was a genius enslavement path Gu cultivator that everyone paid attention to. Great. Heaven is really helping us. Chang tribe has already attached itself to young Master Lu Wenwu. We will explain the reason to Changshan-in. He will definitely help us. Yen tribe leader was the most straightforward. Gu Guang tribe leader, please introduce us. Gu Guang smiled bitterly. If I could introduce him, I would have done so long ago. Lord Changshan-in returned early in the morning and announced that he was going into closed cultivation to refine Gu. If we disturb his Gu refinement, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Yen tribe leader stood up. Changshan-in is of the same generation as me. I have heard of him long ago. Chang tribe and Yen tribe are both under young Master Lu Wenwu. We are on the same side. Young Master Lu Wenwu is Changshan-yin's master. Moreover, this matter is very important. Even if we disturb the Gu refinement, it is not a big deal. Bring me there. This. Gu Guang hesitated. Yen tribe leader's expression turned stiff. Gu tribe leader, please don't delay. If we do not save her in time and something happens to my daughter, young Master Lu Wenwu would blame us. Gu Guang could only grit his teeth and agree. All right, I will bring you there now. Water demon, Haoji Lu? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking at the Yen tribe Gu masters in front of him. Brother Chang, you slept for 20 years, you might not know. This water demon is a rising star. He obtained a mysterious, fortuitous encounter and is now 35 years old, a rank 4 upper stage expert. Yen tribe leader introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, sighing, Northern Plains is vast. There are many formidable heroes. Since Yen tribe is asking for help, I will make the trip. Yen tribe's group's expression changed. Changshan-yin's words. What did he mean by asking for help? He was making himself look like a lowly person. Lord Changshan-in, why do you need to boost the morale of others and belittle our own? That water demon is crafty. He hid in Crescent Lake and took our tribe's Missy as a hostage. That is why we could not capture him. An elder said with some dissatisfaction, Lord Changshan-in, your Chang tribe has already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. This rescue is a chance for you. Another clan elder spoke with a tone of thinking for Fang Yuan's sake. The leader of the Yen family smiled. Ha ha ha, Brother Chang. With your help this time, a mere water demon is nothing. Fang Yuan chuckled. It is only right for me to make a move. This time, I will fight alongside you. Yen tribe's group was overjoyed. Good, then let's set off. Old man from Yen tribe, did you bring the 10 million primeval stones I wanted and that backwater battle Gu? Water demon stood on the shore of Crescent Lake, looking at the people in front of him vigilantly. Of course I brought it. Where is my daughter? Yen Tianji said, as he took out 2 Gu, a rank 5 storage Gu and a backwater battle Gu. Backwater battle Gu was also a rank 5 Gu worm. It could greatly amplify the effect of water path Gu worms. In the mortal world, it was priceless and extremely rare. Looking at these 2 Gu, Water Demon's gaze immediately became heated. He had the appearance of a young man with fair skin, broad shoulders, and a thin waist. He had a rather handsome aura. His sideburns were already white, giving him an aura of maturity and vicissitudes. Return my daughter to me, and I'll give you everything you want. Now, I want to see my daughter. Yen Tianji reiterated. Water Demon snorted and snapped his fingers. Swoosh! In the lake behind him, waves surged as a huge scallop emerged from the water. This scallop was the size of an elephant. Its shell was shiny like silver. The two shells slowly opened, revealing a young girl inside. The young girl was tied up tightly. Her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. When she saw Yen tribe leader, tears flowed down her cheeks as she started to struggle intensely. Water Demon sneered. You saw your daughter. Hand over the goo worms. Don't play any tricks. Your daughter's life is in my hands. If something happens to her, how will you explain it to Lu Wenwu? He. Damn it. Despicable scoundrel. Fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Yen tribe's elders gritted their teeth. Yen tribe leader's expression was grim as he threw the two goo to Water Demon. Water Demon cautiously jumped. He did not catch them with his hands, instead letting the two goo fall on the ground. You didn't do anything to your goo, right? Water Demon squinted, staring at Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji's expression was ashen. Humph, go ahead and refine them. Water Demon snorted. All of you, retreat 30 steps. Yen tribe had no choice but to retreat. Water Demon stared at Yen tribe's goo masters before squatting down and picking up the two goo worms. He first inspected them. There was no problem. Next, he carefully started to refine the backwater battle goo. Inside the backwater battle goo was Yen Tianji's will. Now that he cooperated with Water Demon, this demon soon succeeded in refining backwater battle goo. Water Demon chuckled. Good, Yen Tianji, you are very tactful. Next, I will count the yuan stones. If the number is correct, I will return your precious daughter to you. Don't worry, I don't want to go against Lu Wenwu. Your daughter is still a virgin. I have not even touched her hand. Humph. Yen Tianji snorted, not speaking. He took out his will and cooperated with Water Demon to refine the storage goo. Water Demon sent his thoughts into the goo and found a large number of yuan stones. He was overjoyed. He could not suppress it and showed it on his face. Right at this time, a goo flew out of these yuan stones and crashed into his body at lightning speed. Rank 4, Immobilization Goo. Do it! Yen Tianji suddenly shouted. The group of elders shot out like lightning and surrounded Water Demon in an instant. Oh no! Water Demon held onto the storage goo. For a moment he could not move. He could only watch as he was surrounded. Chapter 476. Kill! Yen Tianji shouted. In an instant, Yen tribe's goo masters attacked at the same time, using all sorts of attacking methods. Water flow, starfire, white bones, firebird, and other attacks were unleashed together, attacking Water Demon. How Ji Lu. Water Demon's face shone with all sorts of colors. These attacks were brilliant and dazzling like fireworks, beautiful and deadly. Water Demon was in danger, but he did not dodge, instead revealing a cold smile. His pupils suddenly burst out with a piercing, eerie light. The eerie light shone brightly, covering a Yen tribe elder in front of Water Demon. The Yen family elder immediately let out a muffled groan as he felt dizzy. This was Water Demon. He activated rank 3 Ice Strike Goo. His gaze contained an attack, bypassing normal defensive methods and directly attacking the Goo Master's soul. The Yen tribe elder who was attacked quickly retreated 3 steps, calming his mind. Merely rank 3 Ice Strike Goo could only catch the Yen tribe elder unprepared and cause light injuries to him. It could not change this dangerous situation for Water Demon, Hao Ji Lu. But Water Demon, Hao Ji Lu's sneer became more intense. He activated rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, pouring it into a goo worm in his aperture. Rank 4 Position Swap Goo. Swoosh. With a soft sound, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared at the Yen tribe elder's position. As a replacement, that Yen tribe elder who was attacked appeared at his original position. Oh no! Oh no, stop! Yen tribe's other Gu masters cried out in shock. This sudden change caught them off guard. They were greatly shocked. They wanted to stop, but the attack was already completed. They could not control it. That Yen tribe elder was scared out of his wits, crazily activating his defensive Gu worm. But this Gu only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing. Academy Elder! The patriarch of the Yen clan, Yen Tianji, roared as he watched his own people being engulfed by the brilliant attack and turned into a pile of minced meat. Ha ha! Wonderful, wonderful! It seems Yen tribe's Gu masters are a group of stupid pigs, actually killing one of their own. He he he! Water demon, how Ji Lu raised his head and laughed, mocking them to the extreme. Water demon, my Yen tribe is irreconcilable with you. How, Ji Lu, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Only then will I be able to vent my hatred. Kill, chop this demon into pieces. Yen tribe's Gu masters were so angry their necks turned red as they roared. But even though they were shouting, they did not attack. Water demon actually had a rank 4 position swap Gu. This was out of their expectations. Rank 4 position swap Gu was a special type of movement Gu. One had to make contact with the opponent to be able to change positions. However, the use of Gu worms was not only about choosing a suitable Gu worm for oneself, but more importantly, the essence of the Gu worms was the mutual coordination between the Gu worms. As long as he succeeded, he could make contact with the opponent of the position swap Gu. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to make contact with the opponent. Ji Gu, with such a Gu worm, how Ji Lu was not afraid of being surrounded. Tribe Ji of Yen, they were Gu and was not. Ji Lu, Yen tribe Gu, as demon of. They water Yen Gu comma. Using this Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence. How many more times can you use it? Let me tell you, we have invited the righteous hero wolf King Chang Shanin. You are surrounded by the wolf group. You have nowhere to go. At the crucial moment, Yen Tianji stood up. His words were like a stimulant, raising everyone's morale. Wolf King Chang Shanin. How Ji Lu's gaze concentrated, looking at Fang Yuan who was on the wolf. Fang Yuan had a broad back and a thin waist, his eyes shining brightly. He was riding on the hump wolf, surrounded by the wolf group. He was like a towering mountain, although he was silent. He gave Hao Ji Lu a sense of pressure. Wolf, King Chang Shan, I have heard of your name since I was young. You did not die. Water demon, Hao Ji Lu concentrated on guarding against Yen tribe Gu masters while probing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood 300 steps away from Water Demon, looking at him with a calm expression. Water Demon's heart shook, although I Strike Gu had a wide attack range, and could attack as long as one looked at it. The further the distance, the weaker the attack. 300 steps was the effective attack range of I Strike Gu. Beyond that, there was no threat. Fang Yuan's position made Water Demon feel very uncomfortable. This distance was very mysterious. If Water Demon took another step, he would be able to attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan seemed to be hinting for him to do so. Hao Ji Lu felt even more pressure. If this person is really Chang Shanin, I cannot use I Strike Gu to deal with him. I Strike techniques are used to test the soul of both sides. Enslavement path Gu masters have always had strong souls. Are you really Chang Shanin? What proof do you have? Humph, your Yen tribe randomly pulled out someone to impersonate Wolf King. Do you think I am a fool? Hao Ji Lu mocked. Yen Tianji immediately sneered. Water Demon, you have eyes but failed to recognize the real person. Is Wolf King so easy to impersonate? When we fight later, I will show you the power of Wolf King. Lord Changshan, it is up to you. Kill this water demon. Get rid of a scourge for the people. The other Yen tribe elders called out one after another, attempting to use Fang Yuan as a weapon. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, looking around. When he saw that his wolf group was already in position, surrounding the battlefield tightly, he knew the time was ripe. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. He nodded slightly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Indeed, your reminder is good. It is time to attack. The moment he said that, the wolf group howled and opened their mouths, baring their sharp claws and teeth as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. In an instant, 10,000 wolves charged towards the group of Gu Masters. The majestic army caused everyone's expression to change. Changshan, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Yen Tianji roared in anger, feeling bewildered. Quickly stop. We are on the same side. Wolf King, are you crazy? You dare to attack us? Our Yen tribe and your Chang tribe have already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. The other elders defended against the wolf group's attack as they shouted crazily. Precisely because of this, I am dealing with you. Go in peace. I will send Chang tribe's clansmen to accompany you in the future. Fang Yuan said hatefully, a twisted expression appearing on his face at the right time. Next, he shouted angrily, Humph, I swore long ago I will take revenge for the grudges back then. Back then, Changshan dealt with Hatugu and the other bandits alone. Chang tribe did not send anyone to help. This matter is fishy indeed. Water demon, how Ji Lu's heart jumped as he thought of something. He did not expect such a change. While dodging the wolf group's attack, he shouted anxiously, Wolf King, I have no intention of being enemies with you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 477. What? Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Water Demon, how Ji Lu was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had ever dared to judge him like this, and no one had ever looked down on him like this. Wolf King, you are too arrogant. Today, I will make you pay the price. Water Demon, how Ji Lu roared and pushed with his palms. Rank 4, Waterfall Goo. Primeval essence poured in crazily, water vapor filled the air, and with a rumble, a huge water current was formed out of thin air. The water current was extremely rapid, like a waterfall crashing down from the sky. The light silver water carried a biting cold might as it ruthlessly smashed into the wolf group. In an instant, over 1,000 wolves were killed or injured. The water current spread and swept away all the wolves around Hao Ji Lu. At the same time, Yen tribe's Gu masters activated a Gu worm together. This was the rank 5 wind barrier Gu, forming a huge wind. The wind was like a veil, carrying traces of green as it spread around everyone. The wolf group's attacks were all blocked by the formless wind. Many of the wild Gu on the wolf king's body attacked the wind barrier and disappeared like a stone thrown into the sea, vanishing without a trace. How can this be? On the Moon Lake, Yen Shui Air, who was taken as a hostage, was dumbstruck as she watched the intense battle on the shore. She had never thought that the situation would develop like this. She, who was the center of the battle, had now become a bystander. The hump wolf continued to retreat, carrying Fang Yuan and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu away. Idiot! Looking at Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, who was charging towards him, as well as the Yen tribesmen who were defending the formation, Fang Yuan sneered. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu and Yen tribe leader Yen Tianji were 2 rank 4 Gu masters. There were also Yen tribes, higher-ups, more than 10 rank 3 Gu masters. They could be said to be very strong. But the strength of an enslavement path Gu master was that they could fight one against many. Back then, Changshan led a wolf group and challenged above his rank, killing rank 5 Gu Master Ha-Tu Gu and even exterminating a group of Ha-Tu Gu subordinates. Why? Because he was an enslavement path Gu Master. Now, the wolf pack in Fang Yuan's hands had already taken shape and reached a certain scale. The size of the wolf pack had reached more than 30,000. Not only were there many hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, there was also a night wolf king and a young mutated beast, the white-eyed wolf. Such a scale, although it was not even half of Chang Shanyin's wolf pack at his peak, it was enough to annihilate 2 to 3 Gu tribe combined. Right now, they were only dealing with 20 over Gu masters. This was nothing more than a small display of strength. As expected, after fighting for a while, Water Demon Hao Jilu was gasping for breath, and his momentum gradually stopped. He felt tired. Damn it! This kind of wolf taming technique is really hard to deal with. It's clearly just some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. Water Demon Hao Jiliu's gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed. It was not that he had not fought with enslavement path Gu masters before, but how could those enslavement path Gu masters compare to Fang Yuan? Is this the Wolf King's beast taming technique? Being in this place is simply like sinking into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Water Demon Hao Jilu fended off the attacks of the wolf pack, and his heart was already filled with awe, splitting a trace of his consciousness into his aperture. Hao Jilu inwardly complained. That intense charge earlier, using a series of powerful moves to carve out a path, had caused his primeval essence to be greatly expended. Right now, his aperture only had less than half of its peak. Once the primeval essence was exhausted, a Gu master's battle strength would rapidly fall to rock bottom. Hao Jilu had to consider the long term, and had no choice but to restrain his attacks. This way, his momentum would completely disappear, and he would be completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Water Demon Hao Jilu, rank 4 Gu Master, uses water path Gu worms. His attacks are powerful and is proficient in fighting one against many. In his early years, he roamed northern plains, committing many crimes, and had a bad reputation. He captured Yen Shui Air, and after successfully extorting Yen tribe, he participated in the Heroes' Assembly and offered Yen Shui Air to He Lulan. He Lulan was overjoyed and entrusted him with an important task. After entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, Hao Jilu was ranked as He Lulan's third valiant general in terms of merit and rewards. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant memories, his gaze dark. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Hao Jilu was also a character, but after being active for 8 to 9 years, he was also killed by Chang Shanin. Powerful attacks often mean that the primeval essence expenditure is huge. Hao Jilu is no longer a concern at this moment. He is probably secretly thinking of an escape route. He is proficient in escaping underwater. It will not be easy to capture him today. After all, I have too few water wolves. But my main target is not him, but Yen tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze towards the Yen tribesmen. Yen tribe's Gu masters were proficient in defense. This was famous in northern plains. As expected, these Gu masters' defense was extremely good. The rank 5 wind barrier Gu was like a tortoise shell, firmly protecting everyone. Humph, Yen tribespeople are really naive. Even though they are surrounded, they still want to preserve their strength and watch from the sidelines. No wonder history said that Yen Tianji was too conservative and lacked initiative. Since they want to stall for time, that is what I want. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, purposely slowing down the wolf pack's attack. Time slowly passed. Hao Jilu and Yen tribe's Gu master's primeval essence was also being depleted. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared in the forest. Lord Chang Shanin, we are here. Gu tribe's current tribe leader, Gu Guang, led Gu tribe's Gu masters and rushed here. You came quite quickly." Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently with deep meaning. Gu Guang was pierced by the light in Fang Yuan's eyes, and subconsciously lowered his head, feeling both respect and fear. This is the Wolf King's heroic nature, to think that I would see it today. Yes, after receiving Lord's letter, we rushed here. One must know how to repay kindness. Lord has saved our Gu tribe time and time again. Lord's revenge is our Gu tribe's revenge. Shortly after, Gu Guang replied, "In Gu tribe camp, Fang Yuan could not make a move, so he agreed to Yen tribe on the surface. After he gathered the wolf pack, he used a Gu worm to send a letter back." Gu Guang received the letter and opened it. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. "Lord Changshan, Yin wants to make a move on the whole Yen tribe." He cried out involuntarily, continuing to read. Fang Yuan explained the reason in the letter. Back then, Changshan Yin's mother was secretly poisoned, and in order to find a Gu worm that could cure the poison, Changshan Yin entered poison grassland and was ambushed by Hatu Gu and a group of strong enemies. The whole matter was a scheme. Chang tribe's internal strife was an attempt to suppress Changshan Yin. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Changshan Yin was saved by Ma Hongyun but did not return to the tribe, instead relying on Ma Hongyun. It was also because of this reason. Later, Changshan Yin helped Ma Hongyun become the lord of the imperial court, so he made a move on Chang tribe, eliminating all of the higher-ups of Chang tribe and becoming the tribe leader himself, taking revenge. Now that Fang Yuan was dealing with Yen tribe, this reason was used by him, and he wrote it in the letter, convincing Gu Guang. Originally, Gu tribe and Chang tribe were related by blood. When old Gu tribe leader met Fang Yuan for the first time, he said that his second daughter was married to Chang tribe. But after Gu Guang received the letter, he made a prompt decision and chose to stand with Fang Yuan. "Gu Guang, you have matured. Gu tribe will prosper under your leadership." Fang Yuan was riding on the wolf's back, indifferently commenting, then waved his hand. "You don't need to participate in this battle. You lead Gu tribe's Gu masters and stand guard at the periphery. But remember, if you block one Yen tribe elder, you will have a chance of winning when we attack Yen tribe camp." "Yes, Junior will remember Wolf King's instructions." Gu Guang quickly responded, and led the Gu masters to the periphery of the battlefield, forming an encirclement formation. Seeing Gu tribe's Gu masters coming to reinforce, Yen tribe's Gu masters were shocked and furious. "Gu Guang, you despicable and shameless person!" A Yen tribe elder shouted furiously. "Gu tribe, you have made a wrong decision. You are going against our Yen tribe. You are going against young Master Lu Wenwu. You will not have a good ending." Another tribe elder cursed loudly. Gu Guang laughed coldly, his heart filled with disdain. "Using the name of young Master Lu at death's door, what use is that? We can't stay here any longer. We need to charge and break out of this encirclement." Yen tribe elder realized the severity of the situation, his face turning ashen as he shouted, "Go!" Yen tribe's people joined hands and started charging, trying to carve out a path of blood. Pellet Fire Gu, Golden Silkworm Gu, Frost Breath Gu, Snowball Gu, Tornado Gu, Exploding Thunder Gu, Fire Claw Gu, and others were activated. At once, fireballs and snowballs flew continuously. Golden Silkworm turned into a ray of light, and rampaged blue frost breath was spat out. Tornadoes wreaked havoc in the wolf group, thunder rumbled and explosions occurred everywhere, and claws made of flames scratched and slashed continuously. Under Yen tribe's fierce attacks, Fang Yuan's wolf group suffered heavy casualties, but they continued to advance without any regard for their own safety. These Gu masters are all mortal experts, made up of rank 3 and rank 4, but so what? Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, his thoughts turning as he mobilized the wolf group. He had the werewolf soul, so mobilizing this wolf group was much easier than the 100-man soul. It was as smooth as the Wolf King personally commanding them. Seeing the wolf group dying one by one, Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He did not move. These wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, so what if they died? There was nothing to feel sorry about. Instead, using them as cannon fodder to deplete the primeval essence of these high-ranked Gu masters was a profitable trade. Yen tribe's Gu masters' greatest weakness was that they had too few people. Although they were all experts, they lacked subordinates to share the pressure on the battlefield. The battlefield was already under Fang Yuan's control, following Fang Yuan's rhythm. They simply did not have the time to recover their primeval essence. Terrifying. There is actually such a terrifying wolf controlling skill in this world. A Yen tribe elder's face was pale. Are we going to die here today? The aura of death was already assaulting their senses. Chang Shanin, if you kill us, aren't you afraid of young Master Lu, Wenwu taking revenge? Some tribe elders placed their hopes on pressuring Fang Yuan. Chapter 478. It is time. Fang Yuan willed. Night Wolf Myriad Beast King led more than 10 Night Wolf Thousand Beast Kings and joined the battle, blocking in front of the Yen tribesmen. Under the wolf group's attack, Yen tribesmen suffered their first casualty. Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out a wolf-like howl. Within the range of his howl, the wolf group's battle strength rose sharply. Wolf Smoke Gu. Soon after, he let out thick smoke that enveloped the battlefield, rapidly healing the wolf group's injuries. Yen tribesmen turned pale with fright. Water Demon Hao Jilu's face also turned pale as paper. Earlier, Fang Yuan was only making arrangements, but now that he made a move, he immediately turned the advantage into victory. Dozens of gazes filled with hatred, fear, anger, and coldness shot towards Fang Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he led the hump wolf and slowly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the Yen tribesmen. To prevent the enemy's decapitation tactic, Fang Yuan had many wolves around him, including a white-eyes wolf. Although it had not matured completely, it had battle strength surpassing 1,000 Wolf King. Seeing Fang Yuan's action, the trapped Gu masters felt their hearts sink to rock bottom, their fighting spirit dissipating as they felt like they had fallen into a demon's hands, unable to escape. Time slowly passed. Yen tribesmen were like they were stuck in a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Fang Yuan had used the cannon fodder wild wolves earlier to expend their primeval essence, and now the results were starting to show. Yen tribesmen elders died miserably on the battlefield. An aura of grief and indignation shrouded the center of the battlefield. Chang Shanin, I will not let you off even as a ghost. A clan elder shouted, cursing before his death. But this curse only made Fang Yuan scoff coldly in his heart. You have no chance to become a ghost. Your soul will be the nourishment for my Dang Hun Mountain. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Yen tribesmen's battle hall elders shouted. Come on, you coward, you coward. He tried his best to provoke Fang Yuan, stirring up the little remaining true essence in his body and launching the last attack of his life towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked on expressionlessly. With a thought in his mind, the wolf pack immediately surged forward like a tidal wave, strangling the battle hall elder's tragic charge midway. After the wolf pack dispersed, his broken body was left in the same place. White bone broke through the surface of its body, and blood gushed out. Its angry eyes glared fiercely at the sky. Battle hall elder. Yen Tianji let out a deep roar, his entire body shaking. As the elders sacrificed themselves one by one, the intense grief attacked his heart again and again. Now he was almost numb. Chang Shanin, you will die a horrible death. You are a hero of the righteous path, yet you dare to plot against your comrade. You won't have a good ending. Young Master Lu, Wenwu will definitely avenge us. Yen Tianji's face was filled with hatred, and it was almost twisted. If it was possible, he wanted to eat every inch of Fang Yuan's flesh and drink every drop of blood from Fang Yuan's body. Humph! The roar of a loser is like the cry of a wild dog before its death. Hoping for others to help you take revenge is the mentality of a weakling. Fang Yuan evaluated coldly before waving his hand. The night wolf myriad beast king was like a bolt of black lightning charging forward and sending Yen Tianji flying. Yen Tianji's primeval essence was expended. He was smashed into pieces by this collision. He was like a kite with its string cut, flying far away, drawing a trail of blood in the air. When he landed on the ground, the front of his body was already smashed. He was no longer breathing. Lord, Gu Guang brought a group of elders and rushed over excitedly. Wolf King is mighty. After this battle, Yen tribe's higher-ups are all dead. In Yen tribe camp, only a rank 3 elder is left to control the situation. The letter Gu sent by Yen Tianji, and the rest were all intercepted by us. Yen tribe is still in the dark. This is the best chance to attack. Gu tribe's battle hall elder cheered. It is a pity that water demon. How Ji Lu escaped. Wolf Wangda's people. Should we continue to chase water demon or attack Yen tribe camp? Gu Guang asked. Fang Yuan laughed indifferently. Of course we will attack Yen tribe camp. A clam Gu rotated its body, moving rapidly in Crescent Lake. Puff! The clam suddenly drilled out of the water, opening its shell and spitting out 2 people hiding inside. These 2 were a man and a woman. The man was Water Demon Hao Jilu, while the woman was Yen tribe's young Miss Yen Chui'er. Huff, huff, huff. Hao Jilu breathed roughly, looking behind him with lingering fear. Seeing that there were no pursuers, his heart relaxed. This was a floating island in Crescent Lake. Hao Jilu had chosen the 3rd escape route when he was surveying the environment. Wolf King Chang Shan In. Hao Jilu muttered this name in his heart. Hatred, anger, fear, and wariness flashed in his eyes, a complex expression mixed together. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback. Rank 4 upper stage cultivation was enough for him to roam unhindered in northern plains. But after meeting Fang Yuan today, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and loneliness. This is the strength of an enslavement path, Gu Master. This should not be his peak condition. Back then, Chang Shanin could kill Ha Tu Gu and exterminate the entire bandits. How strong must he be? How Ji Lu thought of this and felt difficulty in breathing. Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement skill made him think of Jiang Baoye, Yang Puing, and Ma Zun. It seems that among the first-rate enslavement masters in northern plains, there will no longer be 3, but 4. Fortunately, he did not have many water wolves, otherwise I would have to die today. Thinking of the dangerous situation when he escaped, how Ji Lu felt a lingering fear. But why do I feel that Chang Shan purposely let me go? How Ji Lu had a sharp mind. Recalling the scene back then, he felt something fishy. It is a pity that Yen tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Chang Shanin. It is not realistic for me to continue extorting. But forget it, I have already obtained the Backwater Battle Gu. This mission is a success. Next, I should follow the original plan and gift this Yen tribe's Missy to young Master He Lulan as a meeting gift. Thinking of this, how Ji Lu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 10-year blizzard in northern plains was a difficult test for demonic Gu masters who often moved around alone. Adding on the lack of cultivation resources, how Ji Lu wanted to rely on a force through the hero's assembly. If he was lucky enough to enter the imperial court, not only would Hao Ji Lu be able to keep his life, his cultivation would also rise to a higher level. This time, there were a few hot contenders for the imperial court. After thinking about it, Hao Ji Lu decided to place all his bets on the hottest contender, young Master He Lulan. He Lulan's lecherous reputation had already spread far and wide. If Hao Ji Lu offered Yen Shui-er to He Lulan, she would definitely be valued, because Yen Shui-er was not only beautiful, she also had a special status. She was young Master Lu Wenwu's fiancée, and Lu Wenwu was one of He Lulan's greatest rivals in this imperial court contest. Bringing his rival's fiancée into his harem, this was an irresistible temptation to He Lulan. If Yen tribe was still around, this gift would be even more valuable. It is a pity Wolf King killed Yen tribe's higher-ups. He will definitely deal with Yen tribe. Thinking of this, Hao Jilu looked at the dazed Yen Shui-er and whistled. He teased her frivolously. "Little beauty, speaking of which, you should be thanking me. If I did not save you, you would have died in Chang Shanyin's hands." Yen Shui-er's thick eyelashes flickered, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. "What do you mean?" "Humph, what's the point? Chang Shan-yin killed your father and a group of elders. He will definitely annex Yen tribe. The wolf group should be on their way to Yen tribe camp now. He. A young lady like you will soon become a loner." No way." Yen Shui-er shook her head, her face pale. She tried to deny it, but her rationality told her that Hao Ji Lu's guess was correct. Chang Shan-yin is a righteous path hero. How could he do such a thing? She was not willing to face such a cruel reality. Her pearl-like tears flowed down her fair and tender face. A beauty's tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was a pitiful sight. Righteous path hero? Hao Ji Lu sneered. "Sometimes righteous path heroes are scarier than us demonic path heroes." Hao Ji Lu was only extorting and kidnapping, but once Chang Shani made a move, he destroyed your Yen tribe. But he had a reason. He had the slogan of revenge, and he was the victor. Once Yen tribe is destroyed, who can refute him? Humph. This is the dog's hit way of the world. Yen Shui-er was dazed for a while. She suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Hao Ji Lu's pants, begging, "I beg you, save our Yen tribe. My father's letter gu have all been intercepted. Yen tribe is without a leader now. They are in the dark and do not know the danger." The world was mysterious and cruel. Yen Shui-er had never thought that one day she would kneel on the ground and beg the person she hated the most. "My father is dead. I am the next tribe leader of Yen tribe. Hao Ji Lu, help me send the letter and inform them in advance. As long as our Yen tribe is not destroyed, I will be the tribe leader. I can make the decision and appoint you as Yen tribe's external elder. Yen tribe's resources will be provided to you for your cultivation." Yen Shui-er stated her price. These words made Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart palpitate. External elder? Yen tribe's resources? It seemed like a good suggestion, but when Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Hao Ji Lu's mind, his body shuddered. "Humph, you want to tempt me?" His expression changed. He slapped Yen Shui-er. Yen Shui-er covered her burning face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was stunned by the slap as she looked at Hao Ji Lu blankly. "Don't worry. I have already found a good home for you." He. Hao Ji Lu laughed coldly, picking up the dazed Yen Shui-er and throwing her into the clam goo. The two shells of the clam closed. Hao Ji Lu stepped on the water surface, taking one last look at the shore. At the location of Yen tribe's camp, the flames of war had already reached the sky. Yen tribe is finished. Hao Ji Lu was gloating in his heart, but also feeling cold. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. There was always a higher mountain. There were experts above experts. Yen tribe was a huge force to him, but to Chang Shan-yin, it was just a piece of juicy meat. In the upcoming imperial court contest, Northern Plains will be in an uproar. Heroes will fight for supremacy. I wonder how many people will die. Chapter 479. The flames of war raged as the wolf group charged forward like a tide. The encirclement of Yen tribe camp had already lasted for 4 hours. Yen tribe was good at defense, but because of the success of the sneak attack, coupled with the fact that Yen tribe had no leader, the camp was already in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, along with human and wolf corpses. Brothers, hold on, hold on. At the center of the camp, Yen tribe's remaining forces were still resisting stubbornly, but the wolf group surged forward relentlessly. The entire defense line could no longer hold on and was on the verge of collapse. Kill all these invaders. Despicable good tribe. I curse your entire tribe to be exterminated. Other than these curses, there were also the weeping of the old, weak women and children. Looking at their relatives and friends behind them, the already exhausted Yen tribe Gu masters exerted all their strength to squeeze out traces of strength from their bodies. In their hearts, there was only one thought that was supporting them. Defend, we must defend. Behind me are my wife and children, my parents and parents. If we cannot defend, they will lose their lives to the wolves. Suddenly, 1,000 Wolf King broke through the defense line and charged into the camp. Oh no! Be careful! Dodge! The Gu masters at the front line stared angrily and shouted, but it was too late to save them. They could only watch as the 1,000 Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and slaughtered the old, weak women and children. Beast, you are courting death. Right at this time, a Gu master lying on the ground with only one arm and one leg left, who knew where the strength came from, leapt up and threw himself into the wolf's mouth. The 1,000 Wolf King bit down on his waist, almost cutting him in half. The Gu master foamed at the mouth, laughing bitterly and proudly. He hugged the wolf's head and shouted, "Evil beast, die with me." Saying so, he self-detonated, blood splattering everywhere as he perished with the 1,000 Wolf King. The people of the Gu clan, who were surrounded, saw this scene. Someone immediately sighed and said, "The Yen clan's son is actually so brave." Fang Yuan nodded lightly. Although Yen tribe was not aggressive enough, they were good at defense and were very united. Attacking this camp had cost him a large number of wild wolves, and it had far exceeded his original estimation. However, Fang Yuan didn't feel any heartache. He snorted coldly. So, what if you're brave? Failure usually meant eternal damnation. This was the cruelty of the imperial court struggle. All right, go and persuade them to surrender. These words made Gu tribe's Gu masters shudder. If they lost, this Yen tribe would become Gu tribe in the future. But when they looked at Fang Yuan, they felt relieved. With the Wolf King here, the Gu family could be considered to have found a backer. He still had to rely on the Wolf King's guidance in the future. The fierce battlefield gradually quietened down. The pack of wolves stopped attacking and slowly retreated, opening up a path. An elder of the Gu family walked out from the crowd and came to the front of the Yen family. "Everyone, surrender!" Gu tribe's Gu master shouted. "Northern Plains heroes submit to circumstances." "Bullshit! I will never surrender to a shameless sneak attacker. Come, cut off my head." Yen tribe's son would rather die than surrender. Some Gu masters shouted, but there were also some Gu masters whose gazes were unfocused and hesitant. Gu tribe's Gu master sneered, "If you don't surrender, it won't be a problem to kill you. But have you considered the wives and children behind you? These people will die tragically here because of your stubborn resistance. You are the ones who harmed them." Once he said this, Yen tribe's broken camp quietened down. The bleak wind blew on everyone's faces. The Yen clan Gu masters who were still shouting earlier had frozen expressions. They looked behind them, and most of their expressions softened. The only Yen tribe elder felt everyone's fighting spirit crumbling, and hated Gu tribe's psychological attack to the extreme. However, this resentment only turned into a long sigh when it reached his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, he walked out and said with difficulty, "Our Yen tribe is willing to surrender." "Lord, Lord Elder," Yen tribe's gu masters shouted one after another. Some were in disbelief, some were sobbing, and some were relieved. At the same time, good tribe's gu masters cheered. "Victory! Victory! The outcome has been decided. We have annexed Yen tribe." Even though they were at the same place, the two sides' situations were as different as clouds and mud. Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield. Gu Guang's face was also filled with joy. In terms of strength, Gu tribe was below Yen tribe, but this time they succeeded in one fell swoop. As long as we digest these spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, and even surpass Hong Yen Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Chang Shanin. Gu Guang thought of this, and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. In truth, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment before turning into determination. The facts showed that his choice back then was correct. If we had rejected Wolf King back then, our Gu tribe would have ended up like Yen tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. Sitting on the hump wolf, Fang Yuan sized up the entire Yen tribe camp. Everywhere he looked, there were broken walls and smoke. Corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground. The Yen tribesmen who were hiding were found by the search teams. Yen tribe gu masters were shackled. Their gu worms were taken away, their primeval essence was sealed, and they became captives, strictly guarded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He had seen such situations many times. During the 5 regions chaotic war 500 years ago, the situation was even more tragic and terrifying than this. Yen tribe is exterminated. Next is the heroes' assembly. Of course, before that, I need to return to Hu immortal blessed land. I also need to go to Langya blessed land. If I am lucky, 3 days later, it was another night filled with stars. Fang Yuan led the wolf group into the wilderness, and first used moving perspective cup gu to communicate with little Hu immortal, before using Stargate gu to return to Hu immortal blessed land. This time, thousands of wild wolves followed him into Hu immortal blessed land. These wild wolves were either injured or old and weak. Their battle prowess was low. If it were an ordinary enslavement path gu master, their only choice would be to sacrifice these wolves as cannon fodder in the next battle to prevent them from consuming more rations. But Fang Yuan had an even better choice with his blessed land. That was to raise them. These wolves will reproduce in the blessed land, and after a few months, they will give birth to wolf cubs. Fang Yuan raised these wolves in the western part of the blessed land. The wild beasts in this world had strong reproductive abilities, and adding on the fact that Hu immortal blessed land had 6 times the time flow of northern plains, Fang Yuan could completely replenish his own troops in the future. This way, the western part of Hu immortal blessed land became the breeding ground for the wolf group, and the northern part was almost cut off by Fang Yuan. The eastern part was shrouded in dark clouds, and there were tens of lakes with abundant water vapor. And the southern part was the gathering place of the rockmen. At the center was Danghun Mountain, which was dying after being hit by the Gruel Mud Gu. Master, I have already settled down the starlight worms according to your instructions. Quickly come and see. Seeing Fang Yuan again, little Hu immortal was extremely happy and dragged Fang Yuan to the eastern part of the blessed land. Master, look up. Little Hu immortal called out. Fang Yuan looked at the sky and saw a large expanse of light blue clouds. Traces of starlight sprinkled down, like a dreamy veil, swaying along with the wind. The scenery was beautiful and strange, like a painting. Fang Yuan looked carefully and found that this cloud was not blue in color, but had large amounts of star fragment grass planted on it. The star fragment grass was dark blue, and among the grass there were starlight fireflies flying, and the specks of light gathered into a sea. And among the starlight fireflies there was even starlight firefly goo, giving off the true radiance of starlight. Not bad. Feng Yuan evaluated. Little Who Immortal immediately squinted her eyes in happiness and rubbed her head against Feng Yuan's hand, saying innocently, "Master, I want to touch you." Feng Yuan smiled lightly and stretched out his hand, rubbing Little Who Immortal's head. Little Who Immortal's snow-white tail immediately curled up in joy, and the two furry ears on her head also gently drooped down, as a blissful blush appeared on her face. Feng Yuan bought a lot of star fragment grass from Connecting Heaven Goo, but this grass was very special. It could not be planted on mortal soil and could only be planted in clouds. During the transaction, Fairy Yao Guang had suggested to Feng Yuan to buy cloud soil to cultivate star fragment grass. But Feng Yuan did not accept her suggestion because in Who Immortal Blessed Land there was a large-scale dark cloud. This dark cloud was formed when Feng Yuan eliminated the earthly calamity's influence, and water and fire clashed, forming a large dark cloud. The dark cloud did not disperse for a long time, and covered the eastern part of Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was not a small problem. Over time, the light would be blocked, and the ecology of the entire eastern part would be affected. But now, Feng Yuan used it to plant star fragment grass, and it turned the disaster into a blessing. Not only was it recycling waste, it also saved Feng Yuan the expenses of buying large amounts of cloud soil. Right now, there were large patches of star fragment grass planted on the dark cloud. Starlight fireflies lived among them, and the eastern part of the Blessed Land was filled with starlight. It was a beautiful sight. As long as I properly cultivate the star fragment grass, the starlight firefly group's reproduction is guaranteed. In the future, there will be more and more starlight firefly goo for me to use. If I can nurture them to a high level, there will be a surplus of starlight firefly goo, and I can sell them in jewel yellow skies in the future. During the 5 Regions War, starlight firefly goo will be one of the most sought-after goo. Feng Yuan looked at the beautiful future and brought Little Who Immortal back to Dang Hun Mountain. Standing on the mountain peak, he took out burial soul toad goo. During the process of killing Yen tribe's higher-ups and taking over Yen tribe's camp, he had been using burial soul toad to collect the souls on the battlefield. He let out all the souls in the burial soul toad. These pitiful souls, the moment they came out, they were turned into the purest nourishment by Dang Hun Mountain's mystical power, nourishing the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. By tomorrow, Dang Hun Mountain will be filled with guts goo again. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. One of the reasons why he devoured Yen tribe and collected a large number of souls was because of this. As for tonight, it will be time for me to advance to rank 5. After returning to Who Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan's cultivation was no longer restricted by the region and was a true rank 4 peak stage. He had been at the peak for a long time. Adding on his great aptitude, the time for him to advance to rank 5 realm was already ripe. Chapter 480. Swish, swish, swish. In the aperture, the 90% primeval sea surged with waves. The true gold color was dazzling, shining on the aperture walls. These aperture walls were not ordinary. They were crystal clear, smooth, and full, containing a sense of vitality. This was the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. On the true gold sea, waves continued to surge, creating huge waves that reached the sky. Then, wave after wave, the waves washed over the crystal wall. At first, the crystal wall was like a reef on the sea, unmoving, but gradually the crystal wall could not bear the pressure, and cracks appeared on it from the attacks of the primeval essence wolf tide. As time passed, the cracks increased and became bigger. The primeval sea slowly decreased, and the crystal wall also became full of cracks, becoming extremely fragile. But it was still a step away from breaking through. Fang Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes closed, his mind almost completely focused on the aperture. He had 90% aptitude, belonging to a grade, and had deep accumulations. This time, he could break through to rank 5 realm with his own foundation. Right now, the primeval sea was only left with 20%, and the waves on the sea were gradually weakening, showing signs of calming down. But suddenly, the true gold sea that had been accumulating burst out with a soaring wave. This wave was majestic and ferocious, surpassing any of the previous waves. It was like a tsunami rising and fiercely smashing on the aperture walls. Boom! With a soft sound, the aperture walls finally could not bear the pressure, and were smashed into pieces by this huge wave. Large numbers of crystal wall fragments fell into the sea like shattered icebergs, turning into essence and slowly disappearing. After a while, the crystal wall fragments all fell off, leaving behind a light membrane that enveloped the surroundings. The light membrane shone brightly. Its aura was strong, surpassing rank 4 peak stage crystal wall, showing the true aura of a rank 5 initial stage goo master. What followed was a trace of light purple primeval essence forming at the bottom of the sea. Once a goo master turned into green copper primeval essence, rank 2 into red iron primeval essence, rank 3 into silver primeval essence, rank 4 into gold primeval essence, and rank 5 into purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a trace of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From today onwards, Fang Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Ever since rebirth, I have wandered around and finally became a rank 5 goo master. In Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sighing in relief. Rank 5 goo masters in this mortal world were absolute overlords, the true peak realm. The number of people who could cultivate to this level was more than 1 in 10,000. If it was someone else, they would probably be wild with joy. However, Fang Yuan had already experienced it once in his previous life. At this moment, he was not ecstatic, but gratified and looking forward to the future. Compared to my previous life, it is a great achievement to be able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. Fang Yuan was only in his 30s now. Cultivating to rank 5 at this age was definitely a top genius in the 5 regions. But rank 5 realm is not my end, it is a starting point. Next is to advance to Goo Immortal again. If it were those genius Goo masters, they would also be hesitant when talking about advancing to Goo Immortal. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. He was very confident in becoming a Goo Immortal in the future. After advancing to Goo Immortal, the danger of Spring Autumn Cicada's death can be completely resolved. Fang Yuan looked at Spring Autumn Cicada again. Ever since rebirth, Spring Autumn Cicada had fallen into a deep slumber, absorbing the water from the river of time to recover. Right now, it had mostly recovered, and a faint pressure filled Fang Yuan's entire aperture. All along, Spring Autumn Cicada was a guillotine hanging on Fang Yuan's neck. As time passed, this giant guillotine would get closer to Fang Yuan's neck. Spring Autumn Cicada gave Fang Yuan a huge threat of death, forcing him to take risks and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only when he reached rank 6 Goo Immortal realm could Fang Yuan's aperture hold Spring Autumn Cicada. At that time, Fang Yuan would have more freedom and calmness, and would no longer be as pressured as now. Light purple primeval essence was constantly being produced in the aperture, settling under the remnant yellow-gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan came back to his senses, slowly standing up and walking out of the secret room, arriving at another room. In this room, there were several large jars. The jars were filled with green liquid, and there was a purple crystal relic goo floating in each of them. There were a total of 6 purple crystal relic goo. Most of them were bought by Fang Yuan or Little Who Immortal from Jewel Yellow Skies these days. Purple crystal relic goo could raise a rank 5 goo master's cultivation by an entire realm. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money for these purple crystal relic goo. Fang Yuan only needed 3 purple crystal relic goo to raise his cultivation to the peak realm. But at this moment, he looked around and saw that the jars were different. One of the jars had turbid green water, one had a mixture of green and yellow, and 2 of the purple crystal relic goo had tiny black fur growing on them. The remaining 2 jars had clear green water, without any changes. Fang Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic goo had been tampered with in some way. Fang Yuan used his 500 years of experience to find out that there was something fishy about these relic goo. Only 2 of the purple crystal relic goo in these 6 jars could be used. Fang Yuan immediately took out the purple crystal relic goo from the 2 jars with clear green water and used them. After using the 2 relic goo, Fang Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan then took out the 2 purple crystal relic goo with tiny fur growing on them and used them on himself. The 2 relic goo worked together and finally raised his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan went from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing a huge leap. Moreover, the relic goo was mystical, and his foundation showed no signs of instability. A goo master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. As long as they had enough resources, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. In theory, as long as they had enough relic goo, a goo master's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. But in reality, very few goo masters did this. Firstly, relic goo could only advance a goo master's small realm. Every rank's large realm required the goo master to break through themselves. Using too many relic goo would make cultivation too easy and instead cause ordinary goo masters to be biased, making it harder for them to break through large realms. Secondly, a goo master's cultivation realm did not mean everything. To survive in this cruel world, one needed schemes, wisdom, fortuitous encounters, experience, and training. With a sudden increase in strength, if one did not have sufficient mental control, they would be like a baby waving a large knife, harming others while harming themselves. Thirdly, relic goo's value was very high, and few goo masters had such conditions to cultivate so extravagantly. Even for those goo immortals' descendants, if they had such conditions, their elders would not be so eager to help them grow. Finally, there was an even more important point, that was aptitude. Without aptitude, no matter how many relic goo one had, it was useless. Fang Yuan could advance to rank 5 smoothly, not only because of his experience, but also because of his great aptitude. Consuming relic goo continuously and raising his cultivation rapidly, perhaps only Fang Yuan could do this. If it were any other rank 5 goo master, no matter how talented they were, like Shang Clan, they would have to take it step by step. After all, goo masters had to undergo large amounts of goo worm training in their cultivation. No matter how high their cultivation was, if it could not be converted into battle strength, they would only be a human target. His previous life's experiences were Fang Yuan's greatest wealth, allowing him to smoothly control this explosive strength. Looking at the time, after this breakthrough in cultivation, a night had passed unknowingly. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace and arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. As he expected, many guts goo started to grow on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and squatted down, casually crushing one, but only got a pile of yellow mud. Ever since Dang Hun Mountain was affected by the gruel mud immortal goo, it had gradually deteriorated, and a portion of the guts goo had turned into yellow mud. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had already expected this, and crushed another 7 to 8 guts goo. But during this process, he only got 2 intact guts goo. Through the power of the goo worms, his wolfman soul was slightly strengthened again. The gruel mud immortal goo's power has eroded even deeper. I remember back then, out of 10 guts goo, at least 4 or 5 were intact. But now, only 3 or 4 are left. Fang Yuan sighed. These yellow mud, although they were all gruel mud and could be sold in jewel yellow skies. But compared to the original guts goo, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. It could be said to be a huge loss. But fortunately, these guts goo all belonged to Fang Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts goo were useless goo, with the huge number, Fang Yuan's soul could advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, I am rank 5 peak stage. The next step is to charge towards Goo Immortal Realm. But this is difficult. I need to make a lot of preparations and plan slowly. Fang Yuan inwardly planned. With the rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring, autumn cicada's pressure was greatly alleviated. The urgent matter now was to save Dang Hun Mountain. He could not watch Dang Hun Mountain perish like this. Preserving Dang Hun Mountain would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. Even after Fang Yuan advanced to Goo Immortal, it would still be useful. After plucking the guts goo on the mountain, Fang Yuan entered Dang Hun Palace and cooperated with Little Who Immortal, activating connecting heaven goo. In jewel yellow skies, waves of divine senses intertwined with each other. The moment connecting heaven goo was activated, a large amount of divine senses gushed towards Little Who Immortal. They were all about the price of the gruel mud. Fang Yuan sold large amounts of gruel mud to jewel yellow skies, attracting the interest of many goo immortals. Using these gruel mud and relying on immortal goo recipes, one could refine gruel mud immortal goo. Although this goo could only be used once, it was a genuine immortal goo. In an environment where immortal goo were scarce, goo immortals flocked towards Fang Yuan's gruel mud immortal goo. For these gruel mud, Fang Yuan's price was the recipe of the immortal goo. At first, these goo immortals only took out tattered remnant recipes. The treasure light was not even 3 meters. But after these days, the recipes these goo immortals took out had already reached 3 to 4 meters. Chapter 481. Connecting heaven goo was embedded in the air, images of wolves flashing in the mirror. Suddenly, the image froze, and a turtleback myriad wolf king appeared. The turtleback wolf had a broad body. Its whole body was dark green, and its eyes were eerie blue. Just like its name, each turtleback wolf had a turtle-like carapace on its back. The shell was very heavy. About 1/3 of the turtleback wolf's weight was concentrated inside. Besides defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the ability to store nutrients. Among ordinary wolves, this type of wolf had the strongest defense. And the myriad beast wolf king that appeared in connecting heaven goo was no doubt even larger, 10 times the size of an ordinary turtleback wolf. Its round turtle back was towering. Its bronze-colored turtle shell was shiny, giving people a feeling of abundant battle strength and strength. Right now, I have close to 30,000 wolves in my hands. Among them, there are 3 main wolf groups. They are turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. Every wolf group has close to 10,000 in number. Besides these, there are also a small number of poison beard wolves from poison grassland. Over 100 water wolves were bought because of the White Eyes wolves. Fang Yuan originally had over 30,000 wolves in his wolf group, but after several battles, the losses were not small, and now there were only 27,000 wolves left. Excluding the old, weak, and sick who had migrated to Who Immortal Blessed Land, the number of wolves he had left was less than 25,000. This way, he needed to replenish them. Ordinary enslavement path goo masters would need to organize people to capture and replenish their beast group. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, they could not devour a beast group that was too big. But after Fong Yuan obtained connecting heaven goo, it was like he was standing on the shoulders of goo immortals. He had one more choice than ordinary goo masters, to purchase beast groups in jewel yellow skies. The vast majority of blessed lands nurtured wild beasts. These wild beasts multiplied too much, causing pressure on the blessed land's ecology. The goo immortals in charge of the blessed land would sell them in jewel yellow skies. This way, not only could they reduce the pressure on the blessed land, they could also gain some benefits. Similarly, many goo immortals wanted to nurture their blessed land and replenish the ecology. They would buy some wild beasts to raise in the blessed land. Therefore, the trading of beasts in jewel yellow skies was very normal. In jewel yellow skies, there were a wide variety of wolves for sale. Northern Plains night wolf, wind wolf, water wolf, poison-beard wolf, turtleback wolf, southern borders lightning wolf, ash wolf, blood wolf, two-headed wolf, western desert silk wolf, pearl wolf, sand wolf, tyrant wolf, eastern seas ink wolf, greedy wolf, red wolf, goldback wolf, central plains white-eyes wolf, star wolf, pervert wolf, blood wolf. Among them, there were not only ordinary wild beasts, but also exotic beasts such as white-eyed wolves, tyrant wolves, and greedy wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves with goo immortal battle strength. However, according to what Fong Yuan knew, there was a desolate beast, peach wolf, buried in Langya blessed land. Among the 3 largest wolf packs in my hands, the night wolves already have a myriad beast king. If the wind wolves and turtleback wolves also have a myriad beast king as their leader, I wouldn't need to control so many hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, which would greatly reduce the burden of taming beasts. This would reduce the burden on my soul and allow me to take in even more wolf packs. Fong Yuan did not intend to change the wolf packs. That would be an unnecessary move. He decided to expand the wolf pack in his hands. Little Who Immortal transmitted his divine sense and inquired about the price of this turtleback myriad wolf king. The goo immortal who sold it called himself Southern Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of grass. Grass was a specialty of northern plains. Each stalk of grass was shaped like an upright flute. When the wind blew, the sound of the wind would enter the flute holes on the grass and produce a pleasant flute sound. Grass itself was a common material for goo refinement. At the same time, in large patches of grass, some sound path and would path goo worms would gradually grow. Fong Yuan did not have any grass on hand. Although he knew the location of the grassland, the season was not right. The grass was still seeds buried in the soil and had not grown. Fong Yuan knew of this situation, but he did not give up. Instead, he asked Little Who Immortal, "Ask if the other party accepts immortal Yuan stone." Little Who Immortal transmitted her divine sense, and after a few exchanges, she reported, "Master, he said he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he wants 2 immortal Yuan stone." Fong Yuan sneered. This price was too high. Immortal Yuan stone was very rare, and turtleback wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, but there was a process of haggling in the transaction. After some haggling, Fong Yuan used 1 immortal Yuan stone to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves from Southern Sea Turtle Immortal, as well as 1 turtleback myriad wolf king. After the transaction was concluded, Fong Yuan bought 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He also added 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison-beard wolves, and 6,000 water wolves. A total of 2.5 immortal Yuan stone was consumed. This was not the end. The wolf pack entering Who Immortal blessed land was a severe test to the original ecology. It would have many effects. At least, Fong Yuan had to replenish the food for these wolves. Otherwise, these wolves would starve to death due to insufficient food in the blessed land. Who Immortal blessed land also had many wild beasts. For example, wild rabbits, pheasants, and so on. But these animals were the food source of the fox pack. Who Immortal raised a large number of foxes in the blessed land. There were red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. These fox packs suffered heavy losses in the sixth earthly calamity, but they still managed to preserve their seeds. After many years of recuperation, they gradually expanded in scale and recovered some vitality. If there was insufficient food, the wolf pack and fox pack would inevitably prey on each other, causing severe internal friction. The gains would not make up for the losses. For these fox packs and wolf packs, Fang Yuan chose food in jewel yellow skies. Golden carp, green jade crucian carp, fat mudfish, which one should I choose? There is actually fish roe of air bubble fish. While Fang Yuan was choosing, he unexpectedly found a Gu immortal selling the fish roe of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it. But the fish roe of air bubble fish still attracted the attention of some Gu immortals, resulting in a bidding war. Fang Yuan decisively raised the price to one immortal yuan stone. There are only over 20,000 fish roe. Someone actually bid one immortal yuan stone. This person is crazy. Even if they are hatched, there will be over 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious, they are not worth one immortal yuan stone. The Gu immortals sent their mocking and disdainful divine senses. Air bubble fish were difficult to hatch. They only had about 30% survival rate. In their opinion, Fang Yuan's price was too high. If my memory is not wrong, at the end of this year, when two Gu immortals fought in the air bubble sea, intense poison invaded the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. By then, the price of air bubble fish would have risen by more than 10 times. Fang Yuan snickered as he obtained these fish roe. Those who could become Gu immortals were undoubtedly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Other than some ignorant and incompetent second-generation immortals, most Gu immortals were elites among elites. If Fang Yuan did not pay such a high price, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these fish roe. In the future, when the 5 regions war erupts, the price of air bubble fish's fish roe would have risen by 100 times. Air bubble fish was a specialty of Southern Sea. It was rather peculiar. Its translucent belly was round like a round bubble. The front of the bubble was decorated with 2 sesame black dots. They were the eyes. The fins and tail were very small, providing weak movement. Air bubble fish were different from other fish. They mostly swam up and down. If they were forced into a corner to avoid their natural enemies, they would float out of the water and into the sky. Some mature air bubble fish would even float in the sky all year round, devouring the tiny insects in the air and not entering the sea to live. The greatest use of air bubble fish was to increase the production of Gu worms. Air bubble fish would swallow the worms into its belly, and these worms would receive protection and nourishment inside, gradually evolving into Gu before drilling out of the fish's belly and flying out into the wild. Precisely because it could increase the production rate of Gu worms, air bubble fish became an item that all great Gu immortals chased after during the 5 regions war. These air bubble fish can be slowly nurtured, although there is only a 30% success rate, as long as I take care of them carefully. After a few decades, I will be able to feed myself. After 100 years, I will be able to form a scale of at least 500,000. Like starlight firefly Gu, they will definitely be in high demand during the 5 regions war. The fish roe of air bubble fish was an unexpected gain. It could be considered a small surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose the fat mudfish. Although the fat mudfish is the easiest to raise, this fish will eat the fish roe of air bubble fish. When it is hungry, it can even fill its stomach with mud. In comparison, the golden carp and the green jade carp, one eats gold while the other eats jade. They have no interest in the fish roe of air bubble fish. Fang Yuan did not lack gold and jade because there were large groups of rockmen living in an immortal blessed land. These rockmen lived at the bottom of the cave and ate mud as food. After a long time, All kinds of metals, jade, and other minerals would condense on their bodies. But gold is harmful to the growth and reproduction of air bubble fish. It will reduce the perfunctory rate. But the warm jade does not have this drawback, so I will choose the green jade carp. Fang Yuan pondered for a while before finally deciding on the fish species. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had also managed a blessed land. Because of his rich experience and the many setbacks and mistakes he had experienced, the choices he made now were very wise. With the green jade carp, the food of the water wolf group was settled. Fang Yuan bought large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shellflower to use as food for the night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. And because of the poison beard wolves, Fang Yuan chose some earth-skin pigs. These pigs could reproduce very easily, they could eat meat and grass, they could survive in the eastern part of the Blessed Land. Finally, Fang Yuan bought many goo worms, as well as a large number of goo refinement materials. He spent a total of 8 immortal yuan stone, hundreds of thousands of yuan stone. I spent 8 immortal yuan stone in one go. Fang Yuan did not care about ordinary yuan stone, but immortal yuan stone. Earlier, he had sold the remnant recipes in his memories and obtained 28 immortal yuan stone. Now he only had 20 left. Although I can sell the remnant recipes, they will get cheaper the more I sell them. I lack a way to make profits, and the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly goo will only see results after 100 years. I will have to carefully plan my usage of the immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan sighed, handing connecting heaven goo to Little Who Immortal, letting her handle the wolf group and fish group, as well as the arrangement of iron shellflower and air bubble fish roe. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan went into Dang Hun Palace and used the materials he had just bought to refine goo. Chapter 482. After a day and a night, Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace with an exhausted expression. He went to Dang Hun Mountain. During this period of time, many guts goo had grown on Dang Hun Mountain, but the number was less than half of the first time. He collected them. Fang Yuan crushed them one by one. Most of the guts goo were useless to Fang Yuan because of gruel mud immortal goo, but Fang Yuan had slaughtered Yen tribe and collected many souls. There were many guts goo. Relying on the huge amount of souls, Fang Yuan's soul had improved by a lot. This level of strength is more than 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a long way to go before 1,000-man soul. After feeling it for a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes with a joyful expression. This degree of improvement was quite great. If it were an ordinary goo master, they would need at least 10 years of accumulation. But with the help of the guts goo, Fang Yuan did it in less than half a day's time. No wonder Dang Hun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of Soul Path by spectral soul demon Venerable. The item in my hand, Dang Hun Mountain's value, is only lower than spring autumn cicada. No matter what, I cannot let it be destroyed. Spectral soul demon Venerable had once evaluated that in this world there were 2 sacred lands for Soul Path goo masters. One was Dang Hun Mountain, used to strengthen the soul. The other was Luo Pa Valley, used to refine the soul. The soul needed to be strengthened and also refined. Fang Yuan used guts goo to strengthen the soul. His progress was extremely fast, but he did not have Luo Pa Valley to refine the soul. Thus he could only use wolf soul goo instead. Wolf soul goo could turn a goo master's soul into a wolfman's soul. It had the effect of refining the soul. The production of guts goo was getting lower. Fang Yuan only used an hour to collect them for the 3rd time. Most of the guts goo were yellow muddy water. Using a small portion of guts goo, Fang Yuan raised his soul to 6 times its original size. Little Who Immortal was still busy. Activating Stargate goo again, Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains. Stepping out of the Stargate, the first thing Fang Yuan saw was the faithful wolf pack surrounding him. Using the Stargate to communicate with the immortal blessed land, Fong Yuan placed the poison beard wolves and water wolves into the blessed land, and placed the wind wolf myriad wolf king and turtleback myriad wolf king into northern plains. At the same time, he replenished 3 wolf packs, expanding the size of his wolf pack to 60,000. Fong Yuan did not return to Gu Tribe immediately. He took out the half-finished product and started refining it on the spot. After spending half a day, when the first rays of dawn illuminated Crescent Lake, he obtained the rank 5 breath concealment goo. The 5 regions were different, be it goo worms or goo masters, they would be suppressed in other regions. Different from goo worms, humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were full of intelligence and had strong adaptability. As long as a few years passed, the goo master would be able to adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth no longer being suppressed. And to prevent goo worms from being suppressed, Fong Yuan could only refine goo in northern plains. No matter what the materials were or what goo worm was used, as long as the goo refinement was successful, the new rank 5 breath concealment goo would be born in northern plains, and it would obtain the recognition of northern plains, no longer being suppressed by the other region. Back then, Fong Yuan obtained the rank 2 breath concealment goo from southern borders Ziyu Mountain. Using this goo, he refined it all the way to finally form the rank 5 breath concealment goo. At rank 5, the appearance of the breath concealment goo did not change much. It was still a small purple leaf, but the purple color was deeper, with a faint metallic luster. Using the breath concealment goo, he suppressed his cultivation to rank 4 middle stage, and Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now rank 5 peak stage, but due to the other region suppression when he returned to northern plains, he would only have the aura of rank 5 initial stage. If he returned to Gu Tribe like this, it would definitely raise suspicions. At the same time, if he reached a critical point one day and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would also raise suspicions and suspicions. Using the breath concealment goo, he could finally make up for this loophole. Leading the wolf group, Fong Yuan returned to Gu Tribe. As expected, the Gu tribesmen were pleasantly surprised and shocked. But there were many wolf groups in northern plains. Crescent Lake was a beautiful place with large numbers of beast groups. It was not hard to explain why Fong Yuan had such gains. Fong Yuan placed a portion of the wolf group in the camp, while the other portion was placed outside, letting them roam freely. Returning to the giant lizard Gu house, Gu tribe leader Gu Guang brought his 2 trusted aides and immediately came to greet him. "Congratulations, Lord, for this hunt. Your strength has risen greatly." Gu Guang had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes, but his face was filled with excitement and joy. This entire day and night, he had been cleaning up the battlefield with the Gu tribesmen, gathering the resources, and accepting the surrendered people. He was so busy that he did not have time to sleep. Seeing Gu tribe's strength growing in his hands, Gu Guang was excited, and his respect towards Changshan Yin deepened. He was an understanding person. He knew that without Changshan Yin, Gu tribe would not be where it was now. My luck was good. I did have some gains. Fong Yuan sat on the chair, nodding slightly as he looked at Gu Guang, who was standing. His strength had grown by far more than this. His cultivation and soul had both risen sharply. If this was spread, Gu Guang and the rest would be shocked to the core. In Langya blessed land, Fong Yuan had used up an immortal Gu refinement opportunity to obtain Stargate Gu, thus reviving the whole situation. Fong Yuan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Every time he entered Hu immortal blessed land, he would have unimaginable improvements. Such an extent of improvement, it would be hard to convince the world. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. Fong Yuan now had a blessed land. It was like he was developing on the foundation of a Gu immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was like the difference between heaven and earth. Together with his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he was able to digest the sudden increase in strength. Thus he was able to move with ease. Fang Yuan had risked his life and walked a tightrope on a cliff to obtain this enormous wealth, forming a deep accumulation. Finally, at this moment, his accumulation burst forth, forming a surge in strength. Lord, this time we annexed Yen tribe. We obtained over 6,340,000 yuan stone, 1 rank 5 gu, 27 rank 4 gu, as well as several rank 3, rank 2, rank 1 gu, and so on. Other than that, there were over 2,000 gu refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves, and some big stomach horses. There were also thousands of lizard house gu, over 100 mushroom forest gu, and over 7,000 captives. Gu Guang reported with an excited tone. Fang Yuan listened quietly, because Yen tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Fang Yuan in a surprise attack. Gu tribe's gains were huge, especially the number of captives. It actually reached over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters. Many of them were willing to surrender. Gu tribe obtained these replenishments, and the entire tribe's strength rose by more than 3 times. Lord, this is the list of items that we have sorted out. Please take a look. You can take whatever you want. Gu Guang respectfully handed a list to Fang Yuan. These resources were not essential to Fang Yuan. Now that he had Hu immortal blessed land, the attraction of Yuan stone to him had fallen to rock bottom. On Qing Mao Mountain, the days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones were long gone from him. But he lacked immortal Yuan stone. To him, the more immortal Yuan stone, the better. Unfortunately, Yen tribe did not have any Gu immortals. How could they have immortal Yuan stone? The reason why Fang Yuan helped Gu tribe was because he wanted to use them as a pawn to cover for him and interfere in the hero's assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Changshan Yin so early. The longer he managed it, the more useful it would be during the 5 regions battle. According to the rules of the grassland, half of the spoils of war here are mine. But the things here are not suitable for me. I will leave them with Gu tribe for now. Fang Yuan handed the list to Gu Guang. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang quickly received it. My wolf group will be fed by Gu tribe. The expenses inside will be paid from the spoils of war. Fang Yuan said. Gu Guang shook his head, saying sincerely, Lord, our Gu tribe is where we are today because of you. How can I, Gu Guang, not know how to repay kindness? Our Gu tribe will be in charge of feeding the wolf group. We do not need a single cent from Lord. Junior feels that my talent is shallow. I cannot control the whole Gu tribe. In the days to come, I hope Senior can give me more pointers and teachings. He. Fang Yuan laughed, looking deeply at Gu Guang. This young man in front of him had gone through many experiences. Although he had only been the tribe leader for a short period of time, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. He had experienced life and death situations. He had made great improvements. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. This Gu master world had a cruel environment. It was not easy to survive. Precisely because of this, there were many geniuses in the human race, emerging endlessly. Gu Guang, you are not bad. Since that's the case, I'll be an external elder of the Gu clan. Fang Yuan's words caused Gu Guang's body to shake, before wild joy appeared on his face. He quickly knelt on the ground, saying, Junior is bold enough to request Senior to take the position of Gu tribe's supreme elder. Supreme elder? Fang Yuan muttered. Gu Guang knelt on the ground, raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan with a sincere gaze. He knew that Gu tribe had come this far. Only by relying on Changshan Yin would they be able to walk steadily and further. Only then could they gain more benefits. If not for Changshan Yin, with just his rank 3 cultivation, he would not be able to suppress the swelling Gu tribe. All right, I will do it. Fang Yuan agreed. Gu family's current situation was also part of his plan. Gu Guang was only a rank 3 Gu master. He had just taken up the position. Fang Yuan made Gu tribe swallow up Yan tribe, but he could control this person even more. And controlling this person meant controlling Gu tribe. What? Yan tribe was exterminated by Gu tribe. At another place beside Crescent Lake, Wang tribe leader heard this news and looked at Bei tribe's envoy in shock. Bei tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 Gu master with a face full of wrinkles, white hair, and a gloomy gaze. He was an enslavement path expert with some fame in Northern Plains. His name was Bei Chao Sheng. Precisely. This matter has already been known by many tribes. Not long later, it will spread throughout Northern Plains. Because your tribe is located in a remote area and surrounded by several large beast groups, you did not hear the news immediately. Chapter 483. Oh. Hearing that Bei tribe, Zheng tribe, and Pei tribe had formed an alliance, Wang tribe leader raised his brows. In Northern Plains, it was not strange for tribes to form alliances. The battle for the imperial court was imminent, and things like alliances would happen more and more often. I have a question. Gu tribe was originally weaker than Yan tribe. How did they swallow the bigger tribe? Wang tribe leader asked. Bei Chao Sheng smiled. Gu tribe could swallow Yan tribe because of one person. I wonder, has Lord Wang tribe leader heard of the name Chang Shanin? Chang Shanin? The Wang clan leader frowned slightly. When he suddenly heard this name, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Shortly after, his brows relaxed as a surprised expression appeared on his face. Chang Shanin, could he be the Wolf King who killed Hatugu back then? He. Tribe leader is knowledgeable. I am in admiration. Bei Chao Sheng cupped his fists. It was because of this person's interference that Gu tribe won. Who could have expected that the hero of Northern Plains back then was still alive? No one knows what had happened all these years. He was very low profile when he appeared, and with his own strength, he forced Gu tribe to swallow the bigger tribe. Of course, this was also because Yan tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Chang Shanin, and were all killed in one fell swoop. This caused Gu tribe to have the upper hand when they attacked Yan tribe camp. Bei Chao Sheng spoke, frankly with assurance. He was actually very clear about the inside story. In fact, after Yan tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who escaped and came to Bei tribe to seek protection. With such an informant, Bei tribe naturally had a clear grasp of the information. Wang tribe leader frowned even deeper. Back then, Wolf King could kill the rank 5 Gu master Hatugu by himself, and also slaughtered all the bandits. Such strength is truly awe-inspiring. With our strength, how can we deal with such a strong person? Rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of small to medium-sized forces. Rank 5 Gu masters were the peak of mortals. Thus, back then, when Chang Shanin killed Hatugu, it caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains. A person's shadow is like a tree's bark. Chang Shanyin's deeds had spread in Northern Plains for so many years, it was natural for Wang tribe leader to be wary. Bei Chao Sheng laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is normal for tribe leader to be worried. The Wolf King was indeed an extraordinary character, but times have changed. The Wolf King of today is definitely not as powerful as he was in the past. Oh, I would like to hear the details. As everyone knows, the strength of an enslavement path Gu master lies in their formation. The Wolf King had just returned, and the wolf pack was nowhere near as large as before. There wasn't even a single exotic beast. Currently, he only had ordinary wind wolves, night wolves, and turtleback wolves. Previously, they had also fought with the Yen clan, and they had already suffered great losses. His battle prowess isn't that great. Bei Chao Sheng continued. Furthermore, Wolf King attacked Yen tribe for no reason. This is the demonic path's action. Massacring commoners, it is against the rules of Northern Plains. He is no longer the hero of our Northern Plains, but a demon that everyone wants to kill. This time, we are punishing the sinners who started the war, the criminals who invaded at will. We are the righteous ones, but the Gu family has committed many crimes and is extremely evil. The Heroes' Assembly has yet to be held. The Imperial Court contest has yet to begin, but they already started a war between tribes. They are simply too daring. Their crimes cannot be forgiven. Looking at the history of Northern Plains, how many people who have touched the bottom line like this have a good ending? Bei Chao Sheng's words were filled with passion, as expected of Bei tribe's lobbyist. His words were filled with the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader was also a shrewd person. He was not someone who would be easily moved. His gaze flickered as he said hesitantly, "Even so, the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. In a battle between dragons and tigers, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there will definitely be huge casualties." Bei Chao Sheng shook his head, smiling unconcernedly. He. The Wolf King might be strong, but two fists cannot fight against four hands. Gu tribe has just annexed Yen tribe. They have eaten too much and are extremely arrogant. They are not stable. As long as Wang tribe joins us, with our four tribes working together, would we be afraid of a mere Gu tribe? Wang tribe leader pondered for a moment. I am not afraid of Gu tribe, but the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. He has mysteriously disappeared for so many years. Who knows what happened? Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. He definitely has a motive for coming out this time. Such a person definitely has trump cards that he has not used yet. Bei Chao Sheng sneered. Any kind of reputation is also made up by bragging. Why must Wang tribe leader boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Why fear the Wolf King? He is already past his prime. Even if he has trump cards, he is only an enslavement path Gu master after all. Since he is an enslavement path Gu master, we have methods to restrain him. Honestly speaking, our Bei tribe also has enslavement path Gu masters. Our tribe's grass soldier army also has a place in Northern Plains. We can completely face Changshan in head-on. Other than this, Zhang tribe has the famous lightning spear battle formation, and Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yanfei is a famous fierce general in Northern Plains. Right now, he has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if the Wolf King has thousands of troops, Lord Pei Yanfei can sweep through them unhindered, directly attacking the enemy's base and killing him. Everyone knew that enslavement path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. As long as the leader was beheaded, the army would immediately fall into chaos, collapsing and escaping. Hearing Bei Chao Sheng's words, Wang tribe leader was still hesitant. He could only say that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it for a few days. Bei Chao Sheng's eyes flashed with disappointment. This is an important matter. It is natural for Lord Wang tribe leader to consider it, but this matter cannot be delayed. If Gu tribe is allowed to recover and slowly digest their gains, when we fight again, the price we have to pay will be even greater. Lord tribe leader, please consider it clearly. Wang tribe leader nodded. 3 days at most. During this period of time, please stay in our clan and accept our hospitality. Bei Chao Sheng heard Wang tribe leader's words and could only take his leave. Just as he left, a person came out from the guest hall. This person was thin, his skin was yellow, he had 3 strands of beard on his chin, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was Wang tribe leader's right-hand man, Wang tribe elder Wang Dadao, who was an expert in strategy. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Bei tribe and participate in this alliance? Wang Dadao asked worriedly. Of course not. Don't worry about morality. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dadao let out a sigh of relief. Tribe leader is wise. You were not bewitched by others. The battle for the imperial court is imminent. There will be years of chaos. Our priority is to preserve our strength. Bei tribe, Pei tribe, and Zheng tribe, these three mid-sized tribes' intentions are clear. Yan tribe is Lu tribe's in-laws. Yan Shui heir is Lu tribe's young master Lu, Wenwu's fiancé. It seems that they want to be Lu tribe's lackeys. They want to curry favor with young master Lu Wenwu, but they also want to share the risk and drag our tribe down with them. Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large tribe. We need to be cautious in our every move. The battle for the imperial court is full of dragons and snakes, who will be the final victor. We need to observe carefully and choose who to rely on. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a terrifying blizzard that would bring disaster to a region. Only by entering the imperial court could one obtain protection and not be affected by the blizzard. But the number of spots in the imperial court was limited. There were too many people who wanted to stay. They had to go through intense battles, survival of the fittest. Only then could the ruler of the imperial court be decided. Although Wang tribe was a large tribe, their foundation was shallow. They did not have the heart to fight for hegemony. They only wanted to rely on the right person, become a hero, and stay in the imperial court, avoiding natural disasters. If we cannot enter the imperial court, then, after the blizzard, Wang tribe will definitely suffer heavy losses. From a large tribe, we will fall to a mid-sized or small-sized tribe. There is a huge possibility of our tribe being exterminated. But if we can enter the imperial court with the resources provided by the imperial court, we can recuperate, and if we are lucky, we can even have the qualifications to compete for the next imperial court overlord position. Wang Dadao said with a serious expression. This matter concerned the survival of Wang tribe. Everyone in Wang tribe was extremely cautious. Then, what should we do with this Bei Chao Sheng? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Dadao stroked his beard, pondered for a while, and said, we should treat this person well. 3 days later, tactfully reject his invitation to form an alliance. At the same time, secretly send a letter to Gu tribe, express goodwill to the Wolf King, and inform them of this matter. Let them fight each other. We will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If there is a chance, we don't mind being the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Ha ha, virtuous words. I like it very much. Wang tribe leader couldn't help but laugh loudly. Looking at the letter in his hand, Gu tribe leader Gu Guang had a worried expression. Beside him, the elders of Gu tribe were also silent. In Gu tribe's tent, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Bei tribe, Pei tribe, and Zheng tribe have already joined forces to punish my tribe. They are currently recruiting allies. Today, Wang tribe also came to inform us. I'm afraid the allied army will soon invade. Elders, do you have any good plans? Gu Guang asked. This is not good. My tribe has just swallowed Yan tribe. Although morale is high, we haven't had the time to digest the results of the war. Once the enemy invades, these Yan tribesmen who surrendered will not have second thoughts. At that time, they will work together, and our Gu tribe's annihilation will not be far. Then why don't we retreat? Retreat? To where? We have a camp now. We can still defend it. Once we retreat, there will be no place to defend, and we will be surrounded and intercepted by the other tribes. The elders discussed among themselves. Gu Guang glanced around in disappointment. The elders were all talking one after another, but no one was able to come up with any reliable suggestions. Instead, the atmosphere in the tent became even more stifling. Their fighting spirit was faintly dissipating. All right, don't say any more. He raised his hand and stopped the elders' discussion. I won't hide it from you. A few days ago, Lord Wolf King Changshan Een has already agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him over for this. Guguang said, this matter was originally kept a secret, but now that he said it, it was like a cardiac stimulant, causing the elders' morale to rise. Wolf Wang Da's man has become our tribe's supreme elder. Good, good, this is a joyous occasion. With Wolf Wang Da's man, we have a chance of survival. The stifling atmosphere in the tent was swept clean, and the low morale rose rapidly. This was the use of experts in times of danger. They were the pillars that could support the world.